Hi friends, we're here. It's great. I've officially unmuted and undeafened myself in the Discord call, so I have Fruity with me.
I'm here. I'm through it. Me.
Allie and Fruity, thank you for the contribution to the new community challenge. We got the gummy hunt getting ready to go. Yeah. Which is exciting. We'll make a character that is very gummy focused, probably bulging eyes and horrible clipping nose, and then go hunt for gummies in Elden Ring, which is exciting. We're gonna do Walking Dead today. Are you excited?
I'm excited.
You pumped for this?
I'm pumped.
It's gonna be great.
This is a good one. I remember this being the best one.
Yeah, I do remember. This is the one that I remember predominantly, so this is gonna be incredibly exciting. Hi Nem, thank you for the contribution as well. I don't think I have any like channel news or anything like that, so I think we're just gonna like hop on in. We just play this game? I think we should just play this game. I think we're just gonna play this game. Travis, thank you for the contribution as well. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta get this captured in like 5 different places. This is fine.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. There. That's for Fruity. And that's for
just me.
Just you. It's just Fruity. We're just going to describe everything to everyone the whole time. I am going to make that bigger on stream. There we go. It's just gonna be just strangely cropped on stream for a little bit. We did get captions to work, which was exciting. But they hate Fruity's accent, so
My voice is too nonsense.
I'm gonna call discrimination against with the captions. But you know, it's fine.
They discriminate against nonsense people.
Terrible. Terrible of them, honestly. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. And we're just gonna play. I should use the controller that I got set up for this, actually, instead of my stupid mouse.
Well, we'll be able to see the mouse cursor for the whole game.
Please, no. Can you see the mouse cursor? I mean, I can see it on the edge of the screen, but...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. Please. Oh, God.
Wibbling
Okay.
up and down.
I have to exit and then relaunch. Because it didn't like that I connected the controller after the fact. That's fine. Steam, you don't have to sync. I promise. No, I definitely updated. I definitely updated everything. This is fine. Also, welcome, Morgan. This is fine. Everything is fine.
I'm scared by that eye.
Don't be scared. We're doing pretty good. We're gonna play some dang games with friends today. Again, it's always dang games with friends today. Except when
Friend
it's
weekend.
not. It's friend weekend. Every weekend's gonna be a friend weekend for a while, though. As long as you don't get tired of me playing The Walking Dead with you.
It'll never happen.
Okay, if you're sure. If you're certain. Let's go ahead and start. Also, thank you, Morgan, for the contribution to the Gummy Hunt. That is so quiet.
Who do you think did this?
Think about it. You're Carver, what do you do?
My secret stream's a reasonable volume, but...
Is it? Okay.
Ain't got the main volume on.
It is incredibly quiet for me. It's about as third as loud as you are, which is incorrect.
That's 0 volume. How do you divide 0 by 3? I don't even understand.
You don't. Hey, remember when they broke Carlos's fingers and I was sad that they didn't kill him?
Yeah.
Hey, remember when Carver showed up and was terrible? But not terrible enough to kill Carlos?
All the nice gay guys died and Nick's still alive.
Right?
Horrible. No, wait, Nick's died as well.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Nick is dead.
We resolved the Nick situation, it's fine.
Nick is not a problem anymore. This... Hold on. I gotta stop for a second so I can pull up my volume mixer. I didn't think Walking Dead was gonna be this dang quiet. But here we are, being this dang quiet. It might be incredibly loud for you now, Fruity. Just as a heads up.
Turn it down when you were saying that. We're already on it.
Good.
I'm a professional.
That still seems... Okay. This seems better. We'll try this now.
Chat, how is the volume?
Yeah, chat, hello? No, not the copywritten music in volume 11. It's generally just the credits that do copywritten music? Question mark? Grab it. Eat it. Clementine, eat it.
You got one over there?
So you get bonitis.
1 second. Thanks for coming with me. It's scary out here.
How's
I know
that?
they made you.
Now that you can hear things.
It's still nice that you came.
They told me to. You think I want to stand here listening to you pee?
Yeah.
Voices are a little louder than our voices? Okay, I can work with that. We can work with this.
I like the bird humps
Still, you
on the
could have said
menu.
no.
We've got guns. I don't think I could have.
Well, I'm done. We can go.
Caw-caw!
Not land trek.
Everything coming out all right, girl?
Land trek.
Troy, get him tied up.
Sir, you don't need to know how RP went. Weirdo.
Well, we're on our way. Probably 30 minutes out. Make sure everyone's prepped. Emotions might be running high.
So we are not poop
Carver
friends.
out.
We are
If
not
I find
poop
out
friends.
you've been wasting fuel to keep that fucking heater going, I'll make you walk back.
Nope. Froze my ass off. Just like you told me to.
Lupe, hello, welcome.
It ain't polite to listen to other folks' conversations. Has anyone ever taught you that?
Welcome to the stream.
It's just gonna be a lot of Clementine just awkwardly staring at everyone.
No, stop!
Wow, fucking shit.
You don't want to
we're-
test me, girl. I'll pass every time.
Okay, Carver.
Leave her alone!
It is.
Tie her up and throw her in with the rest of them.
So, FruitySpruce and I both have played the first and second seasons. Clearly we are still on the second season now, but we haven't played the third or fourth season. So hopefully next weekend we'll get to start season 3. I'm very excited.
Ian.
Also, Carver's a bad dude.
Are you guys okay?
He's gonna punch a
What the hell did he do to
child.
you? Hey, did he hurt you? Hey.
Sometimes you
hey!
go punch a child.
I mean,
I
sometimes
understand.
you do. But not Clementine. Why would you punch
Yeah, not
Clementine?
Clem.
You can't hurt Clementine. She's perfect.
You wouldn't high five Duck, but if the option had been punch, you'd
Oh, I'd have done it in a heartbeat.
unbelievable.
Please don't hit children. Let me just clarify that right now. Please don't hit kids.
It's exactly as bad as leaving kids hanging when they try and high five you. Don't hit kids.
I stand by my reasoning for not high-fiving Duck. I didn't want to encourage the bad behavior. It's fine. Hi, Gucky. How's it going,
Guck.
friend? How are you?
All right, we gotta do something. Come on. Anyone got anything sharp?
I almost yelled, "Fuck off!" But I was worried it's on me.
No, you should have done it.
Hey,
Here, I'll
Clint,
do
help me
it.
find
I
something
should've
to get
done.
these off.
You should
Anything
have.
sharp that could cut these.
And what good is that gonna do?
We like
What the
it
hell
When
is
he,
wrong
uh,
with you people?
When you find
Gotta get
inscription
outta
for
here.
us, Cookie.
For real though, Gucky. Gucky. When are we gonna start our second playthrough of Inscription?
I don't know.
What?
Everything looked
What do you
crazy
mean, like
for a
what?
while. and, like,
Something sharp.
True.
Anything that can help.
And then
You're
we
gonna really
queued
like
up a
it.
I don't know
1,000 things
anything.
we need to do. Inscription's
Yeah.
Fucking
really good.
precarious position here. We gotta do something about
Inscription's so
that.
good.
Kenny, they took everything. We have to keep a level head.
So
He's
good.
right. You don't know Bill like we do.
Bill. This whole time it's Carver, Carver, Carver. Now he's fucking
Yes, please.
Bill.
Yes, please.
Oh, I see what it is.
Yes, please.
Y'all were just getting a ride home, aren't you? That's what's going on here.
You don't understand.
Also, can Kenny chill out?
He's different. It's worse.
Kenny doesn't chill out.
The fuck
know
are
he
you
doesn't.
talking about?
Kenny will never chill out.
He wants to punish us.
He
What
will
do you
never
mean worse?
chill.
He's a fucking psychopath now.
You
Gucky.
have no idea what
Gucky,
you're
get your
dealing
laundry
with.
done
Oh,
so,
he
so
gave
I
me
can
a
watch you
pretty
play
good
Inscription,
goddamn
okay?
idea back at the lodge.
Okay?
And I don't intend to sit around here and let that happen to the rest of us. I'm trying to help.
I'm sure Walter really
Kenny.
appreciated your help.
Also, Carlos, stop.
That's not fair. You're blaming him for the actions of a madman.
I am
Thank
pointing
you.
out that regardless of intent, there are
It's one of my favorite
consequences
hoodies
to rash
because it's not
actions.
super
Something
hot.
that he seems
Because
to
it's
be
all mesh
misreading as
up
capitulation.
top.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but I know it's bullshit. We have to do something.
Kenny, you can't
Plus, you
reason
can see
with
my tattoo through it, which is exciting.
Oh shit.
For me,
Jackpot.
at least.
Sit down.
But
You're
good.
going to get us all
Motivation
killed.
restored. Get it done.
Y'all don't know what you're talking about. We get cooped up in some kennel like a bunch of fucking dogs. It's over.
You don't know that.
Kenny.
Yeah? Well, I've been in this situation before. You ever been a prisoner?
Kenny, please, calm down. I think everyone is just tired.
You had to crush a guy's head.
She's right. We should all take it down a bit.
We don't have any salt licks here,
Alright,
though.
Now we're talking.
What are we gonna crush a
Carver
head
will be on
with?
the other side of that door with 10 people.
Our fists?
There, baby. It's okay.
Kenny could do it.
Everything's gonna be fine.
I know he could.
At this point,
That's
maybe Luke
terrifying
is
to
the only
me.
If he was gonna do something, he'd have done it by now.
Who knows what he's dealing with? Anything can happen out there.
I'll tell you what happened. He abandoned us.
He may not be around, but he wouldn't just leave us behind.
That guy's a flake. I could tell the second I set eyes on him.
We'll have
Yeah,
to wait
okay,
and see.
Kenny.
It's all we can do.
She's right. There's no way to know what's happened to
Poor
him.
Clem's
I told you
face.
already.
It's bright
He's gone.
red. It's not because of the lights.
Close.
Okay, let's do this.
They have guns. What exactly do you expect to do?
I'm gonna punch the first son of a bitch I see. Then I'm gonna take his gun and use it to shoot the next son of a bitch I see.
Just sit down.
Shut up, Doc. This ain't
The hell through.
Just, if something happens, just help out, okay? Don't, get yourself hurt or nothing, but any help would be good.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, Clem, look at me. You trust me, right?
Kenny, please, just listen to them.
Maybe we should wait. Maybe come up with a different plan.
Okay, that's okay.
What do you
It's
like
okay.
about his plan?
All right.
It's the idea that only
Kenny, are you okay?
Okay.
Okay?
I think so.
Oh, what hit me?
It's probably for the best.
it's the idea that only one son of a bitch is gonna come at us at a time.
Damn brakes ain't working for shit.
Look, plan would have
All right,
sucked. There's
up and
3
out.
of them.
He has 2 hands. He could have punched 2 of them at once.
The fuck? How'd you
I-
get your restraints off?
I'd
Come here.
trust Kenny to punch 2 of them. Kenny's a wild card. He did get decked by the truck, though.
Yeah, he got bodied by the door before he even opened it.
It was very
Think I got
good.
an idea.
Maybe the plan wouldn't have worked. Fell just before the first hurdle.
Rip Kenny. I don't know if his ego will ever recover from that. So- And then there's this fucker.
But we do have to find it in our hearts to forgive them.
Look how
Helga,
much
please.
food they have.
Oh, I hope you ain't saying what I think you're saying.
I just said they have a lot of food, Ken. It's just food, okay?
Come on, we need you for something.
Can it wait until morning? We're all exhausted.
Just come the fuck on.
I need him. I need my dad. I can't. He looks after me.
Sarah, you gotta learn how to take care of yourself, honey. Listen.
Grow up, Sarah. You're gonna get us in trouble. I don't care. And don't tell me to grow up. You're just a little kid. I'm older than you. You're
Yeah,
the one that got hurt.
exactly. I hate Sarah. Ah,
Yeah.
what is happening? In case we all
Make
forgot.
sure y'all stay off the fence.
I don't
They
like
can
her.
see if you're messing with it.
I didn't know she got so stroppy with you. Yeah.
Getting sick of my shit. To which it's like, girl, feeling is mutual.
Y'all best get some rest, because there ain't gonna be much for you tomorrow. You're gonna be working hard.
That's for you.
You're gonna be working hard.
Yeah, it would be. Fucking Bill. Keeps me out in the cold, but at least I'll be comfortable.
Hey guys.
Reggie!
Al's still here though, that's great. I forgot about
so
Reggie!
sorry. I'm so sorry. What did they do to you?
This could have been worse, trust me. I'm lucky to be alive. I guess I should say
Reggie
it's nice
helped
to see
us
you, but
when we ran away.
I know.
Oh, I got like no
What
time to
happened
respond to
his
that.
arm? I don't know.
Hi,
We were all
Salvia.
running out together, but then he fell,
How's it going, friend?
and everybody kept running. I know he had both his arms then.
Where did
They
the
got me
other
working
one
outside.
go?
Lurker just snuck up on me while I was hammering something. Luckily, they took the arm off quick. Saved my life.
Oh.
That's awful. I'm so sorry.
Look, it was my choice to help you guys.
Reggie Prismo? I don't know who that is.
Carver wants you in his office.
What? Why?
Don't make this different.
So-
It's too late for that.
Possibly?
No, please.
It's okay,
How many arms
Beck.
does Prisma
Just get
have?
some rest. If he wanted to do something to me, he'd have done it already. I'll be fine.
Mama.
Let's see what he wants.
Hey, Reggie,
Oh, hey Troy.
don't go fucking up now. Bill's real close to letting you out of here. You make sure things stay nice and quiet out here tonight, and I'll be sure to let Bill know just how
Melanie, thank you for the
helpful
contribution to the gummy
Yeah,
hunt.
you can count on me. Thanks, Troy.
Don't mention it.
How's it going? How are you doing, friend? I have a cat literally directly where I want to put my feet. This is horrible. What are you doing?
He's good at
Let me
that.
introduce you.
She's
we were
very
with them when
good
we
at
got
that.
caught.
Hey, I'm Reggie.
That's Sarita,
Hello.
and that's Kenny.
Somebody
Hey.
look it up. See if
Hello. Who are you?
Prismo and
This freaks you out.
Reggie are the same.
It's okay. Freaks me out too sometimes.
Bruh,
My
I've seen
name's
lots of people
Clementine.
without arms. It's
It's
okay.
very nice to meet you, Clementine.
Don't even worry about it, bruh.
Hey, where's Carlos?
Bill's already got him looking at some folks.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah, welcome
What
in,
about
Melanie.
Pete?
How's it going? That's Devin. Perfect.
What about Nick? He was always taking stupid risks. Can't say I'm surprised. Poor guy.
Can you guys save it for the morning?
That's not Lee.
Some of us gotta be up early.
What a jerk. Clementine, please. You haven't even met him yet.
Oh, she's not
Sarita?
wrong. No
off.
problem. Sorry about that. Okay, that's Mike. He's kind of a dick when he's tired, but like I said, he
Who is
saved
it?
my life, so I put up with that shit. Bill put him to work outside the wall with me.
I'm so sorry.
Stop with all the sorry. It was my choice. Besides, he said once you were all caught, he'd let me rejoin
I forgot
the
about
group,
this girl.
so
I always get this
I'm glad
girl
you're here.
and the
I'm
other
just
lady
I know.
confused.
I mean, he did say that, but
Oh,
I'm not
I
happy
know.
about it.
She's watching us.
What's
yeah,
that?
you
The
do.
woman over there is watching
I
us.
also know Prismo is. It's the one I thought.
Oh, yeah, right.
Which one is
Okay,
Prismo?
So she's fucking weird. They
The
found her sneaking
big
around outside
space
the camp covered in guts
guy
and just like
from
thugging
Adventure
this
Time.
shit.
It's probably best not
I haven't
to
watched
stay.
enough Adventure Time to know. I'm
I know how
sorry.
it
Why would
looks,
they get
but it's
him to
really
voice
not
act
that
someone
bad
in The
here.
Walking Dead?
Reggie,
His voice is
no,
so
I'm
joyous.
serious. Where else are you going to find
Because they
food like
needed
we
a
have?
joyous voice
We've
for
got the canned
Reggie.
stuff, and now
Only
with the
sad
greenhouses
here.
coming along, we've got fresh food. The
Yeah, but
building's getting more and
listen to
more
how happy
secure
he
all the
is.
time, mostly through forced labor, but that's only temporary. They've
See?
even got the solar
Horribly
panels working.
murdered.
When was the last time you had electricity, huh?
We need
Well,
lovely
we just
characters
came
to
from a
die
house
so
with a
that we
wind
can
turbine.
feel
It's
feels.
not a competition. I'm just saying,
I'm
it's
already
not as bad as you think. We're building something great here, guys. A real community. Bill is making it happen.
Travis.
Look, I've made mistakes, and he's forgiven me.
That doesn't make up for what he's done, Reggie.
Carver killed my friend Walter.
Yeah. I was concerned about who
Okay,
friend was
I
going
don't
to
know
be.
what happened, but maybe he had his reasons.
His reason is he's a crazy piece of shit.
Listen, I'm really close to getting let back into the group. Once that happens, I can do a lot more to help you guys be more comfortable.
Comfortable? What do you think this
I
is?
just don't want you to mess things up for me. I've worked really hard to get to this point. Will you please just try not to cause any trouble?
No, I'm gonna
At
cause
least
all of
until
the
they release
issues.
me. Then, once I'm out, I could help you more. Maybe even help get you out. We can at least talk
Reggie.
about it more in the morning. Just have a quiet night and chat again tomorrow.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Look,
Prismo's
the
the
fact
wish
is,
master.
Bill
Yeah, I
had
don't-
every reason to kill me when I helped you guys,
don't
but he
know.
didn't. Obviously, I
He's
don't know
very
what happened
lad.
while
She
you were
can't
all
miss
gone,
him.
but he's given me a second chance, and I know he'd
Also,
do the
hi
same for you.
stars. Thank you for the contribution
Reggie,
to the gummy
I don't want a second
hunt.
chance. I want to leave with my family.
How's it going,
That's
friend?
it.
Your family is safer here.
Reggie,
I need to sit down.
Yeah, come on. Sarah, can you go
we're
see if
gonna
there's
hunt
something
those
for her to drink?
gummies. It's
Okay.
gonna be a
Yeah,
good
there's water
time.
over by the benches. That didn't go as planned. Should have actually made a plan.
Man,
Reggie's
fuck
trying.
that guy. I don't think we
Edible
can trust him.
gardening.
I mean, clearly he's already drank too much of the Kool-Aid.
I think he's just scared.
Everybody's scared. Ain't an excuse to sound like a nutcase.
You cook those
You gotta
bean
take a look around.
stars. I'm doing good.
We
We're
gotta
playing
know
some
if there's
Walking
anything
Dead.
we
It's
can
gonna be
exploit
great.
to get out
I'm
of
hanging
here.
out with my friends all
We're in
weekend.
a
It's
tight
awesome.
spot. Gonna have to wriggle our way out.
But then Reggie will get in trouble.
If you don't make a bunch of noise, I'm sure he'll be fine. That Troy asshole's gone for now. This is our chance. Don't worry about Reggie. I'll go help run interference on him.
Uh-oh. I don't know what I'm doing.
Walker just snuck up on you, huh?
Yep.
What is this?
Distracted. Just wasn't
Fish.
thinking. There's all kinds of noise.
Whoa, camera, what are you doing?
I saw its shadow.
Let me see fish.
Clem does
Great.
not approve of fish.
I like Clementine. Knew I liked
No.
Clementine for a reason.
Like he'd done it before. Took him 2 or 3 swings, but still alive. I still think he got higher than he needed to, but what are you gonna do?
He's gonna
Guess
stomp
it's
around.
better
It's fine.
than the ground.
This is fine. Am I trying to find a way out? Is that what Kenny wanted me to do?
Looks rickety.
I think you're doing general recon.
Okay.
Bleeding out. Ended up turning.
There are times where
Yeah,
Kenny
like I
starts
said, it
talking
felt
and
like
I
Mike
sort
had
of
done
just
it
tune
before.
out because it's
Did a
just Kenny
tourniquet on
being
me
mad
real
about
quick.
Looks kind of crappy.
whatever he's mad about.
Everything. Everyone.
I can't always listen to him being mad about everything and everyone all the time. It's just, it's not the thing.
So,
Sorry,
This
Ken.
place seems pretty secure.
Kenny!
What?
Have you considered punching it?
Mm.
Hey, Clem, come on. Don't be like that.
She ain't doing nothing wrong, Reggie. Just relax.
How can I relax when she's walking around touching everything?
It's what children do, Reggie. They touch everything. I bet if he comes over and touches the fence, it'll be sticky now. Children just have a way of making everything sticky.
Oh no.
It's their superpower. They're just goopy.
Clem, goofy baby. Please.
You think you took away all the sticky goopy things from them? Nah, there's still goop just coming out of their hands. Yeah, and they smell faintly of syrup and
Ouch.
sweat.
Every child is Gudra.
Yeah! I love Gudra. Are we implying that everything that Gudra touches is sticky and not just goopy?
Yeah,
Is Gudra sticky?
Reminds
definitely.
me of the jewelry store.
I bet Gudra tastes like cotton candy or Nerd's Rope.
Clementine, please.
Just
I asked
sweet.
Why
really
is
nicely.
Nerds
I
Row?
don't want
What?
to.
It's
What the hell is she doing?
I
Like-
heard someone talking
Oh,
about
no,
nerds as a
nothing.
thing they were gonna eat,
You know,
and I
kid.
was confused.
They love not listening.
You had
It
one
is
job,
so nerds
Reggie.
are like
This is real disappointing.
like tiny rock
You're gonna have to
candy,
tell Bill about this.
Please,
but not like
come
the
on.
big rock
Hey,
candy
don't
that
be
you
like
like
that, man.
You shut your fucking
do like
mouth.
a
I don't
sucker.
know
It's
you.
just like little tiny crunchy crunches. It's just sugar. It's just pure sugar,
Dad!
basically. But
Oh,
Nerds
tiny
Rope,
blocks of sugar.
We're
Yeah,
all
basically.
Fucked up now. Bill's
But
gonna
Nerds
hear
Rope
about
is
this
like-
shit.
Troy, please.
Fuck you,
like
Reggie.
strawberry
This is setting you back
licorice?
a few. Get comfortable,
or like a
asshole.
strawberry gummy
He was trying to
in
help.
the center,
She's just
and
a
then
kid.
nerds
No
all
one's
over
talking
it.
to you, Indian lady.
Hey,
So
It's
it's
fine.
just
I am Indian.
so it's just
Everybody get to
sugar on
bed.
sugar on sugar. I will send you a picture of a Nerds Rope.
Small blocks of sugar stuck to some sugar.
some
Yeah.
of these folks ain't too keen on leaving. It's up to us to
There's
figure
a
out
boss
way
in
out of
Elden
here.
Ring that
You up for it?
is basically just Nerds Rope. Estelle,
your
that really
decision.
cool meteorite boy,
I'll try.
he looks like a
You
I
Nerds
have
Rope.
been
Just
when I was
fine.
confused by people saying they were going to
Get
eat
some sleep.
nerds.
That might have
We'll
been.
need it.
Nerds Rope. I'm sending this now because it's important that you know what a Nerds Rope is right now.
Mhm.
Just gonna stare at him.
So,
Fuck you, guy.
Easy choice.
Right?
Bill's gonna have a word.
I want a Nerds Rope and not a 2-meter long gummy worm.
I think Allie got it.
Yeah, thank you, Allie. I typed in Nerds Rope and I kept getting everything that wasn't a Nerds Rope.
There's been increased
Also,
walker
Prisma's
activity along the fence,
Oh,
so be
perfect.
mindful when outside the wall.
Oh,
This is horrible.
Hi, Bono.
The worst gift.
Closer as of this morning.
now I need to know what it is.
How could
I'm just
you?
gonna stop for a second.
Turning
That's a
gifts off.
horrible gif. Allie.
Doesn't necessarily mean you'll be hit.
I hate this.
No, we're
That's gotta go away. I think I would rather look at the two men kissing.
monitoring the
The old man
situation.
smooching.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
Now,
We're back. How's it
there are
going,
some
Bono?
folks
How are you
might be
doing?
sore about what happened and how things went. Well, that's all in the past now.
It is a nerd's rope. You're correct.
Some of you are new to our community. Some of you are members who went astray.
You right.
But know that you can find redemption here.
Also.
Forgiveness. By proving your
Rip
worth
it, rip it.
through what will undoubtedly be hard work. You know, Reggie slipped up last night, but that doesn't mean he
I
should
did see
lose
the
hope.
Prismo gif.
Today will be a
I don't
test for
recognize him. I don't
So
think I ever
let's
got
all
that far
wish
in
him the
Adventure,
best of luck.
Adventure
How'd you
Time.
sleep?
I'll let Reggie be an example.
He's
to
big.
you all.
So tired.
Salvation is available, but it
I didn't even
must be
realize
earned.
that.
Shut
Dennis will be taking
up,
over
Sarah.
Reggie's
I
duties
don't have to
outside
be
the wall.
rude about it.
Michael will continue on
I just
showing
thought
his
it was
value.
nice to finally.
Carlos,
Oh my god.
Yes?
your child seems to be in need of correction.
Oh no. I'm glad that your friend was
sorry.
able to get you some meds though.
Sarah, apologize to Mr. Carver.
Sorry, sir.
No, that ain't gonna cut it. I can't have this kind of behavior on day one of your reform. You discipline her now,
I just
Carlos.
listen, when
How do you
Adventure Time was a
propose that
thing,
One good smack
I don't think I
across
had
the
like
mouth should
cable
do
or
it.
any way of
You make
watching
her
it.
think
And then it was
twice
only
before
available
opening
on
it up again.
Hulu.
Go on,
And I
we'll
don't
wait.
know where it's available anymore. I'm willing to watch Adventure
I'm
Time.
not sure with my hand that I
Well, that's
could.
why you got two hands, Carlos. Come
Aw,
on.
I'm doing
Not
alright.
some namby-pamby thing, all right? A good hard
Invested in
smack.
The Walking Dead.
Otherwise, Troy here will
And I'm
do it
hanging out
for
with
you.
Fruity, so
I don't
everything's
think
great.
you want that. He can be overzealous. Is that the word?
If it means I'll slap the shit out of her, then yeah.
Hi, Bono.
Go on, Carlos. Just get it over with.
Punching children today.
there is a bit of a theme about punching kids today. And I am sorry about that. Lamia, stop kicking me.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm
Close
sorry.
your eyes, honey. It's only going to sting for a second.
This is why Carlos needed to die earlier.
Do it.
Jesus fuck. I'm getting...
I'm sorry, Sarah.
Stop! You're not coddling that girl anymore. Let her sit there and think about what she's done. Troy, get Carlos to his post. Everyone else should have their assignments. It's time
We're
to get
getting
to
him
work.
dirt naps. Kinda.
God damn. You really knocked the shit out of her, Doc.
Everyone get to work.
Oof.
You're working in the armory. Follow me.
Y'all are trusting me around ammunition?
Soil coming up.
God damn this thing.
Oh, shit.
Clementine.
Oh. Imagine what would have happened had somebody been standing under that.
Go on inside. Bonnie's waiting.
Ew, this
Covered in
lady.
mud.
Not mud. I'm gonna throw the bullets really fast.
Hey,
Watch
I
out.
guess
do
you're
it.
starting your day with me.
Clementine can do
We're
it.
loading magazines. Well, that's it. You got it.
Yes, Bonnie, I know how to do this.
I suppose I owe you an apology. I wasn't truthful when I came across y'all at the lodge, and
This
I
lady,
was shown
though.
a kindness I never would have expected from a group of strangers. But now folks are dead, and I can't help but feel I'm to blame.
Oh, it's
But the
100%
plan
your
was
fault.
For no one
You
be
have to
hurt.
blame.
I truly believe that was the intent.
That's because it's your fault. You led them to us.
If I could change it, I would. I promise you.
Okay,
And I
but
should believe
you
you now.
can't, and
All
you
I
did.
know about you is that you're a liar.
I understand you're mad at me, and you've got every right to be. But I wanted you to know I regret my part in all this. I apologize.
Llama.
Which don't account for much, but it's all I can offer right now.
I can see Cap. I do it for the delay.
How was your first night in the yard? I know it ain't so comfortable, but
You mean the prison?
it's safe.
You mean my first night
hi.
in prison?
It ain't a prison, more of a work release.
Oh, hi.
Didn't they do those in prisons?
Well, probably. I don't know. I never been to prison. Don't tell no one. Trying to keep a tough reputation.
Clementine, don't smile at that.
I was supposed to go. When Luke and Carlos and all them left, I was planning on leaving too. When Luke approached me about it, I thought he was crazy. I mean, we're safe here. We got power, we got food.
Travis is now playing Elden Ring.
Hey, I didn't attack anyone. Bill did all that.
I wasn't gonna say nothing.
I wasn't expecting any of that
I'll
to
call
happen.
everyone out.
I just wanted everyone
Kill
to
the
be
bosses.
safe.
Do the things.
Out there ain't exactly all flowers and rainbows. I justified not going by telling myself it's easier to try and change
sit you in
something
my
that's
lap?
broken than start all over.
I kind of need both my hands for
Take
this,
the
okay?
situation with the
There we
herd.
go.
That's the type of thing that rips a community apart.
Game
He
has a tendency to
keeps
do
things
that.
in line. He's got a lot of this stuff figured out.
Nobody's safe here with Carver around.
You're safe
Dang!
if you stay on his good side.
Getting through
I
bosses.
would if I knew where it was.
I mean, it ain't
Maybe you
easy
need to
keeping
get
a group
good
this
at
big, fed and protected.
having the game not crash.
I don't envy that
Consider.
position. Figured that'd make anyone a little stressed.
Type on her.
Just tell it to stop
I'm not
doing
defending what he did. That was... I'm alive because of him. That's just a fact.
He killed Walter.
Only to protect his own people. Kenny could have killed us all.
But he didn't.
Bill overreacted. He was in the heat of the moment, and he overreacted.
that. Bonnie, don't
Luke
defend
had
him.
ideas about how things should go, but they didn't line up with what Bill was thinking.
Bonnie's real
They butted
bad.
heads,
Right.
and Rebecca started showing, and that only made things worse.
Bonnie, please.
Maybe Luke was right about him.
He's
I
a
wish he
lot
was around,
evil.
but I just hope he's
We
safe.
don't defend abusers here. Carver is a piece of shit.
Girl down there? I need to come get her.
The white bathing suit.
Yeah, she's here.
Okay, I'll be right
I
in.
was
Slick back hair.
I'm sure it's fine. Oh, almost
White
forgot.
bathing suits.
I grabbed this for you.
sloppy steaks at Trefani's.
Sloppy steaks at Trefani's. They try and stop him ordering them,
Huh?
but
What do you
can't
think?
stop you ordering a steak and a glass of water.
I found it at the
Sorry,
lodge.
the
all
way
right.
that Clementine is
Think it might be for
standing.
skiing.
It's kind of ugly.
Really? I thought it was kind of cute. Well, this
Only
ain't a
saying that
fashion
to
show.
annoy
It'll
her.
keep you warm. You better watch yourself. I think some folks might be jealous of that cool jacket of yours.
Oh, there you are. What's with the
You done
ugly
it good,
jacket?
Travis.
Tavia.
What?
Never mind. I'll see you later, Clementine.
Come on. Follow me. Come on.
Glad this lady and I agree that it's an ugly jacket.
I kind of like the jacket.
Ugly jackets can be good. I'm not saying it's a bad jacket.
Stay in here for a minute. I'm gonna radio down and
Oh,
find
Rambo
out what you're
on
doing.
it.
Don't touch anything.
And a wafer.
Good jacket.
Oh my god, stop crying.
Hey.
Girl.
Me and Bono are on the same team.
Good jacket's a good jacket. But it's, you know, it's fine.
My dad's never hit me before.
It's not the worst jacket I've seen.
Even when I was really bad. He never hit me.
I'm literally gonna not say anything to her.
I don't know why people have to be so
It's not
mean.
full rainbow.
Like,
It's
even
it's
when I'm
rainbow
really mad,
adjacent.
I still don't want to
There is a rainbow on it.
It's only 5 colours.
Don't mess this up.
Yeah, I get it.
Reggie's in charge here, okay? Listen to him carefully.
Not gonna.
Yep, no problem, Tavia.
Fuck you and your rules.
Okay, we gotta do a good job, guys. The camp is counting on us. Come on, I'll show you what to do. It's super easy. Oh, and just so you know, Bill yelled at me this morning for what you were doing last night. I'm not mad, but please, please just listen to me today.
I'm not
I'm
mad,
on, like,
just
the thinnest
disappointed.
ice with that guy. Pick up a pair of those shears.
I like these two-dimensional berries that we're seeing here.
Okay, so we're picking these berries, right?
Oh,
Just
yeah.
pick them, put them in the basket.
Oh,
Simple.
yeah.
They're incredibly flat.
While you're at it, if you see any dead branches, take those shears and cut them off and stack them neatly for composting. Got it?
Yeah, I got it. Doesn't Sarah do like a shit job or something?
I think so.
She just like, clips everything.
Is she gonna be okay?
She's not good.
'Cause what
She's
happened down there,
horrible.
that was straight fucked up. I don't want her freaking out and getting me in trouble.
She's a baby. There's no helping her.
Whoa, that's harsh, kid. I think if Bill did that to me, I'd cry a little too.
Okay,
Look,
yeah, but this isn't
Bill's had
just
it out
about
for me
that,
ever since
buddy.
I helped those guys
Listen.
escape, so I gotta concentrate on my work.
I wouldn't normally be this mean to her. I think during
That
my first
was
playthrough, I
awkward.
was...
I won't do that again. I'm gonna go work now.
Get out of here, Reggie. I think I was, like, kind of nice to her. Definitely, like, tough love, but very much, like, I get it. You've been sheltered and coddled your entire life. But,
Yeah, me too.
but fuck
So
that.
she wants so sassy to me.
Right? I didn't know she had it in her. I'm gonna do my own work. Sarah, you gotta catch up. Good job, Clem. Sarah.
Oh, shit.
Oh no.
What? What did you do? These are only half done. Are those live branches? Clementine, I asked you to help her.
Just checking in. See how the new girls are working out.
Oops. Oops.
Don't clip for me.
Reggie.
Yeah, Bill.
Clip.
Hey.
What the fuck happened in here?
Look, Bill, they're new, and me with my arm, it's just not the easy. I have one arm.
Shut up, shut up. Shut the fuck up. You better have an explanation for this. And I mean now.
Bill, please, just...
Sounds like you're about to give me an excuse when I asked for an explanation.
Sarah, she didn't understand.
No, this ain't your fault. We talked about this, Reggie. Didn't we?
Listen.
But you just don't get it, do you?
Leave Reggie alone.
Why don't you girls wait outside? Reggie and I have a few things to talk about.
Oh. I think I remember what happened.
Okay.
Thanks for the help.
I'm sure it's fine. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's fine.
What's wrong, Sarah? Are you okay?
Oh.
I gave you plenty of chances.
Please, Bill! No! 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 Please! Ah!
Bye, Reggie.
Weakness. Incompetence. It puts us all at risk, and it won't be tolerated. You think about that the next time you're asked to do something.
Woof.
Get downstairs. Bonnie's got some stuff
It's
for
gonna be
to
you
do.
next, Sarah. Watch
Go.
out.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. As much as I don't like Sarah, I don't like leaving her alone with Carver.
Oh, hey.
No.
So, they want you to run some supplies out to the guys working at the expansion? Real
Not that
simple,
close to the
just
edge of the
take this
roof.
over to 'em.
Right?
That jacket looks real nice. I don't know what Tavia's talking about.
Me either.
What's wrong? Clem? You alright?
Reggie's dead.
What? What are you talking about?
Carver killed him. He pushed him off the roof.
Maybe it was just an accident.
Bonnie, I saw it with my own eyeballs.
They look like it
Listen,
could have been an
Take this
accident.
stuff out to those guys and come straight back.
He just slipped.
Just
Carver was trying to
be
help
safe,
him.
Okay? Now ain't the time to be calling attention to yourself. I need to go find out what happened.
I told you what happened.
Hey, Troy! Clem's just gonna take them boys some nails.
All right.
Go on.
Goodness, Lamia, you're being precious. I need my hand, though. She keeps, like... Oh! Hi, Reggie.
Hey! That ain't your concern. Get that stuff over to them
It's like
boys.
forcing her
Just follow them
nose
cables.
in between, like, my hand and the controller. It says, pet
No
me.
gaming, only pets.
Honestly. Listen, kitten. You're in my lap. Be happy. Listen, kitten. wonder if we could get some new
nobody's
kicks in
laborer.
here.
Fuck
Oh
that.
shit.
Let them do this shit themselves if it's so
Penny!
goddamn important.
Get your fucking hands off me,
You ain't
man.
gonna force me to do this bullshit.
I said get your hands off me.
Or what? You gonna go tell on me?
I'm trying to help you, asshole.
Kenny, calm down.
I should have told him that Reggie
I
was
want
dead.
to, Clem, but this son of a bitch keeps
I just want to
testing
get the
me.
work done. And
Oh shit.
Shit! Fuck! Grab something!
Everything is awful. Everything is bad when zombies are coming for you. Get out of
Is that the
here.
Lego song from the Lego
Yeah.
film?
It is. That's
Okay.
exactly how the Lego song goes too. I'm definitely not changing the lyrics or anything to fit our situation. Left stick. They want me to use the left stick now. I see. But yeah, don't worry about it. It's 100% the Lego song. It's fine. Let's go! Good job, Clem. That's gonna be too heavy!
Yeah.
Look at her go!
Hey!
I hit down!
Oh.
I hit down!
I'm pretty sure at some point I just started doing all of the inputs on both analog sticks at once. Cause
I mean, I think that's what I have to do because I remember last
so
time I was
funny
using
about-
left and it wouldn't respond. And this time I used the right one because that's what I'd been doing and it didn't respond. It's definitely, I have to use both. That's just the, that's the thing. This was rude. We would have been fine. Grab. Idiot zombie.
Hey, that.
That's not people. Oh, this is a bit of a problem. Never mind, we're fine. Thanks, dickbag.
Get up. Get out of there. Come on. Make me save your ass. Jesus.
Sir, there were a lot of zombies, okay?
Oh, thank God you're okay.
All right, enough mushy shit. You get back inside right fucking now. I'm sure they got shit for you to do in there. Now! Think I'm fucking around? Now I gotta sit down here and babysit you assholes. Can't do a simple fucking patch job without me here cracking the whip?
Buddy. Something tells me that that's not gonna hold.
Yeah, should he be wiggling like that?
I don't think so.
Is this okay?
Excuse.
Stop! Hey, it's me.
Luke!
Yes. Man, bit the hell out of me.
Now he's gonna
Think you
become a
drew blood.
Clementine.
Come all this way. This is the welcome I get.
Gonna hit him.
Hey,
Also,
what was that
Dougie is
for?
playing super
Scared
hot.
me.
Oh, I'm
Nice!
sorry about
It's about time you
There's
got
new
here.
pets!
You have any idea how hard this was? All right.
Dougie,
listen, we ain't got
no.
much time.
How could
Okay,
you?
I followed y'all here best I
That's
could.
the future.
Haven't had a night's rest since y'all got nabbed. And
Also,
well,
why
it's the
does
first
Luke
chance I
look
got to
like
talk to
this?
somebody. They're everywhere. Okay, they got
Luke,
guards.
you look awful.
watching
Did you
everything.
get bit?
Shh, shh.
You're kind of gray, my guy.
I remember him looking terrible.
There's a
when
herd
he
of
showed
lurkers
back
just
up.
south of us. It's bigger than I ever seen around these parts.
Like,
I
I
never mentioned that.
don't
City hopes it
remember
passes
what
us.
happens to him.
As far as I remember, he's not bit. He's
I
just
heard folks
like
talking about that.
He just
And
looks
it's
awful.
Okay, it's gonna hit this place.
kind of going to pieces.
Now, I don't know when,
That's,
but it's
I
coming
mean,
and it's gonna be
valid.
soon.
Probably just not
Have
slept
to look at the places
since
to
you got
get y'all
kidnapped.
free.
It's fine.
But haven't been able to find anything yet.
Are you feeling okay?
No, I mean, yes. Sorry. I just could use some sleep, you know. Hard to rest when you think a lurker's about to get the jump on you at any
I
moment,
also
but
turn
yeah.
gray when I don't sleep enough.
Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, don't worry about me.
It seems
And it's
dangerous.
definitely not me hiding
The
a
whole
bite or
situation's
anything.
dangerous, but, well, we're in it now. It's
I mean,
we
that's
got.
what they want you to
We
think
just-
in this situation, right?
we
Is
just need
that
a plan.
he's bit.
No way to get you and everyone.
Yeah.
Luke, take a nap, buddy.
Luke,
I don't know, my takeaway was just like, oh hey, Luke's not reliable. He's
I mean,
kind
that's-
of barely holding together, same as everyone else.
I need you to
That
get me
is
one of those
also
radios, okay?
fair.
You think you can do that? Just one of those walkie-talkies. I just need to be able to tell y'all what's going on with them guards. You know, I'll figure out the schedule the patrols are on. I mean, they're
Yeah, it's
all
gonna
over the
be
place, but I can
grey,
keep an
though.
eye on them for y'all from
Just
out
a
here.
bit.
Look, we ain't gonna be able to shoot our way out of here, so we gotta be careful.
I'm not sure I can. I think they're really strict about that stuff.
Well, you gotta try, Clem, okay? It's really important that I get one of those. Remember, you meet me here tomorrow. I'll try and be here around this time, but if I ain't, just wait as long as you can, because I really need
Can we
one
not
of
play
those
with my hoodie
radios.
strings right now,
And just
please?
let everybody know I'm all right, okay? I'm worried they,
Clementine, get out where I can see you.
Go on, get out of here.
Oh, llama. Thank you, kitten.
The hell were you doing? Huh? Answer me.
I was
Looking
looking
at
at
comics.
comics. There's a whole store full of them.
Yeah? No shit. You best not dawdle, girly. Pull something like that again and you'll be meeting the back of my hand.
Oh,
Bill
I'm
Radio
so scared,
wants a word with you
Troy.
up in his office. So get on up there, now.
I'll fucking bite you. Let's go.
You're also gonna be a Clementine.
Look, having multiple Clementines would be delightful. Who's this guy?
Dude, you better go up and see Bill.
I don't know, he looks,
Doesn't like
he
to
looks detailed for like just some random guy in the background.
So,
Right?
You should probably go.
Who is this man? Sir?
What's that? Vickman?
Vicknans? Oh,
Rebecca,
Rebecca, you
She's
got
a
red on
strong
you.
woman, surrounded by weak men. I ain't letting my kid get raised around that. Get
Ugh.
in here.
Carver's 100% the kind of guy that would call me a slur.
Yeah.
We hate
Alvin.
that.
Alvin.
He passed out hours ago. He can't hear nothing. No point in making a racket.
you're a bully.
Oh, the dude was in the DLC.
Come again.
Okay.
You're just a bully.
Oh,
I know
The
it wasn't a
400
fair
days
fight.
stuff.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I
is that
suppose it
the
wasn't. But life ain't fair
lady whose
most of the
here is?
time.
That it
Yeah.
was
I wouldn't be
saying
so
that
concerned about
she
his
likes the
well-being
jacket,
if
but I
I
didn't
were you.
remember any of the
Not
other
with you
ones.
being so
They're in the
close to
DLC.
fight yourself.
That's fine.
Now,
He was just so
you
detailed.
make sure you tell me the truth when
We
you
made
say
an
where you
executive
are,
decision
and you
to
won't
skip
end
that.
up over in that chair.
DLC.
Now, you might not believe this after what
Plus,
happened earlier, but
it's not very
I liked
good.
Reggie. He was a funny guy. He kept things light. You need folks like that. It's easy to let depression sink in during times like this. But he was weak. And I don't mean just because he was mean.
I thought it was like its own
That wasn't
thing.
his problem. He was weak
And not
of
just
will
DLC.
and weak
So
of
finding out it was just
Yeah, I
DLC,
think it
I
was
was like,
And
standalone.
we can't have that around here.
eh.
No,
I thought it was standalone, but it's
Not with what we got at
it's
stake.
tiny and it's like 5
You're a murderer.
really
You could
short
try and call it
stories.
something
Yeah, they're
else,
like 15 or
but
20
I know
minutes
what it is.
long a piece.
What it
So
really
it's like, that's
is.
not... It's fine.
Listen, Clementine.
Long enough
It
for you
ain't
to like
murder.
do decisions really,
see,
and it's
Reggie
not long
was
enough
at
for you
risk
to
with his
really get to know the characters or
He's had a
anything.
string of screw
Then,
ups lately.
don't
Killing
need
one in
that.
order to save
very
money is
strange
part
decision,
of
and
survival.
not
It's
particularly
one of the
worth
toughest
playing.
decisions that a weaker person couldn't
This is
make.
fine.
It's why it falls to people like us to lead them to safety. You understand? Well, I wish it was different, I do.
Carver, you're
But they are
basically
weak, and we are
David
strong.
from,
That's why it's our responsibility
what's
to
it?
shepherd the flock,
The Last
to keep
of
them
Us.
safe. It's
It's a little
their
less
nature to
cannibalism. Oh god. Why did the game
follow,
close?
not to lead.
You know what
Oh,
I
yeah.
wish?
You're
What's that,
wiggling
honey?
too much.
I wish Kenny had killed you.
Don't nibble on the walkers, Voss. That's
And
bad.
there's all the proof I need right there.
Instead
You
of
think anyone out there had the
devouring
balls to say
human
something like
flesh, Cava's been devouring
Oh, he
Randian
did, but
philosophy.
Look where he landed.
Even
Horrible.
worse.
Than you think.
Horrible.
In fact, I think you realize it, but you're not comfortable with it yet. There's no way you could have lasted this long otherwise. I realized it back in that cabin. You were scared, but you looked me straight in the eye, kept your nerve. That's what we need if we're gonna get through this. The next generation has to be stronger than the
There are
last
better
to
things to eat,
lead us out of
Voss.
this. Kids like you, raised the right way, The way my child will be raised. It ain't this herd that
It's
keeps me up at
rotten.
night. We can handle that. It's not knowing if I got anyone to hand all this off to.
Eat
But I
Carver.
ain't worried about that
Yeah,
anymore.
eat Carver.
What if it's not yours?
Well, even if that was true, it's mine now.
That's not.
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
that is kind of how babies work. No, don't nom on me. I like being in One Piece,
Yeah, I'm here.
but you can
Loading
nom
bay
on
door is
Carver.
jacked. Troy really knocked the shit out of it.
How bad is it?
Rails are tweaked so it won't shut all the way. I don't think it's an emergency or anything, but it's something Stan should take a look at when he can.
I'll get him on it. Out. That fucking idiot. Herd
Yeah,
on its
Troy's the
way,
worst.
and he puts a goddamn ding in my door. Go on back out to the yard. It's almost supper time.
Carver, I'm not your friend. Just to solidify after that conversation. In case people were wondering. I'm not Carver's friend.
Because we all know what happened this morning. I don't know what that son of a bitch is gonna do next.
Carver owns a Don't Tread on Me shirt.
walkers to show up.
How's that better?
no.
Because this place will be fucking chaos when that thing
The
hits. No one will be
worst.
paying any attention to us. And that's when
He
we go. It's our
would.
opening.
Yeah.
We just gotta figure out a way to draw them to us.
Your friend here wants to get us killed by lurkers before Bill can do it.
What is it with you?
That's what it sounds like to me.
You know that's not what he's saying, but it does sound dangerous.
This shit is all dangerous.
Maybe Luke could help us. He's outside. He wants a radio to help keep an eye on the guards.
Thank you. That's the plan I vote for.
You know about Luke?
He flagged us down when Troy wasn't looking. Told us his plan. Mentioned he talked to you.
Then what was
If
the
Luke
point of
can tell
talking
us
to
what's going
me?
on with the guards, we can use that to pick a good time to escape.
I mean, I guess he
That
wouldn't
seems
necessarily know that he
reasonable.
would see
Who
everyone
knows
else,
when
but
that'll
also...
There was a girl back at Crawford that used church bells to send walkers all over the city. We just need something really loud.
The PA system
Wasn't her
Carver
name
is always
Molly?
using is quite loud.
This just
There's
happened
some
like a
speakers
week
outside
ago,
the
and I've
building,
already forgotten who
pointed
she
toward the
is.
parking lot. I saw him
I
when
think
we were
Molly.
walking out to the workers.
She's
So
cool.
was always standing at the window.
I liked
Do they work?
Molly.
I've
Yeah.
never heard them on.
She was good.
Actually, neither have I.
I get
It
Molly and
turned
Jane
off,
mixed up
but
all of the time.
It's all
All
controlled
of the
in Bill's
time.
office. There's a
They're
switch
very
in there
different
that'll turn them
people.
on.
How do you know that?
Still get their characters confused.
I used to make a lot of the announcements back in the day. I had it flipped on once. Luckily, there wasn't much around at the time to hear it. It was plenty loud, though.
That's perfect. We just gotta get into his office. Why didn't you say something sooner?
Because it doesn't change anything. This isn't a discussion about how to do it. It's a discussion about whether it's stupid. And it's still stupid. The sensible thing is to get Luke the radio and wait for an opening.
I don't...
You're real difficult to deal with sometimes.
Kenny,
Why can't we do both? Even if we bring the herd to us, it's probably good for Luke to be able to tell us where they're coming from.
You know what? Fine. I can get behind that. Okay, so we
Let's
get
give
that
ourselves
turn
as many
radio.
options as
He keeps
possible,
us posted
preferably.
on the herd's movement. We fire up the PA thing and bring the walkers to roll over this place.
And then what?
Get some guns and shoot our way out. I don't know. Whatever we can. We improvise.
stop
And
punching.
that's not a plan. You don't
We do a
Just
roundhouse
punching.
kick.
I figured out what your problem is. You don't think this
That'll
stuff
stop
through.
them.
If the end of the plan
Yeah,
is
it
just
will.
to stroll through a herd of walkers, then you should know from the jump there's no way it's ever going to work.
Actually,
But what?
I do it
if
all the
it
time.
works?
First words I ever hear you say, and it's just some crazy, stupid shit.
hush. What do you mean exactly?
When you cover yourself in their smell, rub the walker guts all over you.
We've
They
done
can't tell
that.
you from one of them.
Now I don't know who's crazier.
Trust me, I've walked through herds before. It works. You just have to keep calm and make sure you're good and covered.
Lee figured that out.
What?
It's how we got out of the marsh house. Lee covered me and we walked right through.
Really? Holy shit. Oh, good one, Lee.
We love
All right,
Lee here.
what are we waiting for? Let's get that stupid radio.
We
Miss
still have
him.
to find a way to get in the stockroom.
I got a plan for that, too. Come on, kid. Gonna need your help.
Please
Best
correct.
friends. Lee is so
Where
good.
the hell did she come from?
Like, legit, one of my favorite protagonists.
We just need to use the winch.
It's a
She can
good
just
scene.
climb
Final
up
scene's a
there.
lot. It's
Then just
it's
drop in
really
one
well
of the
done.
skylights over the
Yeah,
stack.
it is.
There are shelves and stuff for you to land on.
Ah, season one's really good.
Mhm.
Great. That thing breaks all the time. Unless something's changed, it won't support much weight.
Like, I'm glad that there's more, because,
Come
like,
on, up and
invested
at 'em.
in
Don't push
Clementine
her,
and
Kenny.
stuff, but, like,
She's our
had they
best
just
bet.
ended it there, it would have been
I
just
mean that,
fine.
Clem.
Oh, oops.
Clem, it's you or nobody, so you're nominated. We gotta get that rope down. Mike,
Too busy
you wanna
thinking
boost her
about
up?
Lee.
Come on, kid.
That's fine. Silence is
Don't
a
let
valid
go.
option.
I got you.
Hey! Up we go! Oh, this is
Try to hurry, all right?
much slower than I thought it was gonna be.
Guys in the world, but they're no idiots either.
Is he telling you to hurry?
In your bunk.
When
I
he's
think
going
so.
this slow?
Yes.
Shit, he's coming back. I gotta let you go. I can't stand here. Grab something.
Sir, I was trying to grab things that entire time, and I couldn't because you were moving me too slowly. Don't act like this is my fault. We are tiny and capable, but at that moment, at the mercy of everyone else. It's fine, we've done it. Go us.
Man, you're not gonna believe what I'm looking at.
I did kind of playing this. There is a bit. It's like, why is everyone asking this 8-year-old to do everything? You're all adults. Why do you need my input? I am 8. Just make a decision.
It's because they know that Clementine is incredibly
How can I
capable, and everyone else is not.
Everyone
Got that-
else seems garbage by comparison.
Right?
this time?
They can't do anything. They fuck everything up. And then he's asking 8-year-olds for help.
She's got that good plot armor. She's the protagonist. No one can hurt her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where am I going? What are we doing? You...
Sneaking.
Yeah, but where? This is fine. Where do we go? This...
Yeah.
There's a skylight. This is fun. I'm gonna look before we leave. Like it. Welcome back. Yama. Get out of here, Tavia. Gonna need to steal one of those, okay? It's important for me.
Reggie, huh?
Yeah,
You think Bill...
go on.
Nah, it's just... I was wondering if you thought Bill maybe...
Yes.
Spit it out, Hank.
He did.
I don't think Bill was gonna let him back in.
Oh.
You don't?
No. Do you?
I don't know. So really, no bullshit. You think we're ready?
I think so. The homestead, at least. I'm not sure about the expansion. They're out there just... moaning.
That's what zombies
That's what
do.
they do.
Oh.
It's driving me crazy. It's really unnerving.
I know what you mean.
No! What are you
You'd
doing?
be used to it by now.
I wouldn't figure that.
They tend not to have a lot going on, zombies.
Or anything?
It's all different when it's dead human beings walking
Just
around.
I'll give you that
wandering,
one.
moaning.
So what are you doing tomorrow?
Bill
At
wants me to
most,
start
the
getting
playing
this
time
bay
splitters
door
in the
fixed.
shed.
Is that why you're down there?
Yep.
What happened to it again?
Troy backed
With all the
into it
wrong
when he brought
sounds.
The prisoners, the new people in.
See, it's hard not to...
It's just when it says player 2 has entered the game.
With
That's
some
the
of
only
the
one that
wrong
doesn't
sounds.
exist in there.
Fair, fair.
The pause sound it keeps using is the right pause sound. And I love it because it's a good sound.
You can't be smoking back here.
Oh,
Vince,
no.
come on. Don't give me that.
If Bill smells a whiff of smoke
Oh.
back here, he'll flip. What
I
are you
was
thinking?
Very excited
You know
that
what?
maybe it
I'm
was
just gonna tell
Blonde Boy.
I'm not letting someone
Was
else get
Vince.
blamed for this.
Because then he
That's
would be
bullshit.
Vicnant. It's not, though.
Vince.
That's a shit.
Vince, come on. Vince.
But there is a Vicnant.
Oh. Vicnarong. When shouting Vicnant.
Vink. Psst. Catch me.
Get him?
Catch me.
Okay, jump down. I got you.
Catch me. She full on just trust fell.
Back any minute.
Well?
My goodness.
You little devil.
It just fits in your back pocket. It's great.
Everybody stay where you are. No need drawing suspicion.
Okay, lay down.
That was so cool.
Thank you, Clem.
I told you probably wouldn't die. Nice job.
Thanks, Jane.
Thanks.
Yep.
Anyway, get some rest.
Does Jane
I thought about
have the
Duck
same
today,
voice actor
about his dumb
as
little
Jack
face.
from Mass Effect?
First things that come to mind are always
don't
the
know.
dumb
They
things he
sound
was doing.
similar.
Kid was always running in circles. Every damn place he went, he'd just run. He couldn't stop him. Makes it harder to remember he was a good boy. Well,
Christine
long
Layton?
day tomorrow.
Mm,
One long
Jack
day.
and Mass Effect is Courtney Taylor.
Okay. Not the same then.
Yeah.
Just very similar.
She did
All right.
voice
She
the
was-
judge in American Idol.
Someone's got to get the radio out
Christine
to Luke.
Lanky
What's the
was,
problem?
or
We should
Lakin
probably figure out
was
who's doing what
PB
before we...
in Andromeda. Mass Effect Andromeda.
Nice.
There is a Mass Effect connection there.
Time to get up. Daylight's burning. They let
Mass
you
Effect
sleep in, all
Andromeda
things
sucked.
considered.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
He's where the rest of you are going. To work.
I don't remember it being as bad as everyone
Rebecca,
made it out to
Sarah,
be,
Jane,
but it
if
definitely
you gotta take
wasn't a
piss,
good
do it now.
game.
The next break won't be for a while. Troy will be coming up for the rest of you.
I don't know. I just super went into it. I
Watch
just
it
didn't
now.
care about any of the
I
characters or
said,
anything.
Troy's
Yeah,
coming for the
no,
rest of you.
that's where I was with it. This wasn't good.
Just wasn't good. Kind of a big thing for a Mass Effect game, though. You just don't give a shit
All
about
right,
anyone.
look, if we're gonna do something, we
Right?
have to do it now. And if Luke's all we got, and we pair up with him,
I can do it. Where's the meeting?
Mike,
Yeah?
Clementine should do it.
Are you fucking kidding?
Oh.
No offense.
Was
but
there?
Come on, that's crazy. She's a kid. Why would...
There's a million reasons. She knows Luke. She can hide. She got the damn radio for us in the first place.
Who cares?
And I'm sorry,
Yeah, I
Mike,
don't
but
remember
I don't know you from fucking Adam,
much from
all
it.
right? And if I'm trusting someone to do something this important,
I'll
I'm trusting
take
her.
it.
Kenny's right.
It's
I should do
fine.
it.
Don't do something stupid just to get some respect.
She doesn't need your respect.
Give me the radio.
All right,
Hey.
little chickens. Let's get to pecking.
All right.
And don't think today's gonna be like yesterday. No way. No shenanigans. This rooster's gonna be surveilling your ass every second of the day, you hear?
Man just called
Got
himself
that?
a cock.
I'm afraid I need an answer, girl.
Whatever.
Come on.
Oh, you have your pockets all out.
Kenny, you could have just not
Gonna
said
get your
anything.
tags all snagged on something.
Oh, let's go.
Very inconspicuous, buddy.
Yeah.
Good job.
Master of stealth and subtlety. Can it?
Hey, she's with me?
Oh, shit, I almost forgot.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, take her then. I don't care.
Don't push
Wait,
me.
wait, what's going on?
Never mind.
Just chores of a different sort. Come on, City Mouse.
Maybe I
Can't
should
you
have let
cut her a
Mike have
break?
it.
She'd really rather keep with us, people she knows.
What are we doing?
Don't worry about it. Come on.
Just toss the radio to Mike real fast
just
and be
wanted
like,
to
oh,
make
your
sure you were
pockets
all
are
right.
out.
I didn't
No one will
believe you
notice.
when you told me about Reggie. I ran
know,
and found
snack
Bill
on
once I left you. Figured even if he had done it, he'd make up some sort of excuse, but Bill was just so matter-of-fact about it.
If you
Like
say
he'd
give it to
pulled
Mikey,
up a
probably still
weed or
gives it to you,
something,
don't
like
know?
it had to
Probably.
be done, and that was just one of those moments when your blood
Probably.
runs cold. Goose
Also,
pimples
yes,
up and down
Bonnie,
your arm.
because Carver
'Cause
is
it
the
turns out the person you
worst.
thought you knew was never there. You
Oh
look
my
anxious,
goodness.
Clementine. Something the matter? You know you can talk to me, right?
No.
I was dishonest when I first met you, but I swear on everything holy that'll never happen again.
I need to talk to Kenny.
Do you now?
Oh my god, you can
I
see
can
the radio in
understand
a
you're
bucket.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, you
I
can.
won't force you to be around me if you don't want to. Go
Kenny!
on, back out and be with Kenny.
He did it so bad. Also, the slow backup that Clementine was doing. Kenny, you've done it so bad. Kenny.
Y'all better hurry that shit up.
Joe
I hate babysitting
Beanies!
you assholes.
Thank you for the follow.
Oh.
Luke?
Oh?
Luke? It's me, Clementine. It's safe to come out.
Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Glad you're having a good time. This seems fine.
That looks really old. He's probably fine. Luke! Where is he?
Oh.
Luke, if you're hiding, come out. Was he sleeping here? Luke!
Alright, well.
I swear to Christ, you're gonna regret this.
I was...
You ain't supposed to be out here.
His thumb is going through our neck.
You people been here one fucking day and already you're fucking up. Well, you wait and see what happens. Move! Hey!
Get
What
over
happened
there.
here?
And how is
Oh,
it
wait,
that
that's
we're
Luke.
repaid for our trust?
This is fine.
With treachery? With deceit? With theft?
Oh, jeez.
They caught him.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
This is fine, I'm sure.
Whatever you were planning is over. It's done. You can't just run from your problems. You can't just up and leave when it gets tough. Because there's nowhere else you can go where it ain't. Tough is all we got now. Get that through your fucking skulls. Luke here, he can't help you now. You gotta help yourselves.
Luke looks so
You
rough.
gotta help me find the strength to forgive you. Now you can start by telling me where the other one is.
Just look
I'm
extremely
gonna count to
pissed.
3. If that radio ain't in my hand by then, we'll have to make
You know one
things
of those
more
bite
difficult.
hiders, are you, Luke?
Hey, Luke.
1, 2.
Maybe you...
It's right here. I got it.
Kenny.
It's all right.
I don't think it is.
Sorry
though.
about that. Not sure what I was thinking.
3.
Fucker.
Oh, buddy.
No! Stop him! Somebody stop him! Let me
Stop! Clementine, help me!
Ah!
Stop it! Kenny! Kenny!
Oh!
Oh, shit.
Love!
That's enough, Bill!
Kenny.
All right, everyone come with me. Bonnie, you stick around. Make sure these folks don't get into any more trouble.
Yeah, okay.
No supper for y'all tonight. Maybe an empty stomach will give you some perspective. And we'll try this again tomorrow.
We need the men to stop fighting.
Do your best with him, Carlos. You need to get him able to move, because we're leaving tonight. We're leaving tonight.
Yeah, okay, Bonnie. Oh, Clem, your poor face.
Ow.
Just keeps getting punched in the head.
I'm so sorry I've done this. I mean, I want to kill Carver.
Why don't we simply roundhouse kick Carver?
We can get Mike to throw us at him, and then we can roundhouse kick him. It'd be perfect.
What'd she say?
She said she can get us out of the pen if we can get the PA system going. Second she hears it, she'll run over and spring us.
That's great.
It's not great.
What are you talking about?
Look, I know part of this is my fault. I know.
We can't stay here.
Exactly. We have no idea how long Alvin's got before Bill just kills
Luke
him.
drooling
We have
blood.
to leave now.
Look, I hear what
Yes.
you're saying, but it's
Yes,
risky.
he is.
Risky.
Wipe that or
Did you see
something.
what that son of a bitch just did?
He's
The
dead.
plan works.
He's
Nothing
keeping
can
it there.
change.
He's saving it for
It's all
later.
set up. The hard part is done. This guy's fucking crazy.
Just as a little
Who knows what he'll
snack.
do next?
Yeah.
He might
but now
not
we're dealing
have caught the
with a guy
zombie
beat to
plague,
shit.
but he might have like
Sarita,
every
no
other
shit
illness.
To do anything, and I'm a goddamn mess.
Yeah.
We should rest up.
Yeah.
Okay, we should bide our time, and we should wait for an opening.
Bonnie's agreeing to help us
And
tonight.
that doesn't mean she
Got a
can't
little
do it
bit of
some other night.
tuberculosis.
We're not
Yeah.
waiting.
Maybe some
Ain't
malaria.
nothing out there, guys. Trust me, I looked. There's no food. There's no supplies. They picked everything clean.
Where's Kenny?
Doc's over there working on him. And don't look good.
No, Doc's over here, being useless. Hey, Kenny, you good?
You better fix him. You better.
I'm doing my best. His
That was the closest to a
orbital
threat
is
I could get.
crushed. I don't think there's much hope for the eye. I got him as stable as I could, cleaned it, got some of the swelling down, bandaged it as best I could. But until he wakes up, we won't know if there's any damage to the brain.
Fuck. Okay, look. Maybe I'm just playing devil's advocate here, but if... Damn it, if y'all are serious about going tonight, then we're gonna have to start talking about maybe leaving some folks behind.
Luke! No! Fuck off!
There is no other way.
This is bullshit.
Well, I don't like it either, but guess what? It's where we're at.
Kenny and I are only here because of you people, and now you intend to leave us behind.
So we should risk all of our lives?
No.
Yes.
We're not leaving Kenny. That's not fair. We stay together.
Life ain't fair, Clem. We're just trying to make the best of a bad situation here.
Luke
No one wants to leave
has
Kenny.
actively fucked us over this entire time.
You won't have to.
Yeah, when he shows up at the start, it's kind of like, I don't know. Oh, he's new dad, is it? Is this where Luke's supposed to fit in? And I kind of didn't like him because we were trying to fill that role. And then he starts just kind of being garbage.
Right?
It's like, oh, I shouldn't rely on anyone.
Right? Yeah.
People are just trash, actually. I like it as
okay.
What?
It's all right.
No, Luke is obnoxious. I think I like.
All right.
I want to say I
Well, then what now? We get
liked
the hell
him, but I
outta
definitely
here.
didn't dislike
now,
him
now.
at first because I definitely saw it more as just
Where
like a
are we
big
going?
brother role, whereas Lee was
Things
very
get
much like
squirrely, and we gotta
dad.
Make a break for it. We need a place to meet up.
But he just like
We could meet out at Parker's
just
Run.
so
The hell is
obnoxious the
that?
whole time.
It's a
Not
Civil
nearly
War
as
site a few
obnoxious
miles
as Nick,
north.
and I think that's
Tourist
why
trap.
I didn't
Got signs all over.
hate
Just follow the
Luke
road.
We
as
stopped
much as
there
I
after
do
we
now.
escaped the first time. Luke and Carlos know where it is.
I think Nick
not that
ended up
far.
coming
Well, at least if
here
a few
with
folks
me.
know where it's at, it'll be easier to
Yeah,
find if we're split up.
I had
All
him
right,
here.
that works.
And I think it's just
Then we
because
just
I
need
like
someone to go set off that PA, right? I mean, you never
I didn't
bothered to
necessarily
explain
want
who's
him to
supposed
come with
do
us,
that.
but I did know that I could just like get him to be outright killed in the last area. Or in the last chapter. And so, like, I think I just had Nick as, like, the focus of my dislike the entire time.
I'm gonna need a boost.
Yeah, it's probably because he'd side with Luke. It's probably he probably diffuses a lot more. Deflects a lot more of that.
It's right on the microphone.
I hate this guy actually onto himself.
It's set to play music.
Absolutely.
So you should just have to turn it on, right?
But yeah,
Climb
now
back
that is
up
just
and
like
drop into
just
the stock
Luke.
room. We'll meet you there.
Ugh. Get out of here, buddy.
Down into the office. Outdoor speaker switch. Turn on PA. Up to the roof. Down into the stock room to meet you guys. That right?
Perfect.
Great. I'm glad Clementine repeated that, because I definitely was not listening to Rebecca.
Be careful. Oh my god.
Okay.
Clem, make sure you bring Alvin.
I'll try. I love Alvin. My TV screen is incredibly dusty. Didn't notice until the sun decided to show me every streak of dust.
Alvin!
Hey, buddy. How are you doing? You good? Oh. Oh, he's not good.
Alvin? Are you okay?
He's nappy.
Taking a big nap.
I'll just leave him to it.
Hey. I love Alvin. He's a cool dude.
Yeah.
Okay, now the mic. What? What's wrong? No. No, where are they?
Uh-oh. There. I like how it tried to get me to grab like a cassette
Please work.
for the CD bit.
This 4th of July, make sure your backyard barbecue is complete with house.
I don't want Alvin to come back.
To meet your grilling needs.
Oh,
Alvin's back.
hi, Alvin.
Alvin, are you okay?
Oh, 100% she scratched the fuck out of that disc. It doesn't matter. We just needed the noise.
Carver talks all that tough guy shit, then keeps the tiniest gun in the universe. There's something funny about that.
Oh, Alvin.
You have the project. We have the know-how. How?
Come on, we have to go.
I ain't going anywhere.
Alvin's not gonna remember that, actually. Let me stop you right there, Gabe.
No, we're leaving. We're all leaving.
I ain't fit to move, kid. I've run out of road.
No, I'll just go up there and shut that thing off.
You gotta get out of here. They'll be here any second.
Alvin, I love you.
You take care of my girls. I get the feeling it's gonna be a girl. Just a hunch. Go on.
The Lee vibes I get are like just good dad. Just good dad vibes. Alvin.
We do really like good dads in media because there are so few of them.
So underrepresented.
Yeah.
Honestly. Honestly. Yeah, no. We love good dads here. Funny thing about that. We love good dads here.
You want to disrespect me? Fine. You want to throw away the life I'm
Oh,
trying
no.
to build for us all? Then fucking fine. Want to run off with this dog shit group of crippled fucks? Then fine.
Buddy.
Be my guest. But I will put a bullet in you.
Sorry.
Get back!
Fuck you, Carver.
Come on, Luke. This ain't none of your business.
Clem, why isn't Alvin with you?
Yeah, about that.
Where is he? Alvin!
Rebecca, I am... Oh God, I am so sorry.
Kill him.
Rebecca, sweetie,
Spicy.
my God. How did we get here, you and me? This is just a bit of a custody battle we got on our hands here.
Just shoot him.
What? No, I just...
Oh, fuck you, Luke. Thank you, Penny. Sorry, the little squeak. As he dragged himself
Go
across
on
the floor.
and wait outside.
We have to go.
Kenny, please.
Sarita, let him have this moment, okay? It's
I
important.
only need a minute. Go on.
Harper wasn't using his legs. It's fine.
That girl's already seen more than you can imagine.
Shut your mouth, Bill. You're all just gonna let him do this?
I'm not going anywhere.
It's gonna get messy.
I know.
Look at you fucking ingrates. You don't even know how good you got it. That's all right. You'll learn. Lambs to the slaughter. No shepherd to guide you. Clementine knows exactly what I'm talking about.
No.
I'm not letting you see this.
It's not your
Realize I
decision.
chose that before Sarita even said anything.
That girl. She ain't
Just
afraid
no.
to look in the eye. You go with that feeling you got right now, Clementine. That's what makes you stronger than the rest of them.
Let's go.
Yeah, go on. Let the sheep out of the pen. We'll see how long that lasts.
I'll be right there.
You won't see anything.
That's funny, coming from you. How's that eye?
Why are
Just follow my voice. It'll get you there.
It's fine.
You got a thick fucking skull, Kenneth.
It's fine.
Should have put you
It's
out of
real
your
tough.
misery right
Just the
then.
player character.
Now
You
look
can't.
at
You can't tell her what to do.
Mess. The fuck are you looking at, bitch? Don't act like you didn't love every second.
That's an eyeball.
Yeah.
Nope, never mind. It's gone.
That's been scooped.
He deserved every swing.
Scooped his whole dang face.
He did.
Let's go.
It was a bad phase. I did go squish a little bit. That eyeball went plop.
Pretty sure I just waited outside for that.
Did you?
Clem is 8.
I've watched both times. Cause fuck that guy.
Here's the thing you forget about Clem.
She is
She's
8 years old.
I'm alright. Come on. We got enough to worry about.
She's gotta learn at some point.
See how he's got
From
squished.
the south.
They did. Looks like we're in the eye of it now.
Fuck. This is fucked.
Plus, it's just like, I don't know, Kenny and, I
Thanks.
forgot her name.
Rebecca.
Like, yeah, Rebecca. They've got real reasons to hate that dude.
Mhm.
Just let them do it.
No, that's fair. I think the first time I was just incredibly morbidly curious as to how they were gonna animate that.
You guys
Yeah.
better hurry
And
up
then
with
this time I was
one
just
if
like,
you
no,
wanna
he
live.
punched me.
Or you
It's
can die
true.
here.
He did.
Doesn't matter.
Also, fun fact, Voss, I'm surprised you didn't, or you might not have heard this, but I worked at an eye bank. I used to cut out eyeballs for a living, for transplant and research purposes.
You had lots of fun scooping eyes.
I did. Never squished any,
Yeah, that's
but
true.
like, I did cut them open.
Okay.
They
now
did
you
goop
turn around.
sometimes.
Smells gross.
So you know.
Oh god, I forgot how bad you just put the goop on you so you don't die.
Nothing to fear if you remain calm. I'll keep you safe.
Sometimes you just gotta goop yourself.
Hurry the fuck up.
Turn around. I'll get your back.
Don't like a bunch of people get got in this section? Or is that only if you do it bad?
We ain't got all day here.
I think I remember how this goes, but I ain't saying nothing.
I
What is this sick shit? Someone say something before I start. Hey, hey, hey! Don't you even fucking think about it, motherfucker. I will end you. You hear me?
They are tough, eyeballs.
Troy, we talked about this.
What? The fuck you talking about?
I
So
told
I would
you
imagine that I
wanted
would
to get
just
out.
kind of
You said
flop.
you'd help, then I'd help.
I thought you meant
Pop
get out
across
of the
the
pen,
room.
not whatever the fuck this shit is.
I did. But now we can leave. Troy, you can come with us.
What? Well, where would we go?
Away from here. Together.
Man, you smell really bad. You gotta get a bath before we...
Oh, shit!
You shove a dick up!
Come on. Don't make any noise. Got it?
I am kind of sad that there was no caption for that.
And for fuck's sake,
Whoa! Shut my dick off!
Yeah. Oh boy.
We got this, y'all.
This is fine.
Is that Tavy?
Where's Bill? We need him up here.
Oh gosh.
Stay calm.
Sheep screams are awful. Real talk.
Don't run.
Watch Sarah.
Add Slaughterer and Butcher to the list of things that I have also done.
Calm her down. Please. Just say something. You're her friend.
Listen, we raised sheep. We raised sheep for meat purposes. Ha! Fuck you, Carlos. Bye, Sarah. Oh, never mind. Sarah's not my problem anymore. Ugh. Oh, thank you for the clip, Travis. Did I walk? Did I walk? Ah! I forgot what buttons were for a second. Oh, he did. Okay. It's fine. I mean... Perfect. We're just gonna chop her arm off, right? Hey, Serena! let me help you! I'm helping her!
Yep, she's helped. Wait, just the laugh as you did it.
I was shocked. I was surprised. Clementine
Sarah's
did a great
glasses.
job getting through that arm in 2 hits.
She did though.
As an 8-year-old, like that's impressive.
Hey.
If I had said I had a radio,
Fuck.
Carver might not have been as vicious to...
Don't ever think that, darling. No telling what that asswipe would have done to you. So how's it look? Am I still gonna be pretty when this heals?
You need to get past that walker without drawing all the others.
Yeah, there
What are
was a
you
lot
gonna
going
do?
on. Game definitely forgets that Clement's
It does.
8-year-old.
It does make there's a lot of kind of weird. I don't know. It remembers every now and then, and it's weird when Clem acts like an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
It's not much just the protagonist. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Do we want to take a short break? I may need to use the restroom.
Yeah, I think shopwreck. Good idea.
Can I skip this? Absolutely not. That is fine. I'm gonna mute the game but I'm gonna let it do its thing. And we will take a very short break and then reconvene and start the next episode. Excitement.
Yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, we will be right back. I'll have words on stream up and everything as per usual, because that's just what we do around here. But yeah. BRB. Quote was real. Anyway, hello, we're back. I forgot to bring the game back up, so the credits are still running. It's fine. We'll just hang out here for a minute.
In Age of Empires 2, yeah, the Celts unit, unique unit is the Ward Raider.
Surprise, it's a word!
So that's a fun check.
It is a thing. Congrats! Confirmation complete. My headphones got stuck in my hair. That was unfortunate. No, my hair got stuck in my headphones. One of those ways. It's fine.
I think stream, the second secret stream is broken for me.
Well, what? It's because I tabbed out for too long.
Yeah.
Horrible. It's just credits right now. We're just gonna hang out here and watch the credits for a minute.
I can see all the names now.
You get to see all the names. I'm not gonna pull it up on stream just yet.
And all the secret names that no one else can know.
So yeah, we're gonna do the second episode. This only took us like an hour and a half to get through, which is incredibly exciting. So I was expecting that to take longer. I keep forgetting that this season very much has like some that are really long and some that are really short, and that most of them are actually fairly short.
They were doing this and another one at the same time once. Were it Wolf Among Us or was that?
It might have been.
Oh.
I don't remember which one it was, but they were definitely working on like too many games at once.
Yeah,
the crunch was real.
And like Wolf Among Us and this are both good, but it did kind of fall off with this having to do a game every month. When they're doing an episode every something a month.
Something like that. It was very quick. The turnaround on these was ridiculous.
Except for the Borderlands one, which is great. 10 out of 10.
Gotta play it. Gotta play it.
You do.
We can add that to the wish list. So I remember that.
Genuinely really good.
I mean, I would definitely take your word from it, because you don't like the regular Borderlands games, do you?
No, not really.
I am drinking a Diet Dr. Pepper because we love Dr. Pee-Pee here. I am not as big a fan of Cherry Coke, honestly. There's something about the cherry flavor that just is gross to me. I don't know. Is that a hot take? Not liking Cherry Coke?
I don't like Cherry Coke.
Okay.
I don't like anything with any soda with flavors in. I just want it to be the normal black garbage.
Just give me the brown liquid.
Yeah,
that is bad for me.
Yeah, horrible brown liquid, please. Don't put cherry in there.
Yeah, like, I mean, I think it was Allie who sent me the TikTok recently about, like, the history of Dr. Pepper, and how it was, like, how a lot of sodas were, like, made to try and like, taste like something. So, like, root beer is supposed to be, like, sarsaparilla, and, like, Coke is supposed to be, like, cherry-esque or whatever. But Dr. Pepper was intended to not taste like anything. It was just supposed to be this weird mishmash of stuff that is not natural. And that's why so many people like it, is because it's weird and new. I don't like Pepsi. What? This is... Pepsi makes my tum-tum hurt.
All the other flavors of weird slime, fine, but Pepsi?
No, I don't know what it is about Pepsi specifically, but it just makes my stomach so upset.
I can drink like diet ones of everything, but I can't drink like straight Pepsi or straight Coke.
I I have a hard time with just
undiluted. It does make me ill.
I need diet sodas because everything else, I think it's the amount, for me, I think it's the amount of sugar that's in it, and me and sugar don't get along very well. Sugar makes me sick if I eat too much of it.
That's tragic.
It is. I will make myself sick on like peach rings and
take care of myself.
Cakes.
How am I supposed to
Yeah,
be a child?
But
I was gonna say, what do you do when you need to eat a cake?
I wasn't
I just
when
power
I came
through
across
it.
y'all at the lodge. Now folks are dead, and I can't help
I also
but feel
I
I'm to
tend
blame.
when I'm making stuff, I tend to make like sponge cakes and stuff, which are not super sugary.
No!
So it works out fine.
No!
Okay.
Stop it!
Watch me demolish an entire cake in a single
Kenny!
sitting. Let's go.
When you cover yourself in their smell, rub the walker guts all over you. They can't tell you from one of them.
That sounds
You
horrible.
just have to keep calm and make
Baker
sure
can't
you're
eat cakes.
Right? Right?
The Beethoven of bakers.
I'm not going anywhere.
It's like ophthalmologists who have to wear glasses or whatever. I'm a baker who has to find weird tricks to not make myself sick on my stuff. It's fine. It has allowed me to like find really cool recipes though that like don't necessarily like have a ton of sugar in them, and not necessarily like the weird diet stuff where it's like zero calories or whatever, because that stuff is nasty.
Yeah.
But it's just like finding like meat sweetener substitutes or whatever. We're just finding ways to make things work where I don't feel ill. Anyway, I don't know that I've ever had Moxie. Oh, sorry, Sarita.
I remembered that as well.
Yeah, I mean, after I cut off the arm, I vaguely remembered it. But it's like...
I won't let you die. You have to move. There's too many.
Kenny's gonna be mad at me now.
He might be.
Penny! She's dead, man.
She was bit. I had to do it.
Fucking dare you, Clementine!
That's the man who like fully told Lee to cut his arm off.
We're gonna get out of this.
She's already dead. You have to leave her.
I considered axing her, but Kenny's already mad. Oh no!
Kenny, damn it, man! Come on! No right, Clementine. No fucking right!
Well, I'm sorry, I panicked. Kenny, I tried to help.
Good job. You should have seen.
2 strikes, that was it, my guy? I forgot that I was doing both sticks, and I just flicked both of them in panic. I'm glad it counted. Ah. Also, it's true, Pepsi is never okay. Hi, Allie. Good nap? Oh boy. More gunk. More gunk. Ow. Good. Good. Hey, it's bad in here. I'm not gonna call out. Rebecca? I need you to not...
how you... Yeah.
Right? Don't just grab people.
Yeah, someone's gonna hit you in the head with whatever weapon they're holding, because that's what you do to zombies when they grab you.
Right? Holy shit. Hey, now is not the time to go into labor, okay?
Can we give him a
Just clench. Make sure that baby stays there.
Can you not hold it in?
Save it for another day, Rebecca.
Anything? Go up there.
pregnant during a zombie apocalypse. Okay? Oh.
Jane.
I can strongly suggest she not give birth in the middle of a horde, though. Hey, Rebecca, consider. Jane is helping you.
Together like this. It's better if we spread out. You two will be fine.
No, you don't understand. Just
you guys are fine. Just go.
You think we should spread out? We'll spread out.
You said you would stay.
Would you trust those kids, though? Oh, it was smudged. Oh, my glasses, and that didn't help. That didn't help either. Why are my glasses so filthy?
Damn it. We'll have to push through that.
Did you cover your glasses in zombie bits? So the one
Might have.
like, yeah.
So they didn't scoop my eyes.
Yeah.
Sorry, they were very bad and I couldn't see at all. Is that better? That is so much better. I would trust the neighbor kids to draw a horde. Facts.
Cluster of walkers.
Oh my god, everything's so clear now.
This is what the world looks like.
Wow.
We need.
Okay, just tell me what to do.
It's like, do you ever get your prescription updated and put your glasses on and you're like, holy shit, the world is so crisp?
I need you to get my attention.
Every time it amazes me.
Yeah, me
Right?
too. That just means my eyes are fucked.
Right? Yeah. We just ran through a zombie.
Not gonna bite anybody now, are you?
Oh!
Follow me.
I forgot about
Stay
that!
close.
How
If you
did
fall
she
behind, I
do
can't
that?
come back for you.
She just popped it off! It's like cracking open a cold one.
Walking Dead law, if you can make it so a zombie can't bite you, they just kind of hang around. They don't do anything, they're not aggressive anymore. They just kind of hang out until they die.
They have sort of lost their main weapon.
Yeah.
Still feel like even if you managed to de-jaw a zombie, it would try to bite you. It wouldn't succeed. But it would definitely attempt. Just like rest its little mouth hinge on ya. It's kind of like Sloog.
Just rests the mouth hinge on you.
Yeah.
It's like being nuzzled by a puppy, except gross.
Only gross and slobber. Well, some puppies
Yeah,
are
it's the
gross
same.
and
It's
slobbery.
exactly the same.
That's, yeah.
Everything
As I started describing it.
I'm not alright.
Oh,
Oh,
got
fuck.
bacon butties.
What are those?
Nice.
What are these?
To make sure everyone else
It's
made it.
a bacon sandwich.
Oh.
Sandwich with bacon in it.
Oh.
Butty is a sandwich.
Oh, I see.
Sandwich with butter on it.
If they aren't, nothing we can do about it.
Oh, I see.
Don't even say things like that.
Fine. Sorry.
Strongest profession in a zombie apocalypse is dentist.
What if the herd is
All
following us?
We're fine.
It's been quiet, but who knows?
It's been at least an hour since I saw any walkers.
I know I've heard buddies before. Oh,
Be
excuse me,
lucky.
yawning. And I think in context I knew what it was, but I don't know what my brain is
I know
doing
I
right
should
now.
feel glad that we escaped.
It's
But
just
I can't
zombies.
stop
I just
thinking
got
No,
zombies on the
it'd
brain.
make more sense in context.
It was stupid.
This is fine.
What was? Escaping?
Very slimy, it's
I know we all
weird.
agreed to use the herd to get out.
Y'all are
Maybe we should have been more
funky.
patient. Come up with something better.
It worked.
If you
It's
can call
fine.
that working, we could have. I don't know.
The plan worked. We got out of there.
Becca, it's fine.
Most of us.
Look, I know that some of your people didn't make it, but Carver was crazy. Staying would have only prolonged the inevitable.
How did we
I'm
de-goop
just
so
saying that if
so
people hadn't
well?
panicked, things might have turned out better.
Of course.
That's a good
We panicked.
question.
We were scared.
The plan was good.
Yeah,
The
like if you
execution
do
was
the use
That
goop,
sounds an
you know,
awful lot
use
like
zombie
you're saying
bits
it
to
was
get
big.
through a
What?
hard
No,
move,
that's not what I'm
you
saying.
do have to then yeet those claws because they are
They are
ruined forever.
zombified.
Yeah.
Star's asking the same question.
I have to stop. I'm sorry. I don't want to slow us down. Can I just have a minute?
That's fair.
Yeah. Take a minute.
Ugh.
If you can't catch like the zombie plague off the clothes that have been covered in zombie, that have been marinated in zombie blood, you can catch a lot of other things off those.
He's dead is what he is.
You gotta get rid of those.
Those have to go.
Do you know anything about... No.
If nothing else, they just end up being crunchy, and that would just suck to wear.
Oh, it don't smell good either.
No. Nothing in this world would smell good,
What are you
though.
going to do with it?
Real talk.
What do you mean by
That's
that?
true.
Everything
Sorry.
smells like death.
Just making
As
conversation.
soon as the zombie apocalypse comes
No.
around,
What do you mean?
nothing will ever
With
smell
what?
good again.
My baby?
I'm just looking at the worst case scenario.
Another good reason to
You
just
and
not
Clem
do
will
a zombie
raise a baby
apocalypse,
by
please.
yourselves.
Yeah.
Not out here.
Yeah.
I just mean it's going to need food and, you know, other stuff.
Guys, that baby is coming, like it or not.
Fine. And then what? It's going to be helpless, and you can't protect it.
And you assume I won't be capable enough. Just because you're some angry loner who doesn't care about anyone but herself doesn't mean you know better than me.
Hey, I've seen it before. Back when it started, me and my sister, we
What?
were...
She died? I don't need your pity.
Rebecca.
You don't have the right.
Jane!
Oof.
Shit, I didn't mean it. Shit.
I'm sorry about your sister.
I
Damn it.
don't know what I thought that response was going to be, but it wasn't that.
Yeah.
None of those seemed great. Right, Rebecca,
Can't just
you
sit here doing
you
nothing.
made a mistake. I thought that was
I
Lee
know.
for a second. I got really
I'll be here
excited.
soon.
It's just my...
Holy shit.
Yeah.
It had been so long. We were starting to worry no one else would make it.
Well, besides,
Now, hopefully we can figure out a plan.
Rebecca might have the baby soon. She needs someplace safe to do that.
Oh no. Soon? Soon?
It's what it seems like.
this memorial works fine as a meeting spot. No way we can stay here long term.
We have
I
to find
told
a
you.
safe
That's
spot
why
for
we're
the
waiting.
stock to come and
As soon as
deliver
everyone else gets here, we'll figure something out.
deliver Rebecca's baby. I'm 8 by the way.
How's the
wanted to go out
stork
and try to
gonna
find
find us? We've been moving so much.
I tried to talk to
They
Kenny,
know the
but
hospital addresses, but how are they
Started
gonna
yelling.
know we're here at this memorial?
I know, he probably didn't mean it. But it was scary.
They have to existence the baby. Baby's gotta get given. Hey, I should probably go say
I'd be
sorry to
nervous
Kenny.
getting go near him.
What? You think he's gonna shoot you?
The way he is right now, I don't know. Maybe. He's not acting rationally.
I should go talk to him. This is my fault.
Hey, you did what you thought was right. That's all anyone can do in that situation.
Again, wasn't Kenny the one who like was immediately like, "Hey Lee, you should cut your arm off."
Sarita.
when that whole thing went down.
I think he was gonna do it while you were unconscious.
Yeah. So like,
Hi, Kenny.
kettle calling the pot. Like, come on.
You think I don't know?
If
what
there was
you're
a
whispering
C-section
about over
birth, he liked to say he was extracted.
What's wrong
It's not
with Kenny?
wrong.
Why's Kenny acting that way? Do you think Kenny's okay? That's all I hear from anyone anymore.
Kenny, are you okay? You don't seem okay.
I'm just worried about
Worried,
you.
huh? Well,
Kenny.
that's nice of you, seeing as this was your fault in the first place.
Kenny.
Why are you acting this way?
Take one wild guess, Clementine.
I mean,
I did what I thought was right. It was all I could do.
All you could do, because of you, Sarita is dead. And you're
Kenny, she
telling
was
me
bitten.
you did all you could do. You think because you're a little girl, you can just get people killed and no one will care? That because you're
no, it can't.
sorry, it'll all magically go away?
Can't wait for the zombie both times.
Not how
We
it
never had
works.
Kenny be mad at me.
really?
It's horrible. Yeah, normally, like, the only one he'll talk to is Clem. And everyone's like, we need to do something about the crazy guy who'll only talk to Clementine.
I think he was annoyed with me the first time that I played through as well.
Time, Mike. It's still early.
It's horrible.
Not great.
How'd it go?
Also, Travis is right. It is Ben's fault.
Everything's Ben's fault.
Kenny's
Always
really mad at me.
Fucking Ben Paul.
You can't just expect him to bounce back.
No, he needs to bounce back.
At least you try.
Still, doesn't exactly help us figure out what we're gonna do now. We got no food, no water.
How did you get Kenny to not be mad at you?
We're losing daylight fast.
It genuinely hates everyone else except you.
What the fuck?
And he's just getting madder and madder and madder at everything, and he'll only talk to you.
Oh. Things are difficult enough right now, and soon you'll have a baby on your hands too.
Rebecca needs a safe, warm place.
I think if you hit the zombie, he's not mad at you.
Should keep moving and find one.
She still dies. She still don't get out of there.
Well, of course she
Obviously.
does.
Me and Clem will scout ahead and
Well, I mean, she's bit either way, but she doesn't even live to like get out that hard.
Yeah. I mean, that tracks. That doesn't shock me. But just, oof.
You don't get to see Clem.
Listen,
Just
Rebecca,
going
if anything
ape
goes
shit.
wrong here, you got something to protect yourself?
I've got this. You don't think
Two hit Clem. That's what they call her.
You better keep that
You don't get to see Clem do a critical hit on her.
First one was definitely normal. That second one, though. Wowie!
Yeah.
Good job, Clem. Real beast over here. Oh boy.
Just rolled a nat 20 on that one.
I'm gonna level with you.
Or,
There's no real point in
a
scouting ahead.
nerd thing joke.
You should
That I
know
did.
That isn't that you. It was a good joke about those dice that you don't like.
Yeah. Y'all better appreciate that because I hate dice with too many sides.
You're probably right.
How do you feel about dice with not enough sides?
I wanted to talk to you away from that.
I hadn't considered the possibility, but I
Even
love
if it
it.
makes
Also,
this far
D4 is
from
like a trash item in Binding of Isaac, isn't it?
still-
Yes,
I
yes
just
it
gotta
is.
warn you.
Yeah,
Fun
so
fact:
all bad.
D4s are also trash
group is
in
cracking.
in
I've seen it
tabletop
before,
games.
And well,
Hate them.
a lot of times
Makes sense.
it's better to be on your own.
Glad you got
I
stuff,
know you see
Bono.
what I'm talking about.
Also, Sarah did have the
You
baby
don't wanna
bird
be here
bones.
when they start turning on each other, turning on you.
You know, bad stuff happens to you when you're
Not
alone.
dice
No
with
such
odd
thing,
numbers.
Travis.
Their odds are better.
There's
No,
nobody
there is
to
No
not.
such
watch your
thing.
back.
They're not real.
That's a thing.
And when something
They're not
does
real,
happen,
and the cat hurt you,
there's
and that's what's
nobody there to
important.
help you.
Nobody can hurt me.
How much
There's
help
no
is
dice with
Kenny
3
gonna
sides. You just roll a
What he's
d6
going
and
through,
have it. It's
he's more
fine.
liability than
There's no
anything.
dice with 3 sides.
And Rebecca's situation is not making things better back there.
I remember one of the
get
kids
enough
that I
broken
used
people together, and all you're gonna get
to
are broken
DM for.
decisions.
How can
I think
you
I've
get
seen one.
along
It's weird
without
and
trusting
curved in
anyone?
it.
Yeah,
It's horrible.
yeah.
Exactly
It wasn't
how
like
I
it wasn't like
For
a
what it's
D3
worth,
though. It
I
was like
like most of
a
the
D
people in
like
your crew,
27 or something like that. And I'm
groups
just
fall
like,
apart.
what the fuck is this? And it
People get
had like
killed.
weird curves and it made no sense. But like you rolled it and it made sense,
Then
but it
why
didn't.
Did you bring me with you?
Stupid. Just do
It was
do
horrible.
I'm trying to give you the tools you
6
need
is
to
the
make it.
only correct amount of
Like
sides
a
for a
jacket.
dice.
It looks warm, but a
D20s
walker
are fun
will
though.
bite right through that.
No.
My sister Jamie had a good leather one. Wish I still had it. You could have.
Sounds like you gotta look at some art, Fruity.
Oh, look at that. I don't know what that is.
For DCC?
Oh,
Is
that's
that
3-sided dice. Is that?
oh?
I
Hold on.
could have what?
Never mind.
I wasn't listening.
There
I
are
was thinking about
things
dice.
I don't like remembering too.
I was genuinely distracted by dice.
You know, being a big sister is, well, it's funny.
I like
It's really easy
D6s
to
because
be
you can
mean.
get like a big handful of them and roll 10 at once. It's great.
You know, hide
Yeah,
her
Dungeon
toys,
Crawler Classic.
make
Sorry,
fun of her bad haircut.
I like.
Give her the bad haircut. On
I could think of the
purpose.
system, but I couldn't think of the
did
name.
Put the gum there.
I have no idea what that
Should
is.
Get it out.
It's
Is that
great.
really what it's like?
You should look at
having
the
a
art from
sister?
it.
No.
Okay.
No, it's not all bad.
It's just it's a system for
What could I
tabletops.
do? She
Bring
thought I
me
was her
that good
best
hat.
friend. I could go unpunished. Every summer we'd go to this amusement park in Virginia. But the best part wasn't the rides.
Also, the way that she's trying to, like,
nobody knew us there.
have a moment with
And
me, and I have not been listening.
We weren't sisters. Just friends.
There's important stuff going on. Thinking about dice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jackpot.
She's talking about her dead sister, and Clem just goes, "Sorry, I've missed all of that. I was thinking about dice."
That one's not coming back. See what else he's got.
Yeah.
That would be a me
But
problem.
you know why, right? Only because
That is
they're
a me
fresh.
problem.
Take a look. Old walkers.
I didn't
are a
remember
waste of
much
time.
from this
They're
episode,
holding
but I
credit
do remember
cards and
kind of
dusty
liking
old
this bit where
pages.
she's just like,
But these ones weren't walkers all that
teaching
long
you
ago.
about
They were
being a cool zombie apocalypse person.
I do remember, like, generally liking Jane.
See what else he's got. I'll check this one.
And saying any more would be a problem. But, yeah.
That's some pretty good at.
Hold on to him. Everyone's getting hard to come by, and things aren't going to get
That's
better.
beautiful. I like his Hulk Hogan mustache.
Oh no.
Find anything?
Found an ID.
Driver's licenses. 2 of them.
Well, I guess some people just can't leave the past behind.
Not bell-bottom bards. Sorry, that's a hell of a sentence.
Smart haircut.
Good.
Thanks.
Good fashion.
So, has your crew always been so dysfunctional?
Yes.
You fit in there, but you weren't like them.
I was with a different group before. That one worked better, I think.
When it was just
That
you
was
and Lee,
when
it
I
was
got my
perfect.
haircut like this. That's it.
A nail file. These things are great. Sharpen a blade, strike a flint. Jamie
When it
always
was
had
just
one in her
Lee
purse.
and Clem, it was
I'd grab
fine.
my
But
hand when
everyone
I
else
was
was
reaching in.
horrible and made everything terrible.
Yeah. Kenny was there, and that was a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can never be too sure with these things. Here, give me a hand.
Just a hand. Get it. Oh.
Oh dear.
These glasses. They're Sarah's.
Looks like your friend didn't make it. Sorry.
Did he?
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't.
Sorry, Clem.
I mean,
Here?
it doesn't mean she's dead. That's her glasses. But also, we
Look,
don't
if
want
it-
to find her, so.
If it were me and I lost my glasses, I would be dead.
Okay, come on.
I
We gotta
can't
find a
see
way in.
shit without my glasses.
Looks like there's an opening over there.
Sam.
I am
Look,
so
we're gonna do
blind.
this, but it might not turn out the way you want it to.
Yeah, when everyone's talking about like the cool things they're gonna do in the zombie apocalypse, it's like, well, I've got glasses, so like, my eyesight's terrible. So like, as soon as I scratch my glasses, it's just over. I'm not gonna be able to get new ones with my prescription.
I need everyone to protect my
Seems to get
glasses.
stuck pretty easily. It's gonna get you killed.
Don't
Here, use this.
don't push me. Don't hit me in the face. If you're gonna punch me, just let me know ahead of time.
We can do this.
Or we could have a group of the blind.
They don't sound too good. Clock is ticking.
Hey, can we?
Yeah, it'd be like that cool saying about the blind leading the blind. That's good, right? That's a good thing.
Absolutely.
That means everything's going really well.
How about you get the close one and
Oh
I'll hop the fence to
jeez.
get the other.
This is when we all need to start stocking up on glasses. So that when the zombie apocalypse shows up, we will have glasses. Oh my god, I'm clicking, I'm aiming.
Nice work. You know what you're doing. Now watch this. And a nice little addition to your arsenal.
Good job, baby. You should get new glasses, boss. It's important. Being
Pick
able
out the
to
knees
see,
first. Then
kind of important.
Put a knife in the back of its head when it's down.
Also, I like how we're just like
Alright,
casually
get a look
taking
at
out
what
these
we've got on
zombies
deck.
and having a lesson while like clearly bad things are happening in there. We love
Glad you're paying
James.
attention.
Boss! Go get new glasses!
Gotta get new glasses.
Oh my god!
Yeah, most of these guys are gonna have nothing on them.
My prescription
But it's worth
practically
taking a
changes
look
every year and
when
it's
not too risky.
horrible.
Oh, mine changes every few years.
Oh.
That got great.
I got the bad eyes. It's always like minor
gonna take some
changes,
work to
but
get
it's
over
enough that they're like, you should fix
go.
this.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I know. Ah, ah! Travis did it really bad.
Nice trick, huh?
Travis. No! There was a very long time where I also didn't update my prescription.
Worked up about something.
It was fine, I'm
And
sure.
what gets the interest of the dead?
People.
Boss! Go
If we can
get
make
new
enough noise on this
glasses!
side, we can lure
Travis,
the
go
zombies
get new
here.
glasses!
Then
Oh
we
my
might just
god.
be able to go through that other trailer and get to your friends.
Yo.
What do you think of that?
I don't know about this.
Such a good idea.
Why don't you give it a look first? What's going to grab their attention?
Or we could just leave.
I got you covered.
Hey, Jane, consider we just leave. That zombie just phased through the other zombie. This is fine.
I never see the zombies that are doing all the wacky things. It's tragic.
Maybe you should be looking at the wacky zombies a little more. Consider.
Damn it, don't do this.
That's good, but we need to keep it
It's
going.
like the ghosts in Ghost Show. I just never see them.
Well, now you gotta watch Ghost Show again and look for all the spooky ghosts. Now that you know what's happening and what happened, you don't have to pay attention to the story as much and can just look for ghosts.
Yeah.
Oh my god, she is so loud. What are we...
What are you thinking?
We're gonna get up and go.
Put him on the horn.
Him on the horn.
Let's
It'll
do
keep
that.
honking and draw the walkers.
Just like moths to a flame. Give me a hand.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, you want me to do a thing. Excuse me, I was wiping my nose. Right? Like, can we just not deal with that? I would like to just leave, actually. Hey, Jane, I don't think our friends are worth it.
Everything would be so much easier if you just snuck off with Jay.
Working.
Right? My goodness.
Come on.
Let's go. But the game says no, you're not allowed to abandon your friends. And it's like, game, they're not my friends. Bandana man.
Doing the move she taught you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's a good move.
It's a good move.
We gotta move it.
I always advocate going for the legs of zombies instead of the head because it's way easier to hit.
Absolutely.
And then when they're falling down, you can just run away.
Hey, are you guys in there?
just hit him in the knee and run away.
I don't think that's getting through to them.
Let the zombie be someone else's problem.
Yeah.
And then hide bites.
Hurry!
Clemens, sorry. The idea of this 8-year-old kicking down this door that like 5 zombies couldn't knock down.
Hurry!
Clem, you are 8.
Clementine says, I don't give a fuck!
Sarah, please. Who's out there?
Luke!
It's like that,
York option when you did it the first time, but then she just kicked it again and got a crit again.
Right?
I heard y'all
Oh my
banging through
God.
the door. I thought the walkers come to take what's left of us.
Not gonna say anything.
Well, I would have left already, but I got Sarah here, and I don't know what to do about her.
You leave her.
You gotta help.
Oh my god. But yeah, no, Clem is definitely like little Hercules. She's just ripped under that, under the jacket. Just pure muscle.
Sarah, come on. We have to go now.
Shit. Guys, we can't do this. We can't stay here.
I don't know what to do. I can't snap her out of it. Okay, I tried to carry her, but I guess Carver messed me up pretty good back there. I don't know, it's just after Carlos, she just lost it. Started running through the woods like a maniac. I chased her for I don't know how long, and then, well, she saw this mobile home, made a beeline right for her. I'm just glad y'all are here.
Okay, well, let's just go. She's not our problem anymore.
What are we gonna do about her? We gotta do something.
Why are all the options trying to get
Clem,
her to leave?
Can you just try talking to her?
No!
They're gonna tear this place open pretty soon. We can't stay. So we gotta get her up, or we gotta...
We did find a couple of bullets in that pocket.
I'm trying for hours. I could barely get her
Just
to look at me.
Just saying.
Clem?
Sarah, it's
Ugh.
me.
Okay, well, I think we all have a gun. You could try. Maybe I'll just throw the bullet really fast at her.
Yeah.
Clem?
Luke, I'm not your friend. I'm not gonna help you, and I'm not gonna help Sarah.
Oh no. This is horrible.
Crap, we're surrounded.
Listen,
What?
she has been
What about the skylight?
a thorn in
Oh,
our
we got it.
side
Clem,
the whole
There's
time.
no time.
She's not great.
Clem.
We can't be kids anymore, Sarah. You need to grow up, or you'll die.
Should have told her that her
Aren't
friends
any
are her
other
power.
choices.
No.
And she could have been a
Get
keyblade
to the
wielder.
skylight, now!
Come on, I'll boost you.
Oh my god,
What's going
Luke.
on back there?
My ribs. We're gonna need something to stand on.
Luke, get over here. Help me hold this.
Just stand on Sarah.
Clem, see what you can find.
Well, there's
Can
this.
we use this?
It's not big enough.
I guess it's
Use
this.
that?
Yeah, that would work.
What? Oh, shit.
Okay, ready?
On three. 1, 2, 3.
And go. Go, 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 go. Why is Clem pushing?
Because she's strong. She's
I
real
mean, yeah.
strong. She's a good pusher.
I mean, yeah.
Hey, go, go.
Also,
Keep pushing. Go.
alright. Get him, Jane. Get him, Jane.
It's through.
Let's go.
Luke, you first. We need you up top.
We don't, though. Oh my god, Luke.
Okay, come on.
Clem,
Sarah, we have to go. Are you listening?
No.
now, Clementine. If she
She's
doesn't want to go,
broken.
you can't make
Yeah,
her.
she is.
Don't let her take you down too.
It's
Not
a reboot.
again.
Sarah.exe is crashed.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Clementine?
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
We didn't have a choice. Okay, there was nothing we could do. There's nothing we could do.
I didn't expect it to.
Come on.
I didn't think it was just gonna linger there.
Yeah.
Doesn't she get eaten either way?
I think she does. I think she can't get out.
Like, I want to. I was gonna say.
I think I
the
did
first...
it both ways. So
Okay.
she don't ever survive that.
That's fair. I think the first time, like, I definitely gave her the pep talk, and I don't remember if I chose to leave her or try and convince her, but I think she still just sits there the entire time.
I didn't think you.
Oh, I thought if you convinced her, she like tried to climb out and then fell.
Oh, maybe I did try and leave
I
her.
could be wrong.
We didn't have a choice.
Who knows?
Down my
Oh
first
well.
run. It's been a minute.
It may be hard to
Right?
hear, but you weren't going to
Been
be
a
able to save
while.
her. She was never going to make it in
Last
this
time
world.
I didn't try and save her because I didn't like her.
Yeah.
Listen, she
there
has
was just
shown
nothing we could
repeatedly that she is not going to
tried so hard
adapt
to get through
and
that.
that she is not meant for this world.
What happened in there? When we went in there, you were ready to help, but then something changed.
Look, I'd seen that kind of thing before. I just didn't want to stick around for the bitter end. Sorry, I don't mean to sound harsh.
It's okay, I get it. Things aren't always simple.
Trust me. I tried to save Jamie too, but she gave up. And when you really look at it, maybe it's better this way. For everyone.
I don't think it's bad for her. You didn't seem to be enjoying it.
It did seem kind of not great.
Something. All I did was leave her behind.
Oh my
That
god.
was brutal.
Yeah, that was
can't let it eat away
far
at you.
more than I was anticipating. I assumed we would just walk away and hear the screams, not
Yeah, me
watch her
too.
get torn apart.
I dragged my sister across 4 states.
Taking bits off and
every
saving them
morning
for
she'd say
snacks
she wasn't
later. It was
getting up.
horrible.
So I'd convince her, or push her, the goddamn
Oh my
carrier if I had
god.
to. Until this time, walkers cornered us, forced us up to the roof, and when they kept coming, I couldn't make her jump, couldn't throw her. So I tried something else. I told her she could have what she wanted, and I left her there. Jumped to the next building over by myself.
Jane, I'm really sorry.
It killed me for a long time. But I finally realized that I'd put her on a forced march through hell, when all she really wanted was for me to let her go.
Oof.
Sarah was that way too.
Jane?
No regard for her own safety, or ours.
I thought that
Come
said
on,
Sarah
let's
was
get back to your
dangerous, and I almost clicked that, but it said Sarah wasn't dangerous, and that is a lie. That is incorrect.
That is not correct.
Son of a bitch.
Because according to the encyclopedia...
Yeah, I'm a little amazed myself, to tell you the truth.
Thank you, Allie.
If it weren't for Clem and Jane, well, I don't know what would have happened.
Ugh. Wish we
Wait,
could have left him there.
Where's Sarah?
Rebecca, how about we go for a walk for a minute?
Let's just give him some space.
I know a bit
I have
of
something I need to
Sarah.
talk to you about too. I ain't gonna sugarcoat
You're right,
this.
that probably would have been the
baby's
thing
coming
to
even
say.
faster than Rebecca's letting on. But I was hoping you might know. Does
You gotta.
Luke
You need to.
know anything about babies?
You have to tell her that now.
Has he?
Is it without an
mentioned
option?
Carlos teaching him anything?
Kenny had a family. He could help. Where is he?
Oh no. Where's Kenny?
He went in there. after
Have
we
you heard of
said he needed a minute by
babies?
himself. Ain't seen him since.
Sword shopping.
I don't think he's doing well.
I
I've
like
seen
swords.
him like this
I
before.
like sharp things.
That's why I was thinking.
You're getting
You could
swords
talk
to
him.
fight the zombies.
I think
Hell
if
yeah.
it's just you, someone he knows well, you might
Hell
be able to
yeah.
get through to him. And I wouldn't ask you to do it.
I like how Bonnie has little dots around her head every so often. I
Oh,
think they're supposed to be
no.
her hair, but they're just floating and they're not attached to anything.
Like the shoulder squiggles.
Yeah, just like the shoulder squiggles. Also, look at all those crows!
Nice.
Why are there so many? Wait, no, I didn't want to be here. I wanted to look at the crows.
I want to look at the birds.
I know how to buy swords. We're just gonna... I really like sharp things.
We need your help.
Oh no.
It's
No one
fine.
else knows
I'm
what
not
to
a
do.
weirdo with a knife collection or anything. I'm not. Wait,
know
I
what it
realized that
feels
sounded...
like to get
that sounded sus.
almost to death.
I don't.
Peaceful. It feels peaceful. It was like I was floating away, watching the
I
whole
don't
thing
have a
happen to
collection.
me.
I have a set of like... I have a set of knives, but that was from when I was like doing like butcher work and stuff like that.
I'm still taking a beating.
So I don't have a collection per se.
Gotcha.
She's just got a collection of ice scoopers, but that's also for work. Don't worry about it.
Punches just keep coming. Why the hell couldn't Carver have just finished me off? Obviously, I ain't helping anyone by being here.
Just have a very nice set of knives, that's all.
Well, he didn't, and you're still alive, whether you
Got a
like
tough
it or
love.
not.
Oh, you're
They don't
right.
let me keep the ice
I
cube,
guess
it's
I should
true.
be celebrating, huh? I'd throw a party, except my guest list is looking a little thin these days.
There are people out there who are scared, who don't know what to do.
We should talk.
You could
We
be
should
helping
talk.
them, but instead you're just
Also, hell yeah.
Trade them for new glasses.
I could
Feeling sorry for yourself.
I'll get Boss new glasses and Boss will give me sharp things.
The hell do you know,
Perfect! Oh, I should have said I had to shoot Lee, just to be like,
I've
Lee,
seen
get
you
over
take
it.
care of yourself more than any three adults put together.
No, seriously, we should talk, Boss.
Thanks for saying that.
Also, Sweeney Todd. Not the Tim Burton
Now,
one.
don't
That one
worry
was
yourself
awful.
about this. It's nothing. Hadn't killed me yet, anyway.
Don't be stupid. It could be infected.
Angela
Sweeney
Lansbury.
Todd. I saw a stage play of that and it was great. I loved it.
It's so good! It's so good. It's one of my favorite musicals. No one is shocked by this.
We almost never saw plays and then the
We should see what's going
playhouse
on.
closed. It was tragic
That's
during the
horrible.
first lockdown, I think, and I wish I'd have seen way
Yeah.
more.
Aww. It's not quite the same, but I'll watch all of the like recorded
Are you
stage
okay?
productions with
How
you.
does it feel?
Let's go.
It feels wet.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah,
it
let's
feels.
go.
Let's go.
Rebecca's water
It was
break.
just like local people. It wasn't like a big
Yeah.
thing,
No,
but
but
it
it's
was
still
still
so much
great.
fun.
Yeah,
I know what we
it
should
was
do.
so good.
Oh, fuck.
Is that supposed to happen?
Kenny, God, I think the baby's coming.
Silly people.
What do we do?
All right,
Um,
all right. Give me a second. No way for you to make a travel like this.
He's right.
Giving birth to a baby
She's
is
gonna
like
make a lot of
eating
noise.
ice cream.
They'll be able to smell her
It's
too.
not.
Now you got no choice but to lock down and ride it out.
This place doesn't
Painful
seem
and
safe for a
awful.
baby
Why
being born.
is Rebecca not moving,
And
but
that
Bonnie's
shows a couple
hand
of
is just
buildings
like
nearby.
wiggling?
Maybe one of them could do the trick.
That was a bit weird.
There is a lot happening right now. This is
The
fine.
museum seems like it could be a good start. I'll go.
Good idea. Mike, think you could
Do you
go with
kind
her?
of want to
Sure
look
thing.
I'll check
up
the building
how
by the river.
long?
Okay then. Kenny, you stick with
It's
Rebecca.
definitely
I will check
doesn't,
the perimeter for
but that
walkers.
does still give him more experience than the rest of the group. Which
I know it must have been hard,
is
but
great.
thank you for talking to Kenny.
Bonnie, I
I'd
don't...
love for you to give me and Mac a hand looking at the museum, but I was thinking, how do we know Jane ain't just gonna take off? Maybe you should go with
Bonnie,
her.
get out of
Make
here.
sure she comes back.
What do you mean by that?
You know, she doesn't seem to like being around people much. And she volunteered to head off awful fast. I guess
trust
it
her.
could be nothing.
It's fine. You know what? Even if she runs
trust
off, what
Jane.
does it fucking matter, Bonnie?
Yeah. I mean, I would have never made it back without her.
Like, listen.
Just something to think about.
we're not like keeping her hostage. She just wanders off, and
Right?
we can do that.
That all sound right?
Oh, who do we go with?
Everything's gonna be fine.
Maybe I
We'll
should
go
go
Jane.
with Jane.
Better hurry and catch up then. All right, everyone, you know what to do.
I seriously
Let's be
considered
fast,
being a midwife for a
let's be
while. Still kind
Is
of
that a job
considering.
you haven't had?
That's a job I haven't had, but I have
You gotta
been.
cross it off.
I have been around while a baby was being delivered, and I cut the cord.
Oh, jeez.
So it's not quite. It wasn't a job, but there is experience there. I was 8. It doesn't count.
Okay.
But I was present for a birth. And it was wild. But yeah, have not delivered babies professionally. Job I have not had.
Oh, hey.
You've
One
only
of-
done it as a hobby.
Yeah.
Are
One of
you
4
okay?
jobs I've not done.
Yeah. It's just a lot's happened today. And I don't know if...
Babies are gross. Babies are stupid.
Well, it's sometimes good to have someone watching your back.
I like babies. I don't want a baby, but I
So,
like
come on,
babies.
partner.
I
go check
particularly
out
like
that
them
bed.
when they're not mine, because then I can give them back. That is so ungodly loud. Oh my god. It's not the baby's
Babies
fault.
mean it. Babies know what they're doing.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
Only
they do.
sometimes.
Don't let it get to
Only
your head.
sometimes they do.
Let's go. I hope this place is what we're
Infants,
looking for.
newborns, not so much. Toddlers,
God knows we could use a break.
they know. Toddlers know.
Toddlers know everything except where the top of their head is. Above their eyeballs, which is
Yeah.
so they walk into things all the time.
Absolutely.
Check this out.
Other than that, they did it all on purpose.
Which means that hopefully no one's gotten to whatever was locked in there in the first
Absolutely.
place.
Also, I just looked it up. The
Who knows
last
what could be in
episode is
there.
only an hour long.
Oh,
Do
okay.
you think you can pick the lock?
So maybe.
I should be able to
I think
figure
we're
something
getting
out.
near the end.
Maybe this will work.
I don't think this one's too long.
Versatility is not overrated.
I think what I saw said that this one was also approximately an hour.
You know?
Yeah, I'd have guessed that.
It wouldn't hurt to try a heavier hand with this thing.
Yeah, we could definitely
Obviously,
get
can
the
find
end then
something
if you
We
want.
might need to bust
I
the
kind of
mechanism.
want to, but we'll see when this one ends, and if you're up for it, then we'll do it. But if not, we'll save it for next week. But we're just so close to the end of this
Yeah.
season, and I'm so excited for 3 because I haven't played that one.
Find anything?
And I'll save us
No.
having only one episode left for
Yeah.
next.
Yeah.
That's an hour long.
Yeah. Maybe we'll just power through because we're only 2.5 hours into stream, which
Yeah.
isn't that
Yeah,
bad.
I can go another however long.
Another hour
I'll
and a
go
half or
forever.
so.
24-hour stream.
Let's go. We're gonna play through all of The Walking Dead over the next 2 days. Let's go. So I
Can we
like how I
put it on
still have Sarah's
Xbox or on PS3? In which case my PS3's broken, but I do have
Oh.
the Norman Reedus game
You think
in The
thing
Walking
still
Dead.
works?
Check the muzzle.
The Walking
Napoleon.
Dead Norman Reedus game where you play as Norman Reedus and you walk.
Which
And
one
it's
is
trash.
this?
So they're safe.
I don't know that
Hang
I
on.
heard about this one because I like. Again, I'm not into The Walking Dead. I just like the Telltale version.
Yeah.
Well, I collect the bad games.
I know you do.
Just deliberately.
And this is incredibly exciting. Because then you get to play all the bad games for me.
There's some buildings across the river. I think
Yeah,
I can
gotta-
see a church.
If it's
The
not on
nearest
the
river crossing is miles
PlayStation,
up.
then you
Rebecca
gotta
would
do
make
it.
it on
Oh,
her
there's this
condition.
kid.
Keep it in mind. though.
Jane, there's someone coming toward
about
us.
this
Road
kid.
to Survival? No. No, I don't know what it is.
Shit.
Survival
It's coming
Instinct!
this way. And who knows
Yeah,
if
that's
he
the
has
one I
friends
got.
nearby.
Is Norman Reedus playing Norman Reedus, or
Wish
does
we
some
could
other
just make a
person
break
have that
for it.
honor?
I'm not sure if someone else
should
plays. I'm
scope him
pretty
out
sure
and see
someone
what
else
he's up
plays
to.
Norman
I don't
Reedus.
like having some strangers sneaking around so close to the others. We've got enough on our plates with a baby coming.
The game's garbage.
So you can sneak up behind him.
All the more reason to play it.
Shit. Hide now.
There's a lot going on right now. I'm sure it's fine.
During a Reddit AMA session, The Walking Dead creator Robert Kirkman distanced himself from Survival Instinct due to its negative reception, citing his more direct involvement in the Telltale game, and remarking that, "I'm pretty sure there's an AMC logo before the title of that game and not a picture of my face. If there was a picture of my face in front of the logo, then I'd be completely responsible for that." Kirkman, however, felt the ability to play as Daryl was at least cool. Norman Reedus does voice. Norman Reedus plays Norman Reedus.
I'm just
Beautiful.
a kid. Please, don't hurt me.
Beautiful. We love it when Norman Reedus plays Norman Reedus. No, don't apologize.
What are you doing here?
Nothing.
That you are so shaky.
I'm Arvo.
Sir, stop wiggling your
Going
gun.
to go? I don't want to shoot. I don't want to shoot anyone. Especially маленькая девочка. Little girl.
You don't have to shoot anyone. Just put the gun down.
Back up. Put the bag down.
Oh.
Clem, make sure he doesn't have any other weapons in there.
Thank you for the lurk stars.
I have to try and find that. I've got too many games
No, I have no more guns. I swear to you.
from my attempted collection.
Anything?
I wouldn't say it's attempted. It is impressive.
That's a serious stash of meds.
An impressive amount of bad games.
Whatever you want.
Yes.
Don't take the medicine. It's for my sister.
I didn't just like
My
get
older
them
sister,
either. I
she's
used to
sick.
actually
The
play
baby
them
is so
through.
crying. That makes those things come. Please.
You're lying.
No, it's true. No, I'm not.
I had to stop when I like just
Sister or
there were a
not,
point where I
we
just
could really
couldn't
use that
play
stuff.
bad games.
You are not my
Your game's as bad as I was getting anymore, and I had to call it. I had to
You take my
retire.
sister's medicine.
That's why the
Hey,
collection's
we've got
incomplete.
people who are suffering, who need this
Oh
medicine.
god.
Luke's still a wreck after Carver's.
Bad
Kenny's
gamed
a
yourself
mess.
to.
Rebecca's in pain.
I don't know
Look at
what
all
I was
of
trying
it.
to say. It's
Clementine,
fine.
we need
People
that
are
stuff.
suffering
I
just
don't know
as
what
much
did
as
it.
yours. You are not special.
Could have been legendary, or it could have been two worlds, but something did it. Pushed me over the edge.
You're not taking
too
them.
much.
I'm not robbing anybody. Just
Also,
let him
sorry,
go.
I just realized that there were like uncapped needles in that bag.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just
That's not.
hypodermic needles just out in the open. And Clem definitely shoved her hand in there.
No, what are you doing? You don't have to do this.
Jane, don't do it.
Don't you ever come around here again. I don't care if you do have some sick sister. The next time I see you, you won't just be walking away. Go.
Take your bag, buddy. I don't think I ever let him keep the bag, and I'm curious as to... I say that, I've only played this once. I don't think I let him keep the bag, though, last time. I think I took it for
I've gotten into
ourselves.
this mess.
I want to know what happens if I
Threatening
let him
some
keep the
stupid
bag.
kid.
I thought you were gonna shoot him.
Why? Did you want me to?
No! Oh my god, Jane, listen.
Go get the others. I'm gonna get this place opened. Then we need to get moved in ASAP.
I don't think we should stay here! Oh, jeez. Luke, go away, you're the worst.
Clem, hey. Any luck with that
Hi.
observation deck? I was just checking on Rebecca and Kenny. They said they hadn't heard from you in a while. I don't guess there'd be much, but Jane seems pretty resourceful.
Jane and I were trying to open the gift shop and a stranger showed up.
What? Shit. This is the last thing we need right now.
I'm worried. He might be dangerous.
Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, we're fine.
Is Jane still up there now?
Yeah, she's trying to get the gift shop opened.
You know, I can't figure her out. I mean, she really lays it on the line, but at the same time, she doesn't show you anything that counts.
I like her. She's honest, and she knows what she's doing.
Yep. That's more than I can say for some. Jane seems
Like
the
yourself.
kind of person who gets tempered by hardship, you know? But when I look at Kenny now, he seems broken. Broken people get reckless. I know you
Joke's
got
on you, Luke. He's always been that way.
At least started as a good guy.
Are you any better? Is anyone?
Whoa, hold on. I didn't mean... I just want to survive. And that means picking the right sides.
Even before Kenny broke, he's always made bad choices.
I need to tell the others about the deck.
Yeah, good. I'll see you back there.
Oh boy.
I'm not supposed to be in labor yet, Kenny. What if something's wrong?
It's kind of been a
Nothing's
stressful
wrong.
time.
Babies know how to be born.
Kenny.
Clementine.
Sometimes
What'd
they
you find?
don't.
The building around back has an observation deck.
Listen.
Somewhere the baby will be safer? It's coming so much faster than I thought.
There's a room up there that might be
Actress
good for when
babies.
Rebecca has the baby. Jane's trying to get it
There's
open.
your first mistake.
Sounds good.
We've said babies know
As
exactly
I
what they're
can monitor
doing.
back, we'll go.
Listen, I like babies, I like kids, but I wouldn't trust them.
Glad you made it back safe.
How are you feeling?
Consider the following documentary, Baby Genius,
And it hurts.
and the other, the sequel, Baby Geniuses 2, Super Babies. Think about that. How's a baby gonna mess up being born when it's a genius?
You think so?
Because it thinks it knows better.
I hope you're right. I know it's
And
a
it
waste
doesn't.
of time, but I can't stop thinking about things I should have said
And
to
then it
him.
comes out feet
Things I should have
first.
talked
And
to
you're like,
him
baby,
about.
that's wrong. Baby, don't do that.
How am I ever going to do this without him?
You're going to be a good mom.
That's a lie.
You sure have come a long way since we first met, huh? You're a good kid, Clementine. I'm glad you'll be there to watch out for this baby. Oh, shit.
I got this.
Do you,
We
Kenny?
ain't seen Mike or Bonnie in a while, and I'm not saying I don't trust them, but I'd appreciate it if you went and checked up on them.
Yeah, go on ahead. I'll be fine.
Just squat. If you squat, baby will just pop out, right?
That's what giraffes do.
Not giraffes.
When giraffes are born, they drop like.
Yeah, they fall. They plummet.
Just.
Terrifying. Ugh. Nature births are fucking intense. Birthing in general, wild. But the way that animals just go is fucking insane. Animals kind of hardcore.
Hey, Clem.
I thought you went with Jane. She didn't take off, did she?
Take off? Why do you think
Oh
she'd
my
take
god,
off?
Bonnie.
I know Jane seems like she doesn't care about anyone, but I trust her. She's trying to get the place we found ready for Rebecca.
Well, that's good.
Just give me like 10 more minutes to search around.
He doesn't want to go back empty-handed.
What? I just want to help.
Mike's a good guy.
Keep one eye on the woods while we're in here. I don't want nothing sneaking up on us.
Can we
I'll
take
watch this side, you watch the
cannonballs?
Deal.
Can we bring a Gatling gun with us?
Just roll the cannon.
Jane
There's a
said things
cannon
don't
back
work
at the
anymore.
observation deck, so
They're
like
just for show. Be handy, though.
Also really loud.
Good point.
I mean, I'm sure it's fine. Coat.
Hey, look at this.
Kind of be good anti-zombie weapon, but
Nice.
it'd also
Good
bring
find,
far more
Zombies.
zombies than you
It's
were
gonna get
killing.
a lot colder before it starts getting warmer.
Kenny said we need blankets. It's not really a blanket, but
it
Good
should
at
do the
fighting
trick.
people in close-knit
I guess you've
formation.
already got that old
For
feeling
example,
about
red
you. I
coats
feel so
or
bad
zombies.
about everything that happened. Hopefully you won't always think of me like that.
Perfect.
Not that I blame you if you did. I haven't always used the best judgment.
you've got a lot to make up
Also,
for.
wasn't
Yeah, that's true.
Blue the Confederate?
Clem found a jacket.
No.
That's great, but isn't
Gray's
Gray the,
Confederates,
you know,
Blue's the Union.
We can't put Rebecca in a Confederate coat.
Oh, I didn't
That
even
okay?
think
No,
about
this
Apparently
is what I was
it's
trying to say.
Confederate color.
It is grayish.
Yeah, I
It's a
guess.
grayish blue. I guess that's what I was. Yeah.
Okay, one's a gray blue and the other's a blue gray.
Like it's just to get people out of the way.
Oh, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And you didn't have
I
to
just
come
know the
with me.
whole Civil War
I
was
wanted to.
fucking horrible. Every aspect of it.
Not great.
Hey, America, kind of not great.
There have sure been some animals through
We've
here.
kind of done it bad
what you said.
always.
Any luck?
No, not so much. Unless you want some broken
Empty.
glass.
Yeah. I was basing it more on the color of the coat that we looked at.
tell
It
ya,
was a
I sure
blue
don't like
gray.
being near a graveyard with
Gray
the world the
blue.
way it is now.
What I was getting at was the coat we were holding was a Confederate coat, right?
True enough.
I don't know how great I feel about putting Rebecca,
Nothing
a
but
black
junk in
woman,
there. Trust
in a Confederate coat. Seems not great. Basically. It's the whole what I was getting at.
Had a big fight to see if it was okay to own people. Depending on who you ask, the result was either it's not okay to own people or
Over
we'll
here.
talk about it later.
It's just not great. Even the
Water.
North wasn't great
Bottled and
about it
clean. It's
either.
just what we need.
It was just all bad.
Yeah.
It's locked. You want to kick it down?
That'd make an awful lot of noise.
Yeah, maybe. You know, if somebody was small enough, they could maybe squeeze through that gap
Bonnie,
there.
just tell me you want me to
could
go
try
through the
pry it
fucking
open some
hole.
more, but I don't know if that'll help much.
Oh my god.
All right.
Sorry, I hate
I'll
Bonnie.
go.
Thanks, Clem.
Just open the door from the other side. Mike will carry those things out. Might be a bit heavy for you.
Oh my god.
I'm stuck.
Okay.
Yeah, Steve's right to
Maybe
do
I
what?
Push from.
Oh, hi, that's a zombie. Y'all did real bad. Hey. Should have just let Clem at the door. Also, holy shit, Mike.
Well, that happened.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm so sorry about that.
I think options are
Clementine.
not
We
as small
should've been
as
more
they used to.
careful.
And it was just like she got
There's
so
nothing
rich,
I've gotta
she
make
can't
up
fit
for.
through small gaps anymore.
At least now we got something to bring back.
I'll keep checking the other room.
Clem's gotten
get this
swole.
Look at that little brick house.
Sorry. Look at her. She's gonna take this fucking thing of water with us. Let's go. No, Clem, you got
Hey.
this.
I got this.
Okay, now this is one of the
Okay,
bits where it
alright.
says, "Hey, you're 8, by the way."
You
But then
remember?
she's kicking down doors in a minute and chopping people's arms off in one go. Well, 2 goes.
It's pretty heavy.
That's all right.
Also, she could
I
have
know
done
it
it.
looks
She
like
just
a lot,
needed to get it
but
off the
we could all
ground.
Go through this pretty quick.
It's fine.
Carver was crazy, but at least his shelves were always full.
We'll make a plan. Everyone will have enough.
I hope so. That baby's gonna be hard on everyone, especially Rebecca.
I'm sure it'll
And
be
between
fine.
you and me, she's not looking too good.
Hey, guys.
Bonnie, what do you want?
Come on, stick close.
Maybe I just have a thing against people named Bonnie. Maybe that's
Walked on
the
in
issue.
like it owned the place. Figure it'd make a nice meal.
No, this Bonnie is
Eat
also
raccoon?
awful.
I'd eat the
Maybe
shit
Bonnies
out
are
of that
just
raccoon.
bad.
Not like, I mean, just that I'd be really happy to eat that raccoon. I am starving.
Fresh meat would
Mike.
go a long way with Rebecca.
Yeah.
Don't let it get away.
Raccoon is mad.
Where is it?
I think it went over there. Over here.
Oh, this little guy.
Well, we're gonna eat him.
Oh,
No,
shoot.
never. Too good. He's got all the right moves.
Yeah, he does.
Not with the walkers out there.
Oh
More food!
no.
I'm even hungrier than I was before.
Maybe next time.
Too good.
How'd I get to a place where I'm sad I'm not eating raccoon?
Well, at least it was kind of fun.
Very good line.
Huh. I guess it was. Come on.
The
Let's just get this
raccoon,
back to
or it
Rebecca
was
and the
fun?
others.
No, I liked. How did I get to
We
a
don't have
place
much
where
time
I'm
to waste.
sad I'm not eating a raccoon?
Was a good line. Just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page.
You're telling me your arms ain't tired?
Nope. I could do this all day.
Shit, shit. Oh, God.
Breathe like I told you.
Okay. Oh,
Rebecca, you are bringing the zombies
Oh
to
my
us.
god. Can you not do it quietly, Rebecca? Come on.
Have you considered popping this child out a little more quietly?
We've got to do something.
At least she has an excuse for screaming. I get it. It's not a comfortable experience.
Kenny?
We can't stay here.
Clementine, where's the place you and Jane found?
I'll show you.
Good. Someone help me out.
Oh, God, there's so many.
Mike, the water.
On it!
I think the water's kind of important. Kenny's sort of, you know, doing his thing. So we'll just let him do his thing.
I don't think he's okay. He's losing it. I mean, that isn't...
Bonnie, shut the fuck up. Holy shit.
Kenny!
Mike, where's the other thing of water? Right, yeah, just scream through clenched teeth. Somebody give her like a stick or something to bite onto.
Kenny, that was the worst heroic last stand I've ever seen. Hit one zombie way too many times and then got dead and ran away.
Kenny's done it bad.
Go get those cannons. Yeah, they showed you all those cannons. You never get spoilers.
That's about as human as I've felt in a long time.
Oh my
I almost
god.
forgot what. Clementine! Jesus, Clem, it's just not.
Luke?
It just happened. I wasn't. Wait, what's going on?
In here. Let's get you comfortable.
What the fuck are you two doing up here?
It's a shag pad now.
We got God knows how many walkers out there.
I mean, you have to explain that.
Be keeping an eye out for.
Hey, hold on a second. Just tell me what's going on.
They were prepping for the storm.
You're a reckless.
Okay, I
I'm
understand now.
reckless. You know, you got a lot of nerve, Kenny.
Oh, Rebecca's having the baby.
Now? Fuck. I'm sorry.
Shit. Right over here.
We're gonna cover all the
They're coming up the
bases.
stairs.
How babies are made and how babies show up. Let's
You want
go!
help? Get out there and keep the walkers off us.
I'll do this. I've been here before. They can't rush us on the stairs. Shoot them before they get to us.
I'm going outside. I'll help hold him back.
Go.
Luke is
I've got
the
Rebecca.
worst.
Here they come.
Luke is almost as bad as Ben.
can't let them
Not
up.
quite as bad, but very dang close.
He's a lot more competent than Ben, but he like thinks he can do every car.
Right?
And also, it's,
Oh, Rebecca.
Anytime he meets anyone cooler than him, he's like, I don't know.
There are too many of them.
Right?
Chief, shoot it! They are not getting up here!
She's like, come on.
Find something to block this gate!
Help us!
Ben Paul was just useless always.
We could block the gate with this.
Yeah, Ben Paul's
And
absolute trash.
And Luke just has too much of an ego in everything.
Together, ready?
Yeah, I guess we're ready. Let's go.
Oh shit! Holy fuck!
Well, that's one way to resolve
What
that.
is going on out there?
Hey, we should probably get inside. Hey, we should probably get inside. Hey!
Oh, shit!
Fuck, hurry! I can't hold on!
Take my hand!
Let's go!
Push!
Oh shit. They're climbing up.
What?
They're gonna make it up here.
Fuck! Does this shit ever end?
We need to break the rest of the deck.
She's right. She's right. Drop the whole deck. Drop the... Are you fucking crazy?
How are we gonna
Only
do
sometimes.
I don't know. Just look around.
Is he trying to stomp it down while stood on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
Ain't
That's
gonna
fine.
work. It's too thick.
Mike, boost me!
Look,
That'll work. We bust that, the whole thing comes down.
boost me.
You're channeling
Get
Claire.
closer.
Clearly!
Move it! Come on!
I'm going as fast as I can.
Someone could stop talking to Clementine, that would be great. I like Mike.
Yeah.
He does what I tell him without questioning it. Like all the other stupid adults around us.
Oh no.
That's a goopy baby.
It's a goopy little guy.
Penny, what?
There he goes.
He knows what he did.
That baby went red real fast. Should probably clean the baby. Should probably clean the baby off. Baby's a little goopy.
Hey, Clementine.
Hey,
Hi, Rebecca.
how's he doing?
He's perfect. Who's a perfect little man?
He looks like Alvin.
You think so?
Definitely.
Thank you. I'm fine.
You sure?
I wish I could get warm.
Clem, why don't you give her that coat we found?
People cough in media
Sorry.
normally means they're dying.
Color.
You really think I care about that?
A little bit.
Do you want to hold him?
Probably a little bit care about it.
I mean, I get you just gotta take what you can get. And that's cool, but also we should care just a tiny little bit. Just an itty bitty bit. And then Clementine throws the baby over the edge.
There you go.
You're a natural.
Look at you, like a big sister. Here, let me take him. You both should rest. Especially you.
When's the last time you slept, Kenny?
About 2 years ago. I'm fine. Somebody's gotta watch you while Mama gets her beauty sleep. You never forget that smell.
That new baby smell. Please, Kenny! The implications are not good!
We should call him Duck too.
No.
weird, crazy idea that just came from the ether.
Shit.
Goose? Should we call him Goose?
Listen,
Mallard.
I've got to go.
Well,
come on. The longer I stay, the harder it'll be. Yeah, it is what it is.
Hands
Save the
going
best
through a
for you
holster.
guys. You knew this was coming.
The hand's going through a holster.
Jamie,
oh, yeah, it does
Sarah.
that sometimes.
I'm
I
not gonna
thought
stick
you
around
should
and
leave.
watch it happen to you too.
I was more distracted by the awkward silence
the
and then her
score.
continuing to talk.
You're a smart kid.
I'll be okay.
Sure. But give it enough time, and everyone's luck runs out.
Okay, bye, Jane. Loon! We could name the baby.
Listen,
Trying to think of like
when
other
the shit hits
duck
the fan,
duck names.
because it always does.
Messinger.
Remember that you can make it on your own.
Messinger.
It's not an option for everyone.
You would think
If
with as
things
much
start heading
wingspan as
south,
we have
don't
played,
let
I
them
would be
drag
able
you
to
down with
name
them.
more ducks.
You
but
don't owe them anything.
I can't.
They'll make you feel like you do. Like it's all one happy family.
I owe these people everything. They've kept me safe.
Not
Without them,
everything,
I wouldn't
actually,
be
Clem.
here
I
without
regret
them.
saying this.
Well, they can't keep you safe forever.
No one is safe forever.
They owe you everything, actually. In point of fact.
You take care of yourself. I mean that. Here.
It's a lot about ironclad warships.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Mallardy.
I
I
gotta
said
go.
Mallard, though. Mallard was an option. That was the only one that I could think of. Immediately.
The most powerful type of duck. Swan.
Horrible. Terrifying.
I still like duck too.
Just
Hey, thought you'd be
Duck 2
asleep
is
by
pretty
now.
cool.
You okay?
Luke, I don't want to talk to you.
It's nothing, Luke. Don't worry about it.
Kenny
Okay,
continues
just
wandering the
checking in.
wasteland, moving from to group for years and years and
dropping?
years.
Well,
Every time a baby's born. Hey,
Think
just
we gotta
a
stay put for a while.
weird idea I
I'm
had.
thinking the baby.
Let's call him Duck 8.
So I'm thinking as soon as it gets light, Jane and I should go explore.
Have you
see if we can
considered
find some place to scavenge.
Duck 13?
Yeah.
It would be
Yeah.
Duck 2.0. 100%.
Jane left. For good.
New and improved Duck 2.0.
Just now.
Are you serious? She didn't say anything about leaving to me? What the fuck?
Luke, you banged once.
Damn it!
Why is everyone like acting like it's a big crime for her to just
Sorry.
leave when she wants to leave?
I don't know.
Really? Luke, of all the childish
Does the dog in Duck Hunt have a name?
I
No?
didn't think it did.
Lay off.
It's
I
just
thought it was just
dog.
Duck Hunt Dog.
Yeah, it's just Duck Hunt Dog.
So you two could roll around like fucking teenagers. Look, I made a mistake, alright? No, it's not all.
Duck Hunt Dog is a fictional character from the 1984 NES video game Duck Hunt.
It's just Duck Hunt Dog.
I'm sorry, okay? I fucked up. But you know what, Jane? She made an offer, and Jesus Christ, I needed it, okay? I mean, look around you, okay? Everything is shit. So forgive me for wanting to enjoy one moment of something
Is
else.
Duck Hunt a horror game?
But this baby,
there is a horror game
so get your shit
based
together.
around Duck Hunt.
Is everything all right?
But I think it's VR
Everything is
only,
fine.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a good place
which
to
is
rest,
unfortunate
which
because I
ain't
did want to
here.
play it.
We gotta push on. We head north, get to
But
Wellington.
I don't
That's
have a
our
VR
best shot.
headset, so
There's a town across the river.
Duck season.
Might be
yeah,
safe there.
that's what it is.
Or at least it might be a good stop on the way.
Kenny!
Oh, Rebecca, you're not looking good.
Clem's got a point. That could be a whole town full of supplies, and not that far from here.
Whole lot better than here, anyway. Looks like that's our best bet. We need to get on the road as soon as possible. We leave at first light.
Whoa, whoa. What are you talking about? Rebecca needs rest. A few days at the least.
I don't
You've got
think
that baby
Rebecca's
formula.
gonna.
And won't help the rest of us. And what about shelter? We'll freeze out here.
Kenny's right. We should leave in the morning.
Rebecca is not in any condition to travel.
I'll
Well,
be
then you can
fine.
stay here with her.
If there's a chance there's food, we have to risk it.
Okay, Fine.
I don't want to push Rebecca, but also
Right.
I don't think
We should
she's...
all try to get some sleep.
she's not looking
It's been a long
great.
day.
I don't think she's gonna bounce back. Oh, fuck you, Luke! Oh my god, that look he gave us. I would say get fucked, but you know.
Sorry.
Okay, Beck. It's gonna be
I'm
all
8
right.
years old. I don't understand.
What is this? Ah, jeez. Why are we trusting Luke with the firearm? Somebody else should have the weapon. Give it to Mike. I'm sure Mike's a great shot. I trust Mike.
Yeah, Kenny's not gonna... Losing an eye is not gonna make him any better at shooting, and he wasn't great before.
Right?
He's exhausted. We all are.
No, it's Luke. I'm talking nonsense over here.
Ugh.
Luke is also trash, though.
Honestly.
At least he has 2 eyes.
Yeah, I'm
We
just
should've stayed
saying, we
put.
should give it to
We should have
Mike.
stayed put until she was in better
Yeah.
shape. She wasn't gonna get no better.
Hasn't
back
proved
there.
that he's trash
We gotta
yet.
find food. Get her someplace warm. This looked like someplace
Seems
warm.
pretty
to you?
alright, and he had that good
We can
line.
still turn back. That's not an option. Everybody hang in there.
You're gonna be
We
alive.
gotta keep moving if we're gonna make it to that town before nightfall. You don't even listen to anyone else. You just go on barking orders. You gotta lighten up, okay? You're pushing them too hard. I'm just doing what has to be done, like always.
Kenny's right. We have to keep going.
Yeah, I guess. Of course, I'd expect you to say that, seeing as how you agreed with him last night.
Oh my god, Luke. Oh, jeez.
Oh, here. It's a place to sit.
I found a tire for you!
Rebecca, let me take the baby.
He's okay. I've got him.
No, you rest for a minute. I'll wash him. Back off, Kenny. She said she doesn't want you to take the baby. Don't be weird about it, okay? I ain't
Welcome
being
back,
weird about it.
stars.
Yeah, you kinda have been. And not just right now.
Kenny knows what he's doing. He's been a dad before.
That's not the part I was concerned about.
Hello?
Arvo!
What is this?
I recognize that voice.
Меня слышно?
Kinda like Havo. He's a
Arvo?
goober.
Jane and I
We do
met
like
him on the
Arvo.
observation deck
I wish we could be friends.
before everyone else came.
Right.
That's the guy? You know this son of a bitch? Well, what's he want?
He doesn't look like much.
That ain't the point.
I don't trust him. Also,
Birth was rough.
He might be mad at
We
us.
broke the deck to keep
Everybody
zombies
keep your
from
eyes open.
us. And Rebecca's not doing great.
Considering how things tend to go, it went remarkably well.
I mean, that
Hello.
is a fair point.
You're Clementine.
What's going on here, friend? You got people with you? Where are they?
It
You're
went
not out
better
here on
than
your own, are you?
expected, but still not great. Oh no.
These are my friends. We stay hidden for safety. But you, we know. You're Clementine.
Это они?
Да, это они.
Скажи им, чтобы они поставили их оружие на пол, и что вы забираем все, что они имеют.
Что ты хочешь, чтобы я взял?
Откуда я знаю? Чтобы у их...
We don't want any trouble.
I told them you are the ones who robbed me. They think it's
If we
funny that
didn't-
you're just a little girl.
Robbed?
And they want you and your friends to put down the guns, so we can take
But
your
you-
things.
I didn't
No one
rob
robbed
you.
you.
Oh, hang on.
You still have the things that you think we robbed from you.
You robbed this guy?
It wasn't me
No.
who took
But
the
Jane
stuff.
didn't also
It was
didn't
Jane.
steal it.
It wasn't
Yeah,
any
he
of
kept
us.
his bag.
Excuse me?
Where's the other woman?
Что происходит?
Их было двое раньше.
Еще один?
Не здесь?
I do not see a woman who was with you.
She's gone. She left the group.
It's a trap. I know it. Они прячутся.
Arvo,
знаю,
you
что они прячутся.
piece of shit.
We're having this problem because Avo thinks we stole something that he has.
That he took
All of
with
you.
him.
Put your guns
Yeah.
down. This will be fine.
Have you checked your back pocket, Avo?
You have a
Like,
baby with
we
you?
did.
У них грудничковый
I could
ребенок.
see him saying that if he'd like left the bag. He definitely took it with him.
Yeah.
Arvo, you bastard.
Drop that now or I'm gonna fucking shoot it!
Kenny, wait.
Drop it! Drop it! Don't fucking
We did something so the game like got confused, or if actually just Avo doesn't care whether or not he stole the stuff, he just loses it.
Can always look it
Yeah.
up.
He just forgets where it is.
Because I definitely like remember this. The first time I went through, Arvo said that we stole the things, and we definitely stole the things. Oh god, I'm sorry. I should have told everyone, but
no.
But also, she was a zombie.
She was a zombie. 52% of players did not steal from Avo. Did 52% of players then get Avo showing up later?
Right?
Complaining that you'd stolen from Avo.
Despite not stealing from Arvo. One more break and then last episode?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, let me do this. We'll let that run. But in the background, and we'll take a very short break and then finish the last episode because it's only about an hour, so I imagine we'll probably only go like a half hour over our scheduled time. So yeah, BRB, y'all. Maybe if I can find the scene. think we're both back. Ready to go.
I was muted for some reason, but I'm back.
Don't be muted. That's incorrect.
Googled Ava.
I saw your response. That's horrible.
It's horrible.
I suddenly don't like Arvo nearly as much. Because what a bastard.
Be so embarrassed when he realizes that the things he thinks we stole are still in his possession.
He has them in his hand right now, actually.
He looks down and realizes.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean it. My bad. All right, well let's just do this. Let's just go. One last episode for season 2, which means next weekend it's gonna be brand new stuff for us.
Yeah.
Which I'm incredibly excited about. Oh, hold on, I forgot to unmute the game.
Many is part of survival.
Travis, you're too far behind. Travis.
I only need a minute. Should have put you out of your misery right then.
That's a hell of a cake. You got cake?
Oh, a tug of cake. I had a cupcake downstairs and I'm eating it now.
Want a cupcake?
I'm sorry, I only got one.
Thanks. Okay, I think we have ice cream. Maybe I'll have ice cream after dinner.
Okay, ice cream's pretty good too.
Birthday cake.
I'd make up for your lack of cupcake.
Absolutely. Also, hey, remember when we shot Rebecca because she turned into a zombie? And then everyone else started getting shot at? Good times. That happened just moments ago.
I can see why what we did there could have been wrong, to be fair.
Also, hi, Emmy.
Emmy!
The last episode of season 2, let's go. Yeah, I should have probably told everyone, but I also didn't want her to, like, drop the baby or something. I mean, she's...
Yeah, the baby were in danger.
Yeah.
Split second decision. But also, everyone's gonna be real mad with the hero.
Yeah.
We got all guns out and yelling at each other, and then the hero gunshot.
Yeah, I mean, like, as I was doing it, I was like, this is not a great choice. And I recognize that, but also, she's a zombie! Oh. Mike, are you gonna be okay? I don't think Mike's gonna be okay. Right? Yeah, giving birth during a zombie apocalypse, not a great life choice. Definitely could have chosen better. It's time to crawl, I guess. Arvo's over there trying to resuscitate a lady who's been shot in the neck.
Arvo is cool.
No.
I wish we were friends, except for the short-term memory thing. Lack of object permanence.
Right. No, fuck you, Luke. It's not a zombie, baby. It's just a baby.
See him out there. Good work. Okay.
Hi, Dougie.
Okay, we gotta
Get
do
your
something,
food.
y'all.
Thank you for
Hey,
the
now.
work. I love you.
Can't just sit
Dougie's here.
Let this guy take pot shots at us till he runs out of ammo.
Let's do something.
Talking about it and do it.
Yeah, all right.
This don't have to get any worse than it already is. You can just go.
Thank you for getting that shout out there, Annie.
English, motherfucker.
Do you speak it? What?
If I could just get over to that
Pulp
side of the
Fiction
wall, I
reference.
could maybe get an angle on this guy. Cover me, all right? Just shoot over towards the woods. Hey, it'll give
I
me
have
something to
seen
think
Pulp
about.
Fiction, but I've only seen it once.
It'll be fine. Just trust me. I just need the distraction.
It's
It's not on the list of films I've never seen. I also think it's only alright. Yeah.
Go.
It's alright.
Yeah. I feel that way about a lot of Tarantino films. Yeah, that's pretty good. Fine.
Yeah, I used to really like Tarantino films, and then I realized that Quentin Tarantino's an actual piece of shit.
You didn't just come in contact with film students who
No.
will not fucking talk about anything but how great Tarantino is and how much they're gonna be the next Tarantino.
No.
And holy shit, can we talk about anything else?
I'm gonna be fine.
Nah, that was not my experience. I definitely found myself not liking Tarantino nearly as much after I watched Django Unchained 3 times in an actual row.
When you were when you were very high. And,
when I was very high. When I was incredibly stoned and didn't want to do anything. And was like, this seems like a really great idea. This seems like a good thing for me to do. And oopsies. It wasn't.
Get out here!
That's Tarantino's garbage also.
Honestly. Yeah, Tarantino has better movies, and also Tarantino's a weirdo, and also Tarantino's just kind of a shithead. I think, like, it recently came to, well, I say recently, within the last, like, 8 years or so, it came out that, like, he stole most of his screenplays from, like, a lady, whose name I cannot think of at the moment. We'll get there eventually, it's fine. Hey, that's a knife in his neck. Hey, Jane's back!
Hey!
I don't remember this!
I remember Jane coming back.
Dude, die!
Kenny got bought away.
Honestly, I'm with Kenny
Safe
on this
to come
one.
out.
Here, I got him.
No, fuck off, Bonnie! No one likes you! Oh.
I keep forgetting Bonnie's still here.
Bonnie's still here. Unfortunately.
Oh, wait, Bonnie. No one likes you.
Right?
I thought that was it.
Yeah, it was for these assholes.
I do feel like it's a bit of an anticlimax, having everyone just start shooting each other at point blank range, going into episode 5, and everyone's fine.
Right? I was fully expecting someone to fucking die.
Yeah, I feel like season 1, you'd know someone was gonna fucking die. At least one person was gonna die.
100%.
Walking Dead comics have a good bit where the defending, they're all like holed up in a prison, and then show up and they want the prison, and they decide they're gonna defend the prison. They don't want the other people to have it, and everyone fucking dies. It's horrible.
Holy shit!
Laurie has just given birth, and a dude with a shotgun just jumps out while she's running away and blows her away while she's carrying the baby. It doesn't even show you it. They just leave. They're just like, we know what occurred here. Let's just go.
Holy shit!
Children die, and then he's just kneeling over one of the corpses, and someone walks up behind him, and he's just like, just fucking end me. Just do it. I don't even care anymore. It's just everyone. It's awful.
Too much blood.
Holy shit! I do appreciate this. Oh, grip it and rip it!
I got excited talking about.
We could have done better.
Everyone getting murdered.
She was just.
Yeah, it is important to a degree to like establish that.
No one is safe. I mean, like, especially in a situation like this where it's like,
take care of your boy.
It's a zombie apocalypse. People fucking suck. It's not gonna be great. It's gonna be bad. Bad things are going to happen.
Stop!
Yeah.
Get off me! Come on! It's over, man. He ain't a threat to us.
This is a really dangerous situation at all times for everyone.
Right?
Wait!
Whoa! What are you doing?
I'm doing the same thing this asshole tried to do to us!
He wasn't the one shooting at us.
Oh,
That
I don't know
guy's
why I
dead.
was eating.
Just because he don't have a gun doesn't mean he wouldn't have!
Well, he didn't, so leave him alone.
There is house, food. Please. Please, I can take you.
Bullshit!
No. It's true. We have place. Not far. Food.
See? He wants to help.
Oh, don't be stupid. He's just trying
Vaguely
to save
remember
his
this
skin.
episode.
Why the hell would you help us? Huh?
I remember the end. I don't think I remember anything else.
Then close
I
your
don't know
eyes
that I
and I'll make
remember
it
the
quick.
end.
Kenny, back off.
If he's telling the truth, it could save all of us.
We need the food. None of this will matter if we all starve to death.
She's right, Kenny. We're running low on supplies as it is.
It's worth the risk to check this place out. Trust him, don't
There's a lot
trust
that
him.
can
It doesn't
happen right
matter.
at the end, and I have
We should
no
go
idea
anyway.
how that gets
We
incorporated.
just need to be
Come on, or
careful.
it
We can't be
doesn't
far
matter, and it like does another time jump. Probably just does another time jump.
Probably.
Don't try and pin this on me.
Lay off, Kenny. She just helped us.
Look, don't start, all right?
Don't blame her
hold
for
on.
what these people did.
Yeah, it wasn't Jane's fault.
Think about the baby, Kenny.
Despite me saying it was Jane's fault, it wasn't Jane's fault.
Much longer without more food. We gotta take a chance.
Unless someone's got a better plan.
Oh boy.
We got something to tie this shitbird up.
Yeah, I got something.
In the comics, the Walking Dead crew do not manage to keep the prison, by the way. They just all get murdered, and then a couple of them run away.
Oh dang.
Yeah, it's real bad.
I think I need to read the comics. Oh, sorry, kitten. You moved again.
There are weird bits where, like, it kind of does make the bit of the prison a little bit worse when the people show up with a tank.
When I heard the gunshots,
Like,
I knew it was
a fucking Abrams.
If it helps.
And they just, someone goes, they're probably only know how to drive it and they don't know.
What my instincts are telling
It's like, are you gonna take that chance?
Everything I've seen, everything I've been
Yes.
through.
Yes, they are.
You left. How do I know it won't happen again?
Probably don't know how to shoot that
Believe it or
gun.
not, I want
It turns out they're right, but like, when you just, I don't know. It's a hell of an assumption to make.
Right, I would definitely assume the worst in that situation. Like, they have a tank, they are going to use it. Gun and all.
You don't gotta point the gun at him the whole
And also, zombie apocalypse. Who's most likely to survive out of everyone? Person who knows how to load and fire a tank.
He's in a
Facts.
dark place.
Facts.
We gotta keep an eye on him. Everything he's been
Also,
through.
Other than that,
Jane's
like,
over here being like, ugh.
They do a big like plan of how they're gonna defend the prison, and it like all sounds plausible and stuff, and then
it backfires entirely.
Well,
He's counting on you.
Oh.
If we're really going to make this work, we're all counting on you.
He's tougher than you think. He can handle it.
He can't,
I don't
though.
think that he can. I hope you're right.
Oh.
Come on, slowpokes.
Bonnie, fuck off! I cannot with this woman. Oh, jeez. Lamia has decided to lay her head on my foot. We have come to a compromise.
Bonnie's like the only one who doesn't suck in the in-between game.
No, I'm fine.
So when she shows up, I was like kind of excited, and then she's just
And then she's just awful the entire time?
yeah, it's awful.
Hey, what I say? When I tell you something, you fucking
Kenny.
listen, you understand?
Kenny, come on! There's no need for that!
He's getting what he deserves.
Kenny.
I'm fucking talking to you. I say stop. You'd best stop.
That's enough. Leave him alone.
Just fucking stay put.
I'm gonna have a word with Kenny. He doesn't have to treat him that way. Kid's been through enough. You alright here?
Also, like, what is this kid gonna
Go
do?
on and talk to him. I got Clem if I need anything.
He's tied up.
Okay.
Here,
He
just
has
take
no
the baby.
one.
Okay.
What is it with you guys?
What do you mean?
Every man I've known is always trying to let each other know how tough they are.
It's called toxic masculinity. It's a very large part of toxic masculinity, Bonnie.
Alpha male horse shit. And it all
Yeah.
ends the same way.
But don't look at me. I ain't that guy.
Oh, that ain't true. You get in your fair share of pissing matches too.
They're just scared.
If we are doing apocalypse survival plan,
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
just no dudes are allowed in a in a group.
Guess it took a woman to talk
Right.
some sense into him.
Only people that have been
Looks like Jane
that we
broke
have
it up.
known for
Keep
years.
pressuring it,
Yeah.
okay? I'm gonna go fetch some bandages.
If you're a
We're not
dude,
just-
you need to be vetted.
Right? No.
Hey, Bonnie.
Honestly, though.
Yeah?
I mean, I feel like that should just be the case across the board because
sorry.
there are some ladies
Yeah.
out there. I just
I'll be right back.
No, men. Capital M, men. Gotta go.
You look like crap.
Don't make me
I
laugh.
think this
all
series
right?
does like characterize, you know, really flawed people with obvious problems really well. But like, I don't know, like even when they're doing like really dumb stuff, like you normally know why. Like people like Kenny, you know why he's just goes crazy and just gets one goal in his head and ignores everything else and gets mad anytime anyone tries to make him divert from his cause.
Not to think about it.
Yeah, no,
This
definitely.
is what just old dudes are
Lean
like.
against a tree. Bullet in my
He's
leg.
just an angry old man. We know angry old man.
No, they've
Nick
definitely
just-
done like a really good job of like having like archetypes for characters
And I
where
couldn't
you're
do
like,
anything to stop it.
yep, I know this one. Like either in
Everyone
a
was so
person that
happy,
you actually know or just people that you've known of.
Yeah, you just.
Alvin and
It makes sense why they act the way they do.
You can't blame yourself. We all made mistakes.
Some of us more than others.
Luke, I'm not gonna fucking coddle you.
I could have
Either
done
get
more.
over it or don't.
That ain't up for debate. I know it in my bones, and I gotta live.
I
with
just,
it.
this is the other hard. This is
All
the
right,
other issue that I
Mr.
have
Mark.
with Luke is the fact
That's
that there are times where he's like trying to feel vulnerable, but it's again mostly just as a way to like get everyone to be like, "Oh, you poor baby." And
Yeah,
it's not actually
absolutely.
him, right? And it's like it's not him trying to actually like get in touch with his feelings or talk about anything. It's just him trying to be like, "Tell me I did good," and it's like,
She's
"No,
right.
you fucked up, my
You
guy."
don't go blaming yourself for this.
All right.
When he like shows up, it is kind of like, oh, he looks like he's meant to be like a main character, and he's like assuming the leader role and the kind of dad role of a Clem, and it's like, oh, he thinks he's the
Clem,
main character. That's
go over
why.
and see
Yup.
if you can
It's
change
not
the
like.
bandages on Kenny's wound. I offered, but
so
I don't think
That's why he's like this. He's 100% sure this
You
is
know
his
better
story.
than I do.
He's the protagonist.
Maybe he'll let you do it.
I don't know. It might be gross.
Also, welcome
it's
to the
definitely gonna be
present
gross.
time,
Stop.
Travis.
That
Also,
don't
Bad
change that
Redhead
it
is
needs
still
to
here,
go.
and I don't know why. I want her dead.
That's gonna
I want
sting,
her gone.
but only for a second. It's
We
gonna
want
clean
Bonnie
it.
gone.
Oh, I know
Yeah.
what it does.
We don't like Bonnie.
It's gonna suck.
It's gotta get done.
Hey, Luke, do you want to tell him about the time I had to pour peroxide on Clem's arm because none of you would treat her arm?
Go on.
Hey, Luke! Shall you or I regale everyone with the tale of Clem stabbing her arm repeatedly to sew up the
I was
dog
thinking
bites?
we'd go with Alvin Jr. What do you think? Rebecca
Yes.
mentioned she'd like to name him Alvin if it was a boy. I mean, Rebecca was so out of it she hadn't settled on her name.
I
It's
think
Alvin
his parents
Jr..
would have liked that.
I'm shocked that Kenny did not recommend
Yeah.
Duck.
Duck too.
It's hey,
Alvin
hey Clem.
Jr. it is. Do you like
Rebecca
it?
didn't name this kid.
Well, I think
What do you think
AJ
about
approves.
Duck 2?
What do you, got there? Because I think I'm all right. I mentioned it earlier.
I'm changing your bandage.
Sounds like I don't have much choice in the matter.
You don't.
You don't.
Oh. Clementine, please. We can't keep doing this.
Shouldn't have to do a lot of things.
All right. Let's get it over with. Hopefully it don't
Clementine.
scare this little guy. Or you.
Just get him used to seeing this awful, awful face. Just awful wounds in general. Oh, God.
So how's it look?
Not great.
I still gonna be pretty when this heals?
I'm glad Carver's dead.
We saw to that, didn't we?
It could be worse. It shouldn't be that red. Still.
After this long, yeah.
That
It's
seems
like
like
the
a...
moment of bonding over doing that horrible, brutal murder on.
So, I'm guessing this is gonna be the shitty part.
So this is gonna hurt like hell.
Well, you could have lied a little, you know.
Nope. Alright, Kenny, are you ready?
Holy fucking hell.
You did say.
You need to stop squirming.
Yeah.
Don't be a baby, Kenny.
You're right.
But also, it's okay, because that shit hurts.
Sorry about the language, Junior.
gonna be tougher than me when you're grown. I'm gonna expect you to be more of a gentleman than I am.
He can hear a few bad words. I've heard plenty.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been the case. You were right about me giving myself up. I can't believe I was
It would
willing
not
to
be enough to
sacrifice
clean the
Alvin
wound.
just to hold out a little longer.
At all.
We should have saved him sooner. Got him out of the camp. I'm gonna think about that every time.
At this point, he would probably need some antibiotics.
Alvin
or to have that entire bottle of hydrogen peroxide dumped on his face.
should be him, not me.
The best thing you can do for Alvin and Rebecca is raise him right. Make sure he's safe.
I didn't like any of those responses, for the record. Oh boy. Well, it looks a little better. It's not as bloody. It is very bruised. But there is less blood on his face now.
You'd expect it to be real bruised.
Yeah, yeah. Oh boy.
Let's head out.
Why couldn't Bonnie have died in that shootout? Ugh, it's a real shame. I like Arvo's squeaks.
Oh.
Is that it?
The little squeaks of his
Hey,
sad
I'm
brace.
talking to you.
The thing needs
What?
oiled.
It's what?
What do you mean, what? The place you
That
fucking
was
taking
cool.
us.
Just a little guys. One of his legs doesn't even work properly.
How much further is the
It's
house
cool
you're
enough to
talking
try
about?
and resuscitate someone in the middle of a gunfight.
Still more walk. Some more hours.
God damn it. I knew this was gonna happen. This guy fucked us.
Thank you.
Have we
No
considered
mention.
just leaving Luke here?
It's getting dark. Maybe we should stop for the night.
This is bullshit.
Relax.
Don't tell me to relax. He's lying. He's been lying this whole time.
I think we should spend the night here, if it's safe.
That's a big if.
Well, there's
Kenny.
a fence, which would help with walkers.
Maybe.
Kenny. Oh,
Can
excuse me,
we
hiccups.
just try and have a calm, quiet night? Please.
That sounds nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Oh, shit. Sorry about that. It's all right, buddy. It's all right.
If we're staying, we should scout this place out.
Let's go!
Y'all wait here. I'll go make sure this ain't some walker nest we're locking ourselves into.
I'll go with you.
See if you can calm him down a bit.
Okay.
No, that's all you.
Don't be a jerk, baby.
Baby will remember this.
I think he likes you.
Bonnie, fuck off.
Calmed right down for you.
I'm not gonna say
That's a good
nothing to
sign.
you. I need Bonnie to back off, though.
Here, I got him.
Genuinely. No! That's my baby now! Oh my god.
Come on over. It's safe.
Hey, in case we didn't know, I fucking hate Bonnie.
Yeah.
It's not you,
Not you,
Bono. Bonnie. Bonnie is the worst.
Bonnie bad. Bono kinda good. Bono pretty good, actually.
Larvo.
Today's my birthday.
I don't give a shit,
Near as I can
Luke.
tell, at least.
Why was that not an
Definitely
option?
Well, happy birthday.
Destroyed by an 8-year-old. Fuck off, Luke. I don't give a
Keeping
shit.
track of the days.
No one likes
I wasn't
you.
sure I'd see my next birthday.
Well, you did it.
Sorry, it was just
Guess that's
an immediate
worth celebrating.
reaction. I couldn't stop myself.
So that makes you, what, 27?
That's right. I'm surprised you remembered. Sure as hell feel a lot.
It's part of
older.
the Bono lore.
That shit.
got out of college
Well,
5
no,
years
there's
ago.
a vampire with cottage cheese blood, and sometimes just does a.
At least I don't have to worry about
There's a
paying off
gnome.
them student loans.
I hear that. I'm sure there's some asshole sitting on that paperwork waiting
It's
for
a
that.
lot.
I really liked school.
It's written.
Just a waste of money.
It's in the
Well,
wiki.
the
It
major
was a
in art
terrible,
history
terrible day when we all conducted that vampire science.
In a coffee shop.
Pretty much.
Oh, stop it.
Did get a minor in agriculture. Keep the old man happy.
Do you want to go back and try and like
I almost forgot.
play through
We're saving
vampire
it for a
again?
special occasion.
Yeah.
All it being your birthday. And all.
Interesting.
Figure
Even
it.
if it's a little
This is
on the
as good a time
gameplay
as
front, a
any.
little not great.
Just a little wonky.
Do you think that's a good idea?
I was just
Clementine,
so upset
after the
about
day we've had,
that priest
think it's the
guy
best
who
idea
wasn't
I've
actually
got.
a priest.
I'd
What's his
agree
name,
with that.
Sean?
I think she's
Yeah,
just
Sean.
saying to
Fucking
take it
Sean.
Fucking
I remember.
Sean.
Right.
Just murdering everyone in an entire
Guilty
district.
taking the
It
first
was
step.
just so frustrating. I had a whole plan where I was like, this seems
not really
sketch,
the,
but if I
Come
see
on,
anything
birthday
else
boy.
sketchy happen,
It
we're
don't
gonna
have to be
take care of
fancy.
him and it's
A
gonna be
toast
great.
means we all got
Fell
something to
asleep, and then all of a sudden the
Oh, we can
entire
just pass the bottle
district was
around afterwards.
screwed.
Go on.
Fucking Sean.
I thought you were really cool that could happen, but then it
To the loved
it
ones
also
that
like
we've lost
broken
along
the
the way.
like leveling
To the
up
hope
curve
that
of the
we see them
game.
again.
You'd lost out on a third of all quests.
Yeah.
Here, here.
It was horrible. It was horrible.
really
I wish there
nice.
was like.
Yeah.
So you're just way
Good
under leveled for
means we can
everything you have to
Well,
do.
Yeah,
first
no, it was
watch.
bad.
Cause
I
Sean
do
ruined
wish-
everything.
Fences got us pretty
I do
secure.
wish that
Can't
there
be too careful.
was.
Come on,
Have a
Kenny.
drink. It's fine, Kenny.
At
I
least
do
have
wish
a
that there was like
Nah,
a way to level
maybe
up
later.
without progressing the day.
Let him go.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
post
But
up over near the
like
hole in the
I
fence
understand
there.
why they tied the
Holler
two
if you need
together,
anything.
but also,
Thanks, Kenny.
I need to level up to do things. But I need it to not be the next day.
Fire's real nice.
That wasn't even
Plenty
in
of
your
room
mouth,
if you want to
Luke.
get warm.
He needed to replace the quests that you couldn't do anymore with some other quests that you could
Yeah.
do now.
Yeah.
Just when I thought I got her
Just
figured
to
out.
keep you on
she
the
opened
leveling
surprises.
up track.
Yeah.
You saved our ass.
I know. I just.
But no, I did really like the game up
don't
until
know what she's
that
getting
point.
out of all this. We're
Like, I
lucky
remember
to
having
have
some
her.
frustrations with it,
I'm
but for the
glad
most
she's
part, it was
here.
really cool.
Well, she
Yeah.
helped us back there.
Weird gen
picture us
games like
okay,
that are
Mama.
kind of fun.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
it ain't no secret how you feel about her.
I just,
They're
I lo-
interesting.
I love that gay vampire
I'm just
man.
teasing.
Yeah,
It was stupid.
I forgot about
understand.
a doctor
She's a
boyfriend.
pretty girl.
Yeah, I love Doctor
Once
Boyfriend.
Get past all the
Everyone in chat's boyfriend, the doctor.
I don't know.
The very
Guess I
nice,
just
very kind
wanted to
doctor
forget about all
man.
this shit for like 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Man, that's longer than I'd last at this point.
Maybe I'll revisit that
Alright.
sometime soon
Alright,
and
wasn't
see if
10
it's
Come on. We got a
get
little
us back
one
to
around.
that point and see if we can do
Sorry.
something about it.
Forget I said anything.
I know what you guys are talking about.
I certainly hope not.
You're talking about kissing stuff.
Yeah. Yes. That is exactly it.
Was there any kissing?
You shut your mouth right now. The both of you.
Bonnie, stop. I mean, the boys stop too, but Bonnie, stop. My goodness.
Maybe she came back for you.
No.
Could be.
I don't know what to say to that.
I doubt it.
Thanks a lot, Clem.
No, I don't mean it like
No,
We
I
are
do
owning
mean it
him
like
on his
that.
birthday.
Apparently not.
Come on,
That's what you
Clem.
gotta do. Right?
You're a regular Casanova.
Hey, shut up.
No.
Don't be modest. Your moves are working on all the ladies.
I'm absolutely
me.
for owning Luke on his birthday. Just so you know, I don't want to sound like
I just did
I
it
didn't-
too, didn't I?
it's not a
Sorry.
high-fiving duck
It's the drunk
situation.
talking.
That's
Say
fine.
a drunk man's talk is a sober man's thoughts.
Well, I ain't a man, so they can take that shit
We just
somewhere
wanna. I
else.
mean, I'm just here for wrecking Luke all of the time, but especially on his birthday. It's a
Clem,
special
go see if you can
occasion.
get Jane and Kenny over by the fire. It's too
Gotta
cold
bring him
for them
down a
to be
few
out there like
notches.
that. Oh, and here, maybe a swig of this will change their minds.
Bonnie, fuck off. You do it. I'm not your errand girl. Let's. Oh, hi, Jane. You're incredibly close to the camera. How's it going, ma'am? Ugh.
They expect you to lure me over there with alcohol? I wouldn't have expected a bottle to last this long.
Will it work?
That depends. What is it?
It's rum?
Probably.
The uncertainty in Clem's voice. Just to remind you that she is 8 years old.
I think it's an alcohol?
It is.
I don't know. It might be awkward. I wasn't expecting to... You know.
Why? Because you made it with Luke?
What does that
There's
even
stuff
mean?
like that to make you remember that
You
Clem's
know.
8, but then she's kicking in dust. It's
I made
weird.
it
Right.
with Luke.
It's not a big deal.
And before anyone does anything, they have
Why
to
does this
stop
feel
and
like
ask
I'm still in
Clem for
contract or
advice.
something?
Right? My goodness.
That's really good. Have you had any? You want a sip?
No,
It's okay.
No.
Thanks. I'm
I'm a
trying to
kid.
head back.
You
Lol.
can be the designated driver then.
Cool. But I don't know how to drive, though.
It's easier now. There aren't any cops. I wasn't too much older than you when I had my first drink. God, I
Jesus!
was so stupid back then. There was this time I broke into my parents' liquor cabinet and drank a whole bottle of this really spicy, sweet liquor. Oh, what was its name? It was dumb. Earthquake or something.
Sounds like you were a bad kid.
I guess I
Deadpan
was.
Clem is my
At
favorite.
the bottom of the bottle, there were these sugar crystals, and I got it in my head that I really wanted to eat a couple. So I got the bright idea to smash it on my parents' dining room floor to get at them. And it shattered into 1,000 pieces.
Sounds like a mess.
Yeah, it was. Every couple years, someone would step on a piece of glass that didn't get swept up and get mad at me all over again.
Y'all did a
Problem with
really bad job of...
glasses, It looks a lot like sugar crystals.
That's never really been a problem for me.
Keep it that way. My sister found me, drunk, blood pouring out of my mouth. Jamie thought I was dying, so she called 911.
You ate glass?
I ate glass.
Jesus, Jane.
I haven't thought about that in a long time.
Just reminds me of the conversation that happened in Smiley's chat a little while
Guess
ago.
A deal's a deal.
And we were
Yeah.
talking about eating paper?
That guy needs
And
a
apparently
joint
a lot of the queer kids in chat had eaten paper, and so we were like, have you eaten paper or are you straight?
Make it weird.
Yeah, Stars knows what's up. So hey, did you eat paper or are you straight?
All fun and games
sit here?
until someone takes
No,
a big mud
that's-
pie, gets too small a slice,
Oh,
and then they
yeah,
get mud
okay.
pie on the
Whatever you
hands, and then they hand you the paper.
I gotta go! I have to leave!
I think you should. See what I did there?
I see what you did there. It's funny, because the show that you're quoting the mud pie thing from is called I Think You Should Leave, and I'm making the joke that I should leave, and...
I've lost people too. We all have.
It's a funny joke. That's all I'm gonna say to Arvo, apparently.
Forever.
Just, I've lost people too. Walks away. Good times. Can I help you, Kenny?
There, little guy. Shh. Shh, I got you. I got you.
Hey,
Oh, hey, Clem. Just, needed some air.
Kenny, there's air everywhere.
We are outdoors, Kenny.
I'm sorry for how I acted back there. After Sarita was... I couldn't handle it. I'm sorry. I mean, you did what you could. You tried to help.
Two
and
whacks.
I blamed you for it.
I'm so sorry.
You
Kenny.
really hurt my feelings.
2 whacks.
I did my best, and
I know. I was just...
Why aren't you impressed?
And you showed up with
Kenny,
some
I'm
light.
strong as fuck.
But I thought I needed
It'd
to stay
break you in half.
a little longer. When I should have went with you.
Says
You
the
wanna
8-year-old.
Right?
She's not lying.
She would 100% do it.
I miss my boy. I miss him so much. I didn't raise him like I should have. Made mistakes. Wasn't there a whole
Got
lot
confused
for a
as to
couple
why my
years.
foot was vibrating for a
Off on
second. It's because
boat
Lamia's
somewhere or
purring on
other.
it.
I thought I enjoyed that time away from him. From my family. But I'd give
Adorable
anything
bean.
for one
She's
more
the
second
greatest.
with Bill.
She cool. She's a cool lumpus.
Play catch with Doug. To touch Koch's face.
maybe you'll
You
see
need
them
my foot
again
back for a
someday.
second, though, Kitten. Hey,
Well,
thank you.
from here on out, I'm gonna try and believe that too.
Maybe you'll even see Sarita.
It's gonna
Don't
be
forget about her.
different with him. He's gonna get raised right. I won't make the same mistakes again. That's a promise. You should get back over by the fire.
Ugh. No yawns.
Ain't no sense in both of us being over here.
You should come too.
We're almost there, Cash.
We're almost there.
Now hang in there.
It'll be
I'm
good
very
for
excited to
everyone.
finish this.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But also, it's getting late.
It's getting a little. It's getting a little early.
I miss TV. Feels like forever since we had electricity.
Also, sorry, do I still have... No, I don't. Okay, I couldn't remember what I had in here, and I was concerned that I had Sarah's glasses still.
Jane, you don't
To
have
which
to
it's
justify
like,
that with overstuff.
that was last...
I find it's best to just get this
last
stuff out in the
episode.
open. Less drama.
Well, that's fine. But I can confirm there was no time for kissing.
Shh. All right, enough of that.
Bonnie.
Hey, you Clem.
It's nice to hear people laughing.
Yeah, it is.
You just spend so much time trying to stay alive that you don't get a chance to enjoy living.
Yeah.
I just wish that this
We need to make
nice
more time
moment
for
was with people I
Alcohol
actually
helps.
liked.
Hell yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I guess, like, Mike and Kenny and Jane are fine.
Let me get that bottle.
But
We got
Bonnie
someone else
and,
that might need some help.
Bonnie and Luke could go away, that'd be cool.
Mike barely, like, says anything. He just gets
Yeah.
notes to do.
He lost his sister today.
And whose fault was that?
That makes it even harder to deal with. Trust me.
Which is kind of tragic. Mike's
kissing
lived too
anyone right
long
now.
for just some
nice
dude
thing
who
to
doesn't do or say anything. He
Right?
should have lines and a personality by now.
I wish he had
not
more,
fair.
more time. I just want to get to
I
know
don't think
him.
that boy's a bad person.
Yeah.
I just think good people do bad things sometimes.
Bonnie, that's just you trying to clear your own
A lot more
conscience.
nowadays.
But why would we be talking to Mike when Bonnie could just be monologuing at us for forever?
Blag.
I'm sorry, okay? My fault. I shouldn't have.
Leave me alone!
Down, Kenny. Arvo, don't cry. Your face is gonna get
It's
stuck to
okay.
that pole.
Okay. She's in a better place.
Пожалуйста, нет, Наташа, сестричка.
It's okay. It's okay.
Maybe it's best if we all get some rest.
Cries
Who knows
in
how long
Russian.
walk we got tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll take first watch.
Thank you, Kenny. Really.
Kenny will try and take every watch. You'll need to make him go to bed at some point.
Right?
It was nice. not bad.
Kenny hasn't slept in 2 years. He needs to take a nap. Kenny, take a nap. Ken, my man. Get some rest, bud.
You sure you're good?
Yeah, I'm good. If I start to crap out, I'll let you know.
Okay, well, you do that. It's no trouble.
How much further?
We need Clem to carry me.
Close.
You've been saying that every time I ask.
We'll go faster.
Please. Come.
I'm really starting to think.
Also,
you're
Voss,
full of
right?
shit.
It can't be much further.
Behind you!
What the fuck? Ah! Ah! Jesus Christ.
We all good? Everyone good?
That was close.
Fucker came out of nowhere.
That was real loud.
No, it came from
Hopefully
behind
not
you.
more of them.
Yeah, well, let's move. We don't want to be around to find out.
It's very close. Come.
Mike, do something about the crying child. And if you won't, pass the baby off to someone else.
There.
That piece of shit? It's half built.
Better than nothing, buddy.
We're here for the supplies, not the house.
It's warm. Fireplace. Very warm.
As long as there's food, who cares what it looks like?
Sorry, I remember
think that
some
when
of
you
what
wake up with a
happens.
couple inches of snow covering you.
I think I know what you just remembered.
We're just gonna walk over.
You sounded excited.
Maybe
Kinda
there's a way
was.
around.
I don't see any.
Можно идти. Там
Say
твердый
it in
лед.
American, asshole.
It's okay. Walk.
Kenny.
Ice.
No shit ice. That's the problem.
He's saying it's fine.
Maybe we shouldn't clump together. We just can't have too much weight.
She's right.
We need to spread out, just to be safe. Less weight, the better.
Let the Rusky go
Just
first,
go around.
since he's so confident.
It's okay.
Can you go around? Is it possible to go around?
Get the skate over.
It's actually better if you just like get on your belly and crawl.
Then the belly would get cold.
Well, yeah, but your weight would be more distributed on the ice. That's the secret to crossing ice, in case you ever have to.
That one go around. Option one, just walk around that you can see where the ice is. It is
can't
not
see where
that
the
far
ice
away.
We're
It's
okay.
true.
Barely a longer route to just go around.
That is true.
We got
I
some
guess,
walkers
in a
behind
real
us.
life situation, if you have to cross ice and you can't walk around,
Let's just get to the house.
just get real low.
Hey, stay with us.
Oh,
Oh!
do a jump straight over it on like a
too left to deal with.
skateboard
Just stay
or in a
safe.
monster truck.
Hey,
Hell yeah.
motherfucker.
Also, I'm with Voss on this. Someone take the gun from Luke and, like,
piece of shit.
use him as fodder. Oh,
Should let you
I
drown,
shouldn't
you
have to
piece
call
of
him
shit.
he's injured.
No! Kenny, don't run!
that's what I'm saying.
If we have to leave someone behind, it's Luke.
Absolutely. He is the slowest of all of us.
Yeah.
Do us one better and leave Luke and Bonnie behind.
Well, they made it.
Please. That's fine. Hey, toss me the gun.
Come over here. Hey, I can make it. It's fine.
Hey, toss me the gun.
Yeah.
You got walkers on the way. Let me help
It's too
you.
thin for both of us. I just gotta be careful. Oh!
No!
Stop! Stop! I'm fine. I'm fine.
No, you're not.
I just gotta pull myself out.
Slide the gun over to me, Luke. Or the machete. I'll
need
take
to
that
help.
too.
No!
Clem,
You're
go!
gonna fall through.
Go help
No,
him.
Clem,
Clem,
do not.
just go back for him. You're light. You
Stop
can do
telling her that. Clem, look at me. Pull out your gun and shoot those damn walkers, okay? Just
Give me
a
your
little
gun, it has
time.
more bullets.
Clem,
Right?
You're saying there's too much weight over there.
Thanks. Thanks. I'll be on a sec. Just keep shooting.
You're not gonna make it.
My leg. I just
Hold
need to
on, I got you.
rest a second.
Keep him off us, Clem.
No, it's too much. Too
Shut
much
up!
weight.
Shut the fuck up!
Go back.
I can
We're
save
gonna
you.
get us both killed.
Come on.
Stop.
Oh no.
I got you.
What a terrible occurrence.
Oh, dang.
How did you get all the way over there?
Luke.
I'll try.
Too late.
Clementine, stop!
Oh, okay. Bye. I like how the bubbles came out past the past the ice. Can't say I didn't try though.
How did he get all the way over there?
That's what I'm saying.
How the fuck did that happen?
Like, it's a lake. There's not really. There can't be a current under there. Like,
I'll look for something to start a fire.
if it were a river, I would be like, yeah, okay, maybe. But it's just like a pond. It's not even a lake.
Currently, you won't be able to just knock on the bottom of the ice from the same spot.
Right?
We should have just fucking gone around.
The ice was too thin. I couldn't reach him.
What's that ice stuff? Nothing any of us.
Never ever grow emotional attachments. Facts, though.
You son of
But
a
it's
bitch.
fine.
This
We
is
wanted.
your fucking fault.
That is the bit that I remembered.
What?
It's
I
no
got
Yeah,
very
that's
excited.
The hell it ain't.
It wasn't Arvo's fault. Luke was shot.
And who got it shot?
Just sneezed. We approached the ice, and you were like very excitedly just went, "Oh, I remember." I had a feeling it was that.
It was definitely that.
What? No speaking of English?
Oh my god. Kenny.
Fuck you.
You fucking commie piece of shit, Kenny.
Kenny.
Fuck you.
Someone stop him! Oh!
Just stop.
I don't remember that.
Bravo.
What? Lose your taste for this sort of thing?
Kenneth.
What did you
Listen
do?
here.
There's another just like it. He wasn't lying.
The Carver situation is
You wanna
different
tell me
from this.
How a can of fucking chili is gonna help
How
a
is
baby?
beating a kid to death gonna help anyone?
Wow.
I'm
I
tying
really
him
wish
up.
there were more options for being nice
Fine.
to Avo.
Mike, help me
Just
get a
want
fire
to be
started.
Avo's friend.
I just want Arvo to
Mike.
not blame me for stealing his shit when I didn't.
Yeah, that's true. That's a little egregious.
Like,
You got
like I'm
light?
mad at him for that. But that doesn't warrant
Thought I had matches.
him getting the shit beaten out of him. So, like, there is a middle ground here. Hey, I took your
kept
thing.
it.
The thing you gave me. Still here, in my pocket.
I thought Avo died on the ice, actually.
I
Now
also,
I feel like he couldn't have, but I thought when he fell in, he would just gone.
I also thought that. Nah, he's still here. Arvo's still doing Arvo things.
Being miserable, bleeding,
Yeah.
speaking
Hey.
Russian.
At least his glasses didn't break anymore.
Yeah. Nice.
Those are some good glasses. What's the brand, my dude? I mean, definitely a
Just
Yet,
look at
but
it.
like,
Jesus.
they're doing good.
He could have killed you. The fuck is wrong with him?
You're up.
Mike is making friends.
Kenny's out back trying to get some stupid truck started.
It's gonna be the boat all over again.
Here, you should
Yeah.
eat something.
You okay?
Thank you.
Don't cut your hands.
I
Just
can't
drink the
believe he's
chili.
gone. I've lost people before.
Sorry, I legit was like, who's gone?
This shitty in a while.
We have to move on now.
I do hate when they eat out of cans like that. And I'm like, there are still bowls in the apocalypse.
At this point, it's like, I would just carry a spoon with me.
Yeah,
Like, just in my pocket. It's not that heavy.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you
Bring
did.
a spoon with you. Or again, just drink it out of the can. If you don't have a bowl or a utensil, just tip that baby back and just take a shot of beans.
Shit anymore.
All the cool kids are
Feeling
doing
better?
it.
Yeah.
Hell of a day.
Get me a shot of beans, bartender. Make it a double.
That feels like a very West of Loathing kind of a thing.
This house is worth crap, but the vehicles ain't in bad shape. With a little luck, we can get one fixed up. Be out of here by nightfall.
Yeah.
Fucking love Bless the Love.
That's the spirit.
Very good. I keep seeing it going on sale, and I want to pick it up, but I need to not.
I'll watch him.
Too many games.
Right? For real. One day I'll get it. Zombie apocalypse is the truest time for a spork to shine. It is. I can't fully argue with you on that. I have seen metal sporks.
Just be careful.
And I would consider taking one of those for a zombie apocalypse. Like, genuinely. Hear me out. Plastic sporks, trash, absolute garbage. You can't stab anything with it. You can't pick anything up with it either because it's too flimsy.
You shouldn't
But
have
like
done that
a
to
metal
Arvo.
spork
I know, Clem, but
might
look.
work well.
You can't do that.
Jesus, Clem, you know me. You know
But I'd
I'm
have to
not like
wait.
that.
I'd have to wait like 2 days for Amazon to ship it to
All
me.
of us, Kenny.
Does Amazon still ship during the zombie apocalypse? That feels like a thing they would do. They're dystopian enough.
Probably.
It's over. But age.
Like after the first week, it would definitely like everything would fall apart and nothing would work. But they would definitely try and keep their workers going like through the first.
Yeah, I
week.
won't even tell them. You're not allowed to have fun or anything, so no one would know. No Amazon people would know there was an apocalypse.
They just show up at a residence and zombies are milling about, and they'd just be like, "Is this normal?"
Just wondering why there's less and less of them every day.
He was a mean.
Boss, I'm not wishing anything bad on you.
But he taught me respect.
I'm sorry.
Girl like Jane. Learn a thing or two about that.
Sorry, I didn't mean it.
Sorry, I didn't know.
I like her. Just give her some time.
I'm just talking the truth. I don't wish it on you.
I didn't know what to make.
I'm
of
so
leaving.
sorry.
Of course, he helped me in mine.
You'll
more
be
times than
fine.
I can remember.
Boss is a
He helped us
badass.
back on the road.
You'll
As soon
take
as you
it.
get a whiff of zombie apocalypse, quit your
Give it a
job.
turn.
Exactly. Just bring some of your sharp things with you. Except, please don't take sharp things to work.
Just a cricket bat.
Clem.
Always carry a cricket bat, like Shaun of the Dead.
And then we can get out
Honestly.
on the road and really make some distance.
Maybe some darts. Darts could work.
Wellington's got to be out there.
Vinyl records.
Now, those rumors can't all be bunk. I mean, hell, there's got to be something out here other than
going to
snow
Wellington is
and
still probably the
goddamn
best
Euro
choice.
trash.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Well, in
We're
that
gonna make it,
case,
Clem. I
you're
know
good
it.
to go. I just don't want to encourage something that
All right,
they could
turn it
actively
again.
find. Also, it's wild to me that they have like metal detectors there. Just like, what the fuck,
Did you
Amazon?
turn it?
Yes.
Yeah.
God damn
Yeah.
it.
Just Amazon, come on.
Kenny, are you okay?
Kenny is not okay.
We got to get moving if we're going to keep AJ alive. We're running out of time. I gotta
Again,
get this
my
thing to
stupid brain
start.
was like, "Who's AJ?" The
Gonna
baby.
try
We're
warming
talking
up
about
the
the
battery.
baby.
Go on inside.
His one thing's the baby
I don't
now.
like leaving him with that
Yeah.
girl.
Fanatically devoted to keeping the baby alive.
Yeah.
Then when that goes wrong, he'll explode again, and then pick something else. And then he'll just do that forever.
Right.
Just circling the drain.
Also, the theft thing makes sense. That makes more sense. But also, Amazon, come on. Please. you can afford a little theft.
Oh no, someone steal from Amazon.
Oh no, someone stole from trillionaire Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Bezos is gonna cry.
Who could single-handedly resolve student debt and poverty and homelessness in one fell swoop, and still not notice anything missing from his money.
Yeah.
How dare we steal from him? Sorry.
Mike and Arvo wouldn't shut up, so I moved
Anyway. Anyone else have complaints about Amazon and or Jeff Bezos?
Seen that look before.
Fuck.
I can't believe what he did to
So
Arvo.
they're cussing. Oh
Next time he's gonna kill him. Do you really want to be around for that?
No.
I know Kenny's a nice guy, Clem.
No, no.
I bet Carver was a nice guy too. Once.
Jane,
Probably
no,
had a nice job, and a nice, pretty wife. Then all this happened.
I don't think Carver was ever a good guy.
You know Carver was always an asshole.
Right. And Kenny definitely has. Kenny has his shit that he has to work on.
All I'm saying is, start thinking about what happens if you're wrong.
Jane, please.
You
I
two's
understand
known
where
each
you're
other a
coming
long
at.
Time. Sooner or later, you're gonna have to decide how much that's worth.
Kenny started out as just like a normal dude, and now he's just kind of everyone's died, and he's real miserable. He's having a real bad time in the apocalypse.
Yeah. Like, I feel like if he had access to things that could help him with that, he would like be able to address it and maybe
That's what
not
worries me.
be as volatile as he is. But that's not the case. It's been bad for Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny has like normal,
I was running with some people.
you know, like very understandable issues, but there's no way to resolve them now.
No.
Call me Mary Jane.
There will never be a quiet moment.
It was sad. Also,
Anyway,
Stars is
I
redeemed to
got stuck
hydrate,
under a
and
car
Kim's here.
with
Hi,
a
Kim.
dozen walkers. One after another, they went down there trying to
That
save
is the
him.
last of my water.
Carver, the zombie apocalypse stopped him from moving to Alaska to live with the wolves. Because the only way for him to feel alive.
I
All
think,
that for one
I think you mean to
person?
poach all the wolves.
Yeah,
He's
definitely.
100% a trophy
Turn and
hunter.
rip the neck right out of this old lady.
Gonna move to Alaska and live off the grid.
She was just staring up at the sky.
Terrible,
like she was
man.
watching a bird.
Also, yeah, Fruity's here.
Look,
Hey.
Clem.
I think I have that.
It's
in
me,
the
I'm
title.
Fruit.
He got it working.
Yeah. You are Fruity. Hello.
I'm not Bigman. I'm
You're
Fruit.
not
I tell you.
You can say with confidence
So what's the plan?
that you are indeed
How much food do we
FruitySpruce.
have?
At least a week.
And for the baby?
Not much.
We need to find a place for the baby.
Yeah, someplace warm.
I agree.
Fruit and also
We should head
free.
back
Fruity
south.
Spruce.
What?
We're gonna freeze to death. I don't know whose stupid idea it was to march up here in the first place, but it was a bad one.
She's right.
What if we went back to house?
Wait, what? Fuck that. I was thinking more like Texas.
Texas? The fuck?
It was just an idea.
We already talked about
Yes.
I'm sorry. We
this.
did?
We're going to find Wellington. Right, Clem?
Yeah, it's Christmas tree.
Wellington?
Kenny, it's freezing up here.
It's me, Christmas
You
tree.
don't have to leave right now.
Christmas tree.
Sleep on it.
Damn it, we don't have time.
Says you.
Look, I don't give two shits about what you people think. I got this truck working, so I say where we go. And we're heading fucking north. It's the best chance we got of helping AJ.
Oh.
I feel
What
like
about Arvo?
Who? Oh, the
going somewhere
Rusty?
really cold
He ain't coming
wouldn't
with us.
be a terrible idea.
Just
No, it would,
could-
it would be really
I
good,
don't give a
actually.
good goddamn where he
Let's
goes.
slow the zombies down, right?
He
You
could
think?
die.
Mhm.
Better
You
him
still have
than
to worry about him, like,
We have to bring him
just
with
lying somewhere waiting for you to come along.
Definitely. But it
But
would
they're
slow
moving
down.
around less. Yeah.
Conversely, going somewhere incredibly hot would speed up the decomposition.
Think about that, Kenny?
Either
That's
way,
true.
I'm not going anywhere in the middle.
But you have
But
to
then
you
you
have to go.
You go somewhere
either
cold
way.
first, and then you go somewhere really hot afterwards, after a while.
So that they get melty and soggy?
Well, you wait long enough for them to all die, and then you go somewhere warm. You don't go there while they're melting and getting soggy, because then they're active, but also some of them are in the dormant state that they would be if you were somewhere cold anyway, because they've melted too much.
Right.
So it's zombie science.
You better talk some sense in there.
Anything to avoid the goopy zombies. That's all.
If they're full goop, it's fine.
Okay, full goop. But I'm still thinking rambling, shambling, goopy zombies.
Yeah, that's not great.
No.
If the pudding that used to be a zombie, that's fine. We can deal with that.
It's me.
Sorry, just give me a second.
there's an
Close the
enemy
door.
in Elden Ring that when you kill them they just turn into a pile of goop, and that is what I am imagining for these zombies.
And they act like I just shit in their cereal. I knew Jane would have a stick up her ass, but I thought at least Mike would have more sense.
They're scared of you, Kenny.
Well, if their big
Right,
plan is to
don't-
wander
stop,
around in the
don't
woods,
poke
they
it.
ought to be
Stop
scared of
poking
more
at
than
it.
me.
Did you hear me?
We're all scared.
Kenny.
Look, we got maybe a day's worth of food for that kid left. That's it. Clem, think about Rebecca and Alvin. I mean, what if Lee hadn't gone tearing across half of Georgia looking for you? A lot of folks died to make that happen. A lot of folks died to get us this
Probably
far.
should have said maybe
How?
he shouldn't have.
Where are we gonna find?
But also I love Lee.
I don't know.
Well,
But
Lee
sitting
were
around
bit,
here ain't
though,
a way.
right?
Yeah. And he did tell everyone that he was bit and was like,
Yeah.
hey, you maybe
They
shouldn't
decided
come?
to. Yeah.
What you think
They
he'd say?
chose of their own free will.
I think he'd tell me that he doesn't have all the answers. And that we should keep moving.
I think you're right. We can't just give up on this kid. I mean,
That's
what's
not
the
what
point
we're
of going
doing,
on after that?
Kenneth.
That's what people like Lee knew, and what people like Jane won't ever understand.
Kenny. It's not always us versus them.
I know Wellington might be bullshit, but where there's smoke, there's fire. Krista heard about it too, right? You know, when I first saw you back at that lodge, thought I was dreaming.
And then you mistook me
And
for
when
Duck.
you sat down next to me and we shared that meal, well, I could tell that you were different now, grown up. I felt pride, a pride I hadn't felt in a long time. But I need you now, Clem. There have to be folks doing better than us.
Yeah, but we can't do it alone. We need the others.
And that's why I gotta be able to count on you, Clem. We gotta convince him. You and me. Look, we'll figure everything out in the morning.
That is literally what I suggested, is that we all sleep on it.
Sleep, so we gotta be ready.
Yeah, but she's not a child, remember? She's only 8 years old sometimes, when it's convenient. What is this terrible noise? What is that? Oh. Y'all.
I think if you try and help Luke earlier, Bonnie gets away as well. She just doesn't go after him and then she's here? I can't remember.
Arvo. I thought that was Jane. It's fine. If you two want to go, you can go.
Easy now.
Step back.
Yeah.
Clem.
Yeah, this ain't going anywhere.
No, this is
You
fine.
two
Y'all,
get
y'all
out.
go.
We're just
Go on.
leaving. Now keep it down, all right? Nobody else has to
That
get
is
involved.
everything that we
It's
have.
everything we have.
Share some of it. Just a little bit,
Listen,
and then you can go.
We just gotta get away from that guy, Clem. Okay?
Who? Kenny?
Clem, damn it, just we don't have time.
Clem, you've noticed Kenny's not.
Kenny's not well.
All right, Clem.
Yo, you could take some of it with you. You don't need to just don't take all of it.
Now I'm gonna
Yeah,
walk
just
up
split.
to you nice and slow, and you're gonna give me the gun, okay?
Why are you doing this?
He didn't give us any choice.
Он злой человек.
Yeah, you
Just
tell
give
him.
me the gun, Clem. I'm not gonna hurt you.
I mean, I don't necessarily want to give the gun, but I also don't want to, like...
It's fine. Just
Oh my god! Wait. Arvo, you piece of shit!
Jesus.
That was oh my god!
I didn't remember that.
Clem. Clementine.
That... My boy.
We know that guy.
I know him.
Lee?
It's just a bad dream, sweet pea. What was it about?
Oh, Ben Paul.
Duck?
It's a dream. Can't Ben Paul be dead?
We don't know how this works yet. Maybe it's like a cold.
It's not, Lee.
It's just a cold.
His mom's a doctor. Maybe she can help him.
It's not like a cold.
No, it's probably not.
I miss Lee.
I feel bad.
Why?
I called him a crybaby when I hid the bug in his pillow.
Oh, that's okay, honey. You didn't mean it.
Yes, I did.
Lee?
Hmm?
Why did Lily do that to Doug?
I don't know. She was sad, Clem. That can make people angry sometimes.
Have you ever been that angry?
One time. Clem, people don't always make sense.
How come?
Because bad things happen to everyone. And it's hard to keep being yourself after they do. What do you think? Should we have left her behind?
I don't know.
I don't either. I don't know if we did the right thing.
How can you tell?
Well, it's not like math, Clem. Sometimes
I
it
thought
just
that said
isn't the
meth.
right answer.
I hate math.
Lee, what?
Me too, sweet pea. Part of growing up is doing what's best for the people you care about, even if sometimes that means hurting someone else.
Okay, I'm glad it wasn't just me.
It's not that easy.
Sometimes this text is really hard to read.
I'm scared, Lee.
Sometimes it's really hard to read.
What did I tell you to make it better?
I was having that issue yesterday.
That it'll be okay.
It will. It's gonna get better, Clem. You'll make it better.
Reading yesterday when you were holding the paper sideways and you couldn't even see the words. It was amazing.
That was when Emmy was doing it. Emmy
Yeah.
was doing that. I was reading things like altruistic is autistic and just doing it real bad the entire time.
Now let's try to get some sleep.
It was fine. It was all fine. I'm very excited to revisit the other Dark Picture Anthology games. Gotta find all the secrets. Good night, Clementine.
Oh, that'd be really nice.
Yeah, it was.
Lovely.
Same.
On the left.
Also turning into a zombie. It's not meth.
Slow down.
Shut up.
Good slogan. Hi.
She's awake.
How's your shoulder feel?
Hey, you.
Clem. Oh, thank God.
Am I gonna be okay?
You should be. How do you feel?
It hurts.
Couldn't find the bullet. Must have gone clean through.
You should
It'll burn
be
a
able to
while,
see the
but-
hole on the other side, Jane.
Those sons of bitches. I mean, I expected it from the Russian. But Mike? I could tell they were working on something.
I didn't think they'd go that far.
Where did
They
they
do
go?
always just go
They
like...
took off on foot.
Didn't get this puppy thanks to you.
When he's trying to just make it like, oh, it's not a big deal, like, you got shot.
We're headed
Like, oh, the
north.
bullet went all
What,
the
to
way
find
through, but I mean,
Wellington?
it doesn't
Sure
even
talk
hurt.
a lot of shit.
It's fine.
You got a better plan?
No.
We head south.
No, it still
Back to
hurts.
house.
Now it hurts on both sides.
What the fuck kind of plan is that?
Wellington's out there. We have to keep looking, Jane.
Clem, you can't be falling for this.
She made up her mind, Jane.
Clem, please. This is suicide.
Why don't you let her think for herself for once?
Kenny, can
Why
you
don't
just
you?
watch the
Me?
road?
Look, even if there is someplace up here, it could take us weeks to find it. We could get back to House in a day.
Tell you what, we can turn around just
How's
as
it
soon
still
as
gonna
you
be
pry
full of
this wheel from my
zombies?
cold, dead fingers. How's that sound?
Whatever. I give up.
Get your feet off the dash.
Let's play a game, Clem. I spy.
Kenny,
my
you
little
can't
eye,
turn
an
to
asshole.
look at her while you're driving.
Grow up.
You're missing an eye.
Hold this fucking
You can't
gun.
see.
You want to die out here?
Better than waiting to die next to you.
You literally cannot see.
Me? I couldn't see the
Anything.
damn road.
Bet you're having trouble seeing a lot of things these days.
Oh
You
my
shut
god.
your fucking mouth. I am done playing games with you, Jane.
Fuck you. You don't know a damn thing about me.
Oh, I know exactly what you are. Nothing.
Kenny.
Nobody cares about you. And you don't care about nobody but yourself. That makes you nothing.
What is it with you? It's your family, right?
Don't.
It is, isn't it?
I'm warning you, you little shit.
You're just another type A asshole trying to save a bunch of dead people.
Watch the road.
I am, goddammit.
No,
You
you're not.
listen to me. You mouth off about my family. I
I'm
will
watching it.
fucking
He
end
says
you.
as he's
Jesus Christ,
not
I'm so
watching
sick
the
of this
road.
wounded warrior
Kenny,
crap.
you literally cannot
pull
see
over.
the road right now.
What? Running away again? What a fucking shocker. In the end, still only care about yourself, right?
And where were you when Sarita died, Kenny? Huh?
Okay,
Where
that's
were
not
you?
I was
entirely called
there.
for.
I couldn't. God damn you! I love that woman.
This is crazy.
Aha! Someone here's crazy, but it ain't me. You know
I
the
need
thing
all the
about people like you,
stuff.
Kenny? You're just a bomb waiting to go off. Everyone talks about you behind your back because they're afraid of you.
That ain't
Mike,
true.
Bonnie, Sarita,
Fucking liar, that ain't true.
everyone around you knows that sooner or later they're gonna end up dead. Sarita knew it, I know it, and so does Clementine.
I told you not to talk about my family.
Fuck
Kenny,
you.
Kenny,
Fucking piece of shit.
Kenny, there's things coming up on the road and I've watched it for ages. Kenny, please, you're doing it so bad.
Fine.
How's AJ?
He's fine.
You sure?
Yes.
Clem, you all right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, we're getting to the end of the episode, aren't
Kenny, I'm...
Yeah, we're right at the end.
Go around.
One of them might have diesel.
We shouldn't stop here.
We're running on fumes. Got no choice. When I holler, it's okay. Drive up closer. Anything happens, I'll try to meet
Like
you there.
him.
Not Ken.
Right?
If you're going, go now.
Kenny.
Oh, JK, I'm not allowed to go with. That's fine.
That fucking asshole. God! I can't do this anymore. I'm serious, Clem.
You're both losing it.
Clem, everyone's like that around him. You know that. Clem, we could leave. Right now.
Are you serious? What about AJ?
Look, I know you're close to him, but Kenny would never let him go. This is our chance, Clem. Don't you ever want to know what it's like to live your own life?
Why don't you just go, Jen? Why did you even come back?
Right.
It's snowing. Why are they moving?
They must not be cold enough yet. Fuck.
Oh, yikes.
Get us out of here!
I don't know how to drive.
See that pedal on the floor?
Which
on it.
one?
Don't just sit there!
Don't just, don't. Okay.
Jesus!
Oh! Oh! We've done this for 5 episodes now, and I keep forgetting that those stupid arrows are a thing.
Shit! There are more of them! Move!
I would love to.
Hurry! Get out! Hurry!
I am out!
Jane, wait!
Oh no. This is fine.
Jane!
Yeah.
There's a zombie back there. I saw it. Boss, don't bring logic into this. They'll always have just enough bullets to get themselves out of most of the situation, and then not enough to finish taking care of the situation. Logic is not here. It's fine. How do I wiggle around these bad zombies?
Clem's been doing a lot of melee fighting.
It's true. We've got legs like tree stumps. Super powerful. Knocking down all the doors. That's a zombie. That's a zombie. Anyone else? Hello?
I thought the zombies weren't moving, and it was like the game being weird. They might be frozen. It might be intentional zombie.
It might be. Uncertain. I don't want to get close to them though.
That's fair.
It's clearly not the people we're looking for, so we will continue to wander away. Like, that's a zombie. Yeah, I think these ones are too cold to wander about. It is very white out, and I don't like being here.
Go on the slide.
It'd be so cold though.
Yeah, that's true. Ah.
Our poor booty. It'd be so chilly. No one likes a cold butt. Get on in there, Clementine.
Jane? Kenny?
You alright?
Yeah,
Where is he? Where's the kid?
he's with her.
You left him with her?
Oh my god, Kenny,
Jane?
chill. Kenny, you were going to bring all the zombies to us.
Wait,
Oh, thank Christ. Jane,
There is no baby
you
there.
okay?
Where's the kid? Jane, where is he?
Where is he?
He's...
What are you saying?
Zombie. No. It's fine.
No!
We love Zombie.
No, not again. Not again.
Oh.
Clem, look at me. No matter what happens, just stay out of it. Okay? Just trust me, Clem.
Stay out of what?
You have to trust me. You're gonna see what he really is.
Jane, this is incredibly manipulative and gross, and I hate it.
Yeah.
Like, on one hand, it's like, I get it. Kenny,
calm down.
Kenny is out of control. At the same time, Jane, that's a shitty fucking move.
I didn't kill him. It was an accident, Kenny.
I won't back down from you, Kenny.
Shut up!
Jane, don't. Just don't.
I'm not letting this crazy fuck anywhere near me, Clem.
I don't need permission.
Don't you come near me, you son of a bitch.
Kenny! Get the fuck off!
Fuck you!
Stop, please!
Okay, Jane, also stop! Oh my god, you two!
This is all your fucking fault!
Piece of shit!
Just go! Fucking psycho!
This is on you!
I need both of them to stop! Oh my god!
I'll fucking kill you!
Jane!
So nice.
What you're doing? Listen to me!
Get her
Okay, but also... Oh god. Kenny.
God damn it!
Oh no.
I'll fucking kill you!
I knew you would!
Do we do it?
It's up to you.
Fuck!
I know what I did.
I'm sorry!
There's a lot of ways this can go, actually. It's kind of crazy.
I hate everything.
Are you okay?
Also, stay the fuck away from me, Jane!
Yeah, I think so.
Clem. You made the right choice. I let you down. I let everyone down.
Just hang on, Kenny. Please.
No, you're better off without me. We almost made it.
Aww.
We were close, weren't we? I thought I wanted this, asked for it so many times. Now that it's happening, I'm scared.
It's okay, Kenny. You're going to see
Good,
Katja
okay, I'm
and
glad
Doc.
she held his hand.
You're going to see them again.
Oh, you're always good for a smile.
Right, Kenny, you kind of absolute asshole. Oh boy.
God, AJ.
I did remember that the kid was okay. I don't want Jane around us, though.
Yeah.
He's alive.
I
It used to be
understand
cool,
if you're
but
upset.
being
AJ
around
was never in
this
any
gang,
danger. I was just
turning into a big nerd
you into
too.
coming with me.
Yeah.
Horrible.
I just thought if you saw Kenny like that, you'd know we'd have to leave him. Look, Clem, I'm sorry. I didn't think Kenny would go that far.
This is the closest that I could get to telling her to fuck off, and I
I
don't
had to do it, Clem.
appreciate.
You saw how he reacted.
Oh, it's
I
fine.
had to show you what he was capable of.
Okay, loads of people are capable of loads of really awful things. If you push them and tell them you killed a kid.
If she wasn't just gonna fucking kill Kenny and pretend it was justified. That's what she wanted.
Oh my
Still.
God. Kenny, you have to forgive me.
It's just like,
please.
Ugh.
I can just leave all
Jane,
this behind us.
you gotta go.
Please.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
Okay,
Clem,
bye!
Please. I did this for you. I can't do this alone. Okay? Is that what you want to hear?
No, I want you to not be a manipulative piece of shit, actually.
Clem?
Bye, Jane.
That was really sad. I liked
Yeah.
to go with Kenny before he died.
Yeah. Again, I just like Kenny was dangerous and Kenny was beyond help.
Yeah.
But it's like
But
it
he's
is nice.
never gonna get to a place where he can get help. There's just not.
No, 100%.
Not
But it is
the civilization that'd require.
it is nice to like at least see that there was at least like some semblance of before Kenny's still in there. Still unforgivable and like beyond the point of help, but
Jen was just trying to like steal Clem as a surrogate sister.
yeah, and that's not great. I think the first time I went with Jane, I was like, this is not great, but it's fine. But I was also much younger, and
Yeah, I think I went with Jen the first time as well. I definitely didn't the second time.
Yeah.
So the ending I got last time I played through, if you don't intervene in the fight, Kenny wins. He kills Jane, and then he looks up and realizes you're pointing a gun at him, and just kind of sits there for a minute and goes, just fucking kill me. And then you can choose if you want to shoot Kenny or not. And then I shot Kenny.
Holy
and then
shit.
everyone was dead.
Wow.
Yeah. So only Clem was alive.
Wow.
Yeah,
Right.
there's an ending where if Kenny kills Jane, you can go with Kenny. That's obviously gonna go wrong.
Oh, obviously.
And you can also go with Jane if you accept her offer at the end.
Only 25% of players are alone with AJ. Oh shit. All right. I also like how only 20% of players asked to leave with Mike, but the majority of us are like, no. No. Shit. Well, this does mean we get to start season 3 next week. I did start playing the first episode, and I do remember some of the first episode from season 3. But as I started it is when I found out that they removed season 4 from the store. I remember pretty much nothing. I remember the very beginning. Now that I've seen the ending of this, I vaguely remember the beginning of it. But aside from that, I know nothing. So I'm very excited about that. Yeah.
What did you think? I've not seen any of it. It's all gonna be closing thoughts.
closing thoughts on season 2. Season 1 is still much better.
Yeah.
Which I think we've talked about multiple times now. But I think that's just because, like, things moved quickly, but there was still, like, a focus on, like, Lee and Clementine, but not necessarily, like, on their relationship, just how they're navigating the start of a zombie apocalypse, and that's fascinating to me. Plus, Lee is so good!
Yeah, Lee and Clem as just a duo are so good. Like, the whole game is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of built up around that. The characters in general are just really strong in the first one, and not quite as much in the second one.
I feel like they tried to add too many characters for season 2, and so you didn't necessarily get as much individual screen time with each of them, so you didn't really get to know any of them. Plus there were the development issues of, like, them just, like, rushing things out.
We did have a lot less time with these characters, because they had to fire out one of these every month, so
yeah,
they couldn't be as long.
But, like, it's still good. It's still very good. I definitely got a little teary-eyed with, like, the Kenny thing, which I wasn't expecting. I remember being very upset and crying a bit the first time that I played through season 2. And this time I wasn't expecting to, like, you know, feel anything.
You said before we started, you said, like, you'd just become done with the Kenny situation way before the first time through.
Yeah. Well, because it's, like, again, he just, like, he was just so volatile. And I mean, like, it was still sad. Because it's, like, Clem is sad. And that is, like, the last person that she knew from, like, their original group. But yeah. I don't know, it was still very good. And it's been really fun to, like, experience it with somebody else who's also experienced it.
I had a really good time.
Yeah! Let's go ahead and exit out of that and move over to the screen now. This is
Second season is still good, and it's definitely still worth playing. It's just,
for sure.
You gotta not expect it to be as good as
I mean, I think it's just incredibly hard to follow up how brilliant the first season was.
Just nothing's ever gonna match the dynamic between Lee and Clem, and just the ending of the first season.
Right. I think having it be, like, I'm gonna keep mentioning it, but the fact that it is, like, the beginning of the apocalypse, like, gives them a lot more room to kind of, like, work with characters and develop them, because they're adapting as the situation changes, whereas something like this, where it's, like, 2 years into the apocalypse, it's like everyone's a hardened killer now because they've had to survive this long, and
that kind of annoys me too, because, like, the ones you meet, the ones in your group, almost all are not. They're all just they don't act like they've been around this stuff for 2 years.
I think that's one reason why I hated Sarah so much, because it's like, there is no way you have survived this whole time.
Kind of, that could be interesting if it were like that she'd been kept so sheltered from everything that she didn't know about all this, and it was just being, she was just being introduced to it. I just don't think they do anything with it other than make her be bad at stuff and be like a hindrance and be annoying.
Yeah. Well, and they also just don't explore why she is the way that she is, or, like, why Carlos kept her that way. And so you're just kind of like, wow, this child is useless and literally getting everyone killed. No thank you.
Yeah, there's interesting ground to cover there. They just don't.
But yeah. This is awesome. We have streamed for 5 hours, though. So I think we're gonna
Oh, jeez. I genuinely didn't know.
Same. Also, yeah, why does Luke fuck up so bad? Again, like, when I played it originally, I don't remember disliking him. I remember when he and Jane hooked up, I was extremely upset with him, because it's like, bruh, this is not the time. I get like, his reasonings, And that's fine. Cool. Do it when we're not in the middle of a crisis and a lady getting ready to, like,
Yeah, we're
pop a baby
looking
out.
for medicine for a lady who's giving birth.
Now it's not the time.
Can you not until later?
Right? And so I remember at that point I was, like, really upset with Luke and Jane both. They were both consenting adults in that exchange.
Yeah.
This is not the time for that. But, like, I don't know. I think having Nick around as long as I did when I played it originally, like, really took away a lot of the brunt of me just not liking Luke. And this time through, I was just like, wow, he is shit. Just constantly, just so bad. Right? Do you want a second baby? Because this is how you get a second baby. Bruh. But also, now is not the time. We got a lady getting ready to have her baby. But anyway, that's my rant about that. Thank you, Fruity, for playing with me. This is great, and I'm very excited to experience new stuff.
Yes, it's been really
fun. Yeah! Shall we set up a raid? I'm gonna kind of make an executive decision here and say we're gonna go see VHS. Because he is doing a birthday subathon. He's great. Another queer horror streamer.
Nice.
Which we're here for. Usually he only does morning for me at least. Morning streams, but he is here. So there are our raid messages. We're gonna go say hi to VHS. And we will see y'all next time. Tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Tomorrow is when we'll be doing this, because it's Monday. And I think we're playing more Ghostwire. Which is great. So yeah. I love you and you're a cutie Dougie. And you're good at so many things. But yeah, thank you everyone for being here. Have a good rest of your time zone. I love y'all. And just, I'm gonna click the button now. Okay, bye. Okay, bye.